Good morning and namaskar uh, from Las Cruces, New Mexico. And warm welcome to all attendees, both from in person and virtually, joining us from around the world. My name is Lalmani Wagle, a graduate student at Water Science and Management program in New Mexico State University. I'm honored of directing the organizing committee of this conference this year. And also, it's a pleasure to continue the long tradition of the NeSA's conference. We are celebrating its 15th session right now. Before we dive uh, into the rich content of this conference, I'd like to share some practical information with you. Please keep your cell phone in silent mode to minimize the distraction, and also be familiarized with the emergency exit. In, we have 4 exits in this hall, 2 in back and 2 in front. For virtual participants, we extend our warm welcome, and we are delighted to have you join us through the Zoom and the live stream of the NeSA official Facebook page. Uh, as you all know, today's schedule is packed with engaging sessions. We'll start soon, and we are going to start from brief remarks for the half an hour, followed by the 6 thought-provoking presentations from our esteemed guest speakers until the launch at noon. After the launch, we'll go for the poster sessions featuring 8 poster presentations, and then we'll go for the 2 oral sessions featuring 8 engaging presentations from different research backgrounds. And finally, we'll wrap up the event with an exciting program, including Best Presenter Awards and raffle for the door prizes and more. We are thrilled to see such a strong turnout this year, both in person and virtual. Since the inception in 2009, the NeSA Conference in the cornerstone event for NeSA, fostering the connection and innovation in our ever-changing world. Embracing the benefit of both in-person and the virtual participants, we adopt the hybrid models for this conference, allowing us to reach the broader and more diverse audience throughout the world, a true testament of our theme, connection and innovation for changing world. With that said, let's kick off our event by showcasing the introductory video about the Nepalese Student Association at NMSU. I kindly request our technical team to play the video.
New Mexico State University is a distinguished land-grant institution and a leading research university committed to excellence in teaching, research, public service, and outreach at all levels. Established in 1888, NMSU has provided a welcoming home to a diverse population, fostering equity, unity, and creativity, while supporting various student organizations. Among these is the Nepalese Student Association NeSA. Since its establishment in 2006, NeSA has thrived, enriching the university community through cultural programs, summer kids classes, festive celebrations, and support for new students and graduates alike. Additionally, NeSA has been a pioneer in hosting conferences, with a legacy dating back to 2009. This year marks a milestone as NeSA proudly presents the 15th International Conference, themed Connection and Innovation in a Changing World. This conference serves as an invaluable platform for individuals with shared interests and expertise to converge, exchanging ideas, addressing current issues, sharing research insights, embrace the spirit of community and exploration at the 15th International Conference, hosted by the dynamic Nepalese Student Association.
Thank you, Ayush Acharya and Kaustubh Dehupane for working on this introductory video by capturing all the activities and initiatives done by the Nepalese Student Association at New Mexico State University. I'd like to inform you all, despite the confirmation, Provost Dr. Alan Shaw informed us uh, he's unable to join the conference due to his unexpected uh, turn in last minute on his schedule. But he also wished for the successful conference. So without any delay, I'd like to invite Kaustubh Dehupane, the president of Nepalese Student Association, to welcome our distinguished guests, presenters, and participants, and also shed light on the objectives of our conference.
Namaste and good morning. With immense pleasure and gratitude, I stand before you today as we commence the 15th annual international conference of our esteemed organization. Over the years, our association has grown, evolved, and left indelible marks of excellence in our journey. This conference stands as a testament to our unwavering commitment to academic pursuit, cultural enrichment, and community engagement. I, along with the NeSA Executive Committee, extend a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. Elton Byers, our guest speakers, Dr. Milan Sreshta, Dr. Saroj Dital, Dr. Sirjana Dura, Dr. Mahesh Narayan, Dr. Krishna Timsina, Dr. Melina Matos, and all other oral and poster presenters and participants joining in person, in last cruises, and virtually all over the world. Welcome to the 15th Nepalese Student Association NeSA International Conference at New Mexico State University. In today's fast-paced and interconnected world, the bond between connecting with the others and generating fresh ideas is more crucial than ever. As everything around us is changing rapidly, building strong relationships, whether with people, companies, or new technologies, is what sparks groundbreaking innovations. These two elements, connection and innovation, not only relate to each other, but also reinforce one another, aiding us in moving forward and adapting to the changes around us. Amidst this ever-shifting landscape, utilizing our connections to drive new and creative projects is key to addressing challenges, seizing new opportunities, and shaping a future that we can withstand whatever comes our way. We are here at the 15th International Conference due to the continuous effort, dedication, and support of past NeSA leadership and active members, as well as the guidance of advisors, Dr. Ram Acharya, Dr. Deepak Subedi, Dr. Madhav Regmi, and the NMSU leadership. I am pleased to share that NeSA has been an active graduate student association since its inception in 2006. The core purposes of NeSA include introducing, promoting, and exposing Nepalese culture to international communities, familiarizing US-born and raised Nepali children with their cultural heritage, assisting new Nepalese students in joining and adjusting to life at NMSU, and definitely sharing and supporting educational, technological, scientific, health, and socio-cultural activities among Nepalese scholars, researchers, and students, and connecting with the international scholars. The conference wouldn't have been possible without the contribution of our sponsors. We extend our gratitude to the Research and Creativity and Economic Development Department of NMSU, ASNMSU, Graduate Student Council of NMSU, Vastika Health, all-time tax for their financial support. I would like to express my thanks and congratulations to our NeSA Academic Committee, led by Academic Director Lalmani Wagle, and every members of Academic Committee, current NeSA Executive Committee, as well as the entire NeSA and the Las Cruces Nepalese community for making this event possible. Finally, on behalf of NeSA, I welcome everyone to the 15th annual conference. I welcome everyone to the 15th annual conference. I hope you will enjoy the conference and I eagerly anticipate a fruitful and exciting day ahead. Thank you everyone for your valuable time. Thank you. Enjoy the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Kostu. For your information, we have around 150 participants registered for this event, virtually and in person. Without any delay, I'd like to invite Dr. Ram Acharya for the opening remarks. Dr. Acharya is a distinguished professor of agricultural economics and agricultural business at NMSU, and we are honored, sir, to have you as an advisor to the minister.
Thank you, Lalman Rai. I would like to, as that role, I would like to welcome our invited guest speakers, conference participants, and organizers. This is, as you see, this is a 15th conference organized by a student of association. It's a big deal by itself. Plus, it has been able to attract so many different personalities to the conference. Although we are sad to hear that Provost has had a difficult schedule and was not able to attend, but in the past, we had University Animation Chancellor and President, Deans, Ambassadors of Nepal to US, ministers of water resources and so on. It has been very successful just because you guys, NeSA community members, and our support structure is so motivated that you are willing to spend your busy spring break time when you can do the other fun things, but still you are involved in academic pursuit and helping university community as well as Las Cruces community to get involved on challenging issues. I really appreciate that effort. That's why don't think that what you are doing is small thing and even if you don't participate, it won't matter. It matters. It matters to you. It matters to us. It matters to everybody else. That's why please continue your effective your your activities, academic as well as extracurricular activities, and make our community vibrant as it is now, even in the future. And what you do now will help future generation to work on. It will provide some foundation and motivation to work on. I have seen different student associations. They come, they go with some impact. Whatever you do has impact, but this has been continuing for many years. Thank you. And please continue. And again, welcome to you to this 15th International Conference organized by our dynamic association, NeSA, at NMSU. Thank you, Agnes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Acharya, for your encouraging word. As we move to the conference journey, I trust it will be a very good day and filled with inspiration, learning, and fruitful connection. For our virtual participants, please refer the schedule provided. So with this, we conclude our opening sessions, and now we are in transition to our first session, the guest speaker session. Let's get started. So I'm delighted to introduce Sinchan Bohra, who will be joining me to moderate this session. And once again, welcome to this session.
Thank you, Jay. Good morning, everyone. I am Sinsan Bohra, a graduate student at NMSU. I am very delighted to serve you as a moderator for this session, and we have an exciting lineup program for speaker and discussion planned. And I'm honored to guide us through this exciting and enriching experience. Welcome, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. Before diving into the research talk for our guest speaker, here are the few rules and reminder that I have to mention. We will open up the floor for questions once the speaker is done with the presentation, and I request everyone to keep the questions little short. For the virtual participant, we request to put your questions on question and answer section located at the bottom of your Zoom section, and moderator will bring that question on the floor. Or if we have time, we may request virtual participant to ask their question directly to the speaker if you want. And I apologize in advance, but to keep the presentation and the schedule in track, I would watch the time and will make the periodic announcement regarding the time left. And I will show the time card. And for the virtual participant, I will unmute and I will make the announcement when the speaker has 2 minutes left. Thank you.
With these housekeeping rules, let's move forward to listen our first guest speaker. I'd like to introduce our first guest speaker of this session, Dr. Milan Shrestha. He is joining us virtually from Arizona. Dr. Shrestha is Associate Teaching Professor at School of Sustainability, Arizona State University. By training, he is environmental anthropologist and sustainability scientist with background of food agriculture systems, geospatial analysis, and international development. His research interest focused on the socio-cultural dimensions of land agriculture food system, glacier and disaster risks, and common pool resources. He uses an interdisciplinary approach in his work that leverages geospatial analysis and visualization techniques with socio-cultural data to reveal complex patterns of environmental change. Title of his talk is Climate Risks and Societal Predicament in Nepal Himalaya. Let's welcome Dr. Shrestha.
Thank you,
Dr. Shrestha,
Lalman.
you'll have the floor.
Thank you so much. Namaste and good morning to everyone. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you so much for invitation. And I specifically would like to congratulate Nepali Student Association of New Mexico State University. What you guys have done is wonderful. It's a sustaining conferences for 15 years is not a small task. And I would like to congratulate. So, all right. So I'm very excited to be here. Thank you once again, Lalmani and Nepali Student Association of New Mexico State. So I don't have much time, so I will jump right into the topic. So the topic I am going to focus is on climate risk and social predicament in Nepal Himalaya. The picture you see here is from Imja Lake, Imja Show in Solukhumbu district of Nepal. It represents the climate risk going forward. As we all know, glacier recession and the loss in mass balance of the glaciers in the Nepal Himalaya is one of the key evidence of climate change that's going on in Himalayan region. And what I'm presenting today is based on the earlier work that was supported by National Science Foundation. And although I'm presenting, the work I'm presenting is part of a much larger interdisciplinary team, primarily Dane McKinney of University of Texas, Austin. So I must acknowledge my collaboration with them, Dave Rounds, Elton Byers of University of Colorado Boulders, and many of my colleagues and students, particularly Sonam Pudi-Sherpa, Ian Thompson, Tasi Wanglis Gurung, and many others who participated. And I was very fortunate to be collaborating with the Nepali colleagues, especially at Tribhuvan University, Central Department of Environmental Sciences, where Lalmani was part of the team. And we had a tremendous collaboration opportunity in this case. So what I am presenting in this case, the social predicament is a case of mistrust, case of very uneasy suspicion between the outsiders and the insiders in the Solukhumbu district, where the issue of climate disaster risk, particularly connected with the glacial-led outburst flooding, and how it was perceived by the local community, and how much of that trust between the outsiders and the people who are residing in those cases is the main part of this discussion. So the context of this and the main motivation for this is the climate risk. As we all know, the international panels of intergovernmental panels of climate change, they have identified 5 major climate risks for the world and high mountain regions. This is by Regina Hick and colleagues. And the major items are the unstable slopes and landslides, snow avalanches, floodings, and social infrastructural systems. Among those major 5 ones, and the one that is missing is the disruption of climatic patterns, especially the monsoon activities in the South Asia region, especially in the high Himalayan region. The disruption of monsoon pattern can be a devastating impact. So what key part of this discussion is the socio infrastructural system, because all other parts are pretty well known, because the science behind those, especially the snow avalanche, flood, glacial outburst floodings, as well as the landslides, those are well documented, because this has been the primary domain of natural and geophysical science. And the evidence of those are pretty much well documented. What we don't know and what is the anticipated some of the climate risk going forward is on the socio-cultural and the social infrastructural systems. That many unknowns are there. So what we are sort of, we've been focusing for the last 10 years or so, an early part of this was conducted in Nepal, was focused on the social perception as well as the societal adaptation and mitigation plan to some of the climate risk and vulnerability. And this is where some of the social predicament starts, because most of glacial hazards or cryospheric hazards is focused on the engineering solution. So engineering solution, by all means, is perhaps the most important part of mitigating the risk. And engineering solution has been there, as I have said it. We have done a wonderful job in terms of understanding the unstable slopes, landslides, snow avalanches, as well as the flooding activities in the Himalayan region. And all the modeling projections suggest that the future is pretty dire in terms of losing glaciers and mass balance in the Himalayan regions. The Eastern Himalayan region is more vulnerable than the Western Himalayan region. So there is a science behind those, which you can explore some other time. But my focus is going to be on the social infrastructural systems and how that part has been sort of lagging behind in terms of the understanding of scientific understanding of how those systems will be responding to both the natural systems and future anticipated research. But the second part of this glacial and the glacial hazard part that is fairly unknown is a disaster economy. How some of these disaster mitigation part is connected with our economic situation, in this case, the political economy of the country, in which the much of the marginal communities, especially in the Nepali context, marginal communities, how they respond to the central government's idea of the disaster and how disaster preparedness. And as you can imagine, historically, some of the marginal people have a long suspicion of the development project coming from the central government and how it has been appropriated at the national level. And as you can imagine, most of the Nepali climate change policy is focused on this idea of glacial-like outburst and the losses and damage connected with the glacial lake outburst flooding has been the central point. But what is lacking in all of this is how much of this planning is based on lived experiences of the local people, in this particularly the indigenous and the indigenous nationalities and ethnic groups of Nepal, and how much of their lived experiences is covered in those. So this is where some of the, I would say, evolving thinking in our side is how much of these national adaptation plan of action is connected with the traditional belief systems, and particularly what I would like to focus is the ethics of caring, and how ethics of caring about the glacier and glacier connected with the livelihood in this bayou. In this bayou here means the Hidden Valley and one of the sacred valleys, 7 sacred valleys for the Sherpa people in this area. And so what you see here, picture here, is just a representation. This is the village of Pangboche, which is directly below the Imza Lake. And this is one of the potential areas where if anything goes wrong with the Imza Lake, this will have the direct impact on the 50-60 household here, as well as over 200,000 people living downstream, directly downstream in this Dudkosi River Valley. Here in the picture, you can see there's a little bit of scars of the past Gulf, which is the glacial lake outburst flooding. And you can imagine that anything happens to the Imza Lake could have a devastating impact, not just only in agriculture and the livelihood, but much larger tourism industry, which is the backbone of this area. And so the story I'm going to present, although much of my presentation will be just a synthesis of our scientific presentation and scientific work that I will present towards the end of my presentation. So as we all know, glacial lake outburst flooding is perhaps the most primary domain of climate change policies for Nepal. And there are over 2,000 glacial lakes identified in the Nepal Himalayan region. This is as recent as the 2019 and 2020. There are quite a few lakes that are directly connected with the climate risk. That means the new lakes are forming because of this glacial recession in those areas. The primary area that would like to focus in the Kosi River Basin area, because in 2019, when the ICIMAD and UNDP commissioned a report that identified over 47 lakes alone in the Kosi River area. And one of the primary sort of the conclusion of this report was that some of these lakes are actually expanding at the rate that is unprecedented. And these lakes will have a direct impact on the infrastructure, mainly the hydropower. So there are over 5 hydropower directly connected with the Dudkosi River Basin, which is going to be the major focus of my presentation. And one particular idea that is to be highlighted here is that government of Nepal, in collaboration with international agencies, have been doing lake lowering, or what they call the emergency remediation activities in Imza, but it was modeled after the major one, which is the Sorolpa. And the Sorolpa was identified as perhaps the most potentially dangerous lakes in Nepal, and followed by Imza and quite a few. What is very important about this particular report is that there is a very strong emphasis on the emergency remediation activities. That means the focus will be on lowering the lake by 3.4 meters to 3.5 meters. And the idea is to reduce the threat of glacial hazards, especially the glacial lake outburst flooding event sort of anticipated for these lakes. What is very important in this case is that the IMSA represents the much larger debate about how we are preparing, anticipating the mitigation activities going forward in the future. And so Nepali government has been putting this idea that lake lowering is one of the perhaps the most immediate ways of reducing the risk. And in this presentation, I'm sort of contesting the idea that focusing alone in geoengineering solution will actually address the risk itself. And so we have to take into account some other aspects, especially the ethics of caring and the disaster governance, also as a big part of it. The geoengineering solution itself will not provide the complete picture of that. So what you can see here is that what happens in Imza Lake could potentially have a huge consequences downstream community, all the way to the Kosi, the major Kosi River, as well as not just in Nepal, but also in Bihar and the downstream communities. So what is really important to realize here is that glacial lake outburst flooding is real. And in the case of Solukhumbu, Dikso Gluff, which is Dikso is Langmoche Glacier, which is in the sort of the central part of the Khumbu Valley, actually did burst in 1985 April, and it did cause damage. Uh, the Kumbu hydroelectricity power plant was washed out. There was a damage to the trail, damage to the agricultural land, but fortunately there was no catastrophic human loss of life, although the animals were lost. But what is important is that at the local level, the memory of that event is still very vivid. People are still recalling the event as one of the major GLOF events they have seen in their world. And some of the memories related to this GLOF event is still actually scares people. But a very important part to realize is that there are much larger other glacial hazards that people have in mind, especially 2015 event of earthquake is still the #1 event. So when we actually did the assessment, the earthquake still topped any other type of any other type of natural hazards and natural disasters. So what sort of takes us to the next stage is why IMSA? So IMSA is one of the potentially dangerous lake, as I said it in 2007 report of ICIMOD, as well as 2020. It is among the top 5 lake. And this is out of 47 potentially dangerous lake. And out of 47, 42 of those are in Kosi River Basin alone. So the Kosi River that I showed you earlier. But there are many other types of glacial lake, not necessarily glacial lake, but the glacial outbursts. So the flooding that is not coming from the lake itself, but the glacier. There was this Changri Shar Glacier, and that's the Lhotse Glacier that actually did it. And during our field work in 2016, there was one of such event. We didn't know what was happening. And to be honest, we all were scared what was happening. And some people thought it was the burst of the Imja Lake, but it was not. But what is important in all this is that there are quite a few settlements along this river in Chukung, and you have Dingbotse, Pangbotse, and Pungitanga. And actually, if you go beyond the Solukhumbu and get into other district, especially the lower part of Solukhumbu, as well as the Holdunga and other district, you have much higher chances of the glacial lake outburst having a devastating impact. So glacial lake outburst flooding is real, but the other types of the flood that is associated with the recession of these glaciers are also important. So in a way, IMSA does have sort of a pivotal role in this glacial lake. So in 2016, November 23rd, there was a big event that sort of capped into a lake lowering project that mimicked the lowering of Sorolpa of 2000. Lake lowering was done by 3.4 meters through the open channel, and funding was from the UNDP's, the Global Environmental Fund. Implementation was done by the UNDP, DHM, the Department of Hydrological and Meteorology of Government Nepal, through the Nepal Army as a subcontractor. And as you can see, in a high altitude region, doing this kind of work is costly, and in a very real sense, it's a very, very heavy task. The government of Peru has been doing this one for a long period of time, but such an experiment for Nepal was a very new idea. So lowering lake by 3.4 meter was definitely a big task, but it also created unease at the local level because the Nepali army was involved. And when we were doing the work, there was a lot of this contention among the local people about doing the lake work, mitigation work in this lake, because there was also associated with many other factors, which I will talk in a few minutes. But the whole project was finished in December 2018. The excavator that was done in 2016, this one is still there, and this has been the symbol of local discontent with the whole project. But did it fix anything? It did have impact in 2016 when the lake lowering project was officially completed. There were over 50 people coming from Kathmandu flying in with the helicopter, and all of them actually had big celebration. And it was touted as one of the perhaps the most ambitious disaster risk mitigation program in high altitude in the world. But what is conspicuously missing in this was with the local representation, and none of the local people, local leaders participated. And there were llamas, and there was a sort of celebration. But the very significant event of all of these was the local participation. But local people take this as an opportunity to see that there was something done. And this was not real sense it was anything major mitigation, but the cognitive fix. That means at least in people's mind, there was a fix and people wanted to move on and forget the event and forever move on with that. And so that represents the much larger fear that we have been talking about. When we had the interview with the Rinpoche of Tengboche, he actually mentioned something that really caught our attention. He has been saying that I have been to the lake recently. I have not been to the lake recently, but I have heard of the fear, confusion expressed by our people. IMSA is part of our life and the environment. Anything we could do to protect will help us protect ourselves. I'm aware of Nepali army lowering the lake, which is okay as long as it helps reduce the fear of the people without polluting the lake, disturbing the Lu. Lu is the Naga who is actually supposed to protect the DD of that area. They may lower the lake a little bit, but not too much. The lowering should not be done to the extent that lake loses its characters and its cultural significance. It could affect the local flora, fauna, environment, and all of us. As you can see, that the local people perceive the lake not just as a threat, but also as the beauty, but also as the habitat for the local wildlife, as well as the people as a destination. As you can see, this represents the much larger holistic view of the lake than lake just as a disaster source. And so that represents the much larger debate about the social predicament. What we have found, and I'm just synthesizing the work, I can go on into the details of the methodology we use and scientific, some of the estimation and all of that we did. I would be happy to answer that question. But just to synthesize some of the major takeaway from this project was that when you develop infrastructure, as Team Ingold was arguing, when you establish infrastructure in the natural setting with some of the artificial or the human built environment, there are always going to be pathways. That means when you privilege one set of idea and material, then you are privileging certain ideology. In this case, establishing this lake lowering project established the idea of this thing. Yeah.
I will have 3 minutes.
Okay, sure. I'll wrap up very soon. And then the disaster government's singular focus on the technomanagerial was actually the big, when you focus too much on the technomanagerial idea, you are undermining the local concern, the local lived experience. And this definitely signifies the socio-political elements missing in this project. And when I say lived experiences, you can imagine there are like people, not just the Sherpa, but the non-Sherpa people who are in the region. And one of the workers we interviewed in the Chukung, he actually represents this idea of disconnect between the local Sherpas and non-Sherpas. When 2015 flood happened, only a few tourists and the staffs were in the lodge. We heard the loud noise sounding like the helicopter landing. So 2 of us came out and lodged to see the river had turned into black, and we had a strong smell that scared us. We quickly called our boss, who happens to be the Sherpa, who was in Namche. He told us to stay put. And we thought we would die that day, but luckily flood damaged only part of the lodge. We survived. And the local leaders, who is a very influential, he had to say something very different. Yes, we have had many floods in Kumbu. Some of those may be scary, but we do fear what happens to the IMSA, but damages has been very limited. Only a few cattle have died. The trails and bridges and hydropower was damaged, but we don't want to see this flood disrupting our local economy, particularly the tourist seasons like it did in 2015 earthquake. So what really it means that there is this disconnect between the external institutions and the internal institution. When you are trying to focus on reducing the risk, there has to be a shared understanding and preparedness between the local and the external institutions. The external institution can anticipate with the models and the warning systems and the response and the capacity building. But there is a role for the local institutions, particularly the local people as well, their agencies, their knowledge, and their self-recognition has to be recognized to give in terms of the disaster risk mitigation. Depending on the success we have with the local people, it could go into the facilitation or impediments. So uncertainty can be sort of dealt with the local ideas. So 3 takeaway message is that we have to go beyond the engineering solutions. We do have to take into account the lived experiences of the people, in this case, the local people, into the disaster governance. And the more important part is the trust and community resilience has to be the central part of the disaster risk mitigation. The geoengineering solution can lead the way, but it also has to bring the local experience into the solution process itself. So having said that, I would like to thank everyone who was part of this. As you can see, there is actually the TU student who was a colleague of Lalmani, Santa Sarma. And if you are interested in our work, I have sort of given the hints of what's coming there. But anyway, this was a much larger project, but you will hear more about this with Dr. Elton Bayer, who's the keynote speaker for this one. So I would like to just stop right there, just to give it a little more time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shresth, for this insightful presentation. This means so much to us and this conference for sure. And now it's time for question and answer session. The floor is open for the questions. Please feel free to ask any questions if you have any.
Good morning, Dr. Shrestha. This is Madhav Redmi. Good to see you. This was a great presentation. I have a question. So this is an interesting topic. Climate change, as we can expect, will have a huge impact in Nepal and Nepalese community. So there has been report or discussion at least that, in 1900, it took about 80 to 90 years to go the Earth's surface temperature by 1 degree Celsius. And now, at least in this century, the discussion is it may take maybe 50 years, 50 to 60 years, to increase the surface temperature by another 1 degree Celsius. So looks like either the rate of increase of the Earth's surface temperature is increasing. So we discussion that you brought up, in terms of reducing the depth of the lake by 3.4 meter, right? So do we know how much would be the change on the depth of the lake? If there is a increase in temperature by 1 degree Celsius, that's one question. And the follow-up would be, okay, so that means in the next 50 years, do we have the capacity, the geoengineering that you mentioned, all this disaster, the management program, is it sufficient to tackle that, the future scenario? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ragni. That was a very good question. Actually, to be honest, I don't think there is any sort of certainty about whether reducing the lake by 3.4, 3.5, or even the 4 would be sufficient to deal with the projected and anticipated global warming by even 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade. I don't think there is any sort of a concrete or evidence-based projection based on that. But why 3.4? That's an interesting question. Actually, I have done a lot outside of my own research. I have been wondering about this one. And one of the answers I have been getting from the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology in Nepal, as well as the other, has been that this is what it was established in Diksho, which was seen as the imminent and perhaps the most dangerous lakes in Nepal. It was when they lowered the lake by 3.5, and it was done with the consultancy with the John Reynolds and other people. They believed that that was the sufficient, but Himalayan region itself is so complicated. Eastern side of Himalaya is very different than the western side. In terms of how they are responding to the global warming. And so it is really hard to tell that the one size fits all approach will be sort of sufficient for all the lakes. And that's where my major concern is. When you take one template from Diksho and try to apply to other Sorolpa, sorry, not Diksho, the Sorolpa, and try to apply to other lakes. Other lakes are really located in a different altitude, different, I would say, the micro, what do you call the microclimatic conditions are a little bit different each places. And so to be honest, to answer your question, I don't have any good answer to that, because I think the Himalayan region itself is so complicated with so many scientific uncertainty. It is really hard to come up with the one size fits all type of the idea. Okay, I see one question from Dilli Bhattarai. Dr. Shrestha, what kind of flora and fauna are impacted by glacial lowering lake in this? The alpine vegetation, Dr. Alton Bayer, who will be speaking, is the expert on this area. So you might want to ask the question to him when it's his turn. But some of the major ones that we find in that area are, there is this mouse. I'm forgetting the name. That's a high altitude. I just not clicking right now. That has been the major ones. That is a keystone species for that area. It's a mouse, but it is like a big mouse. It's a rabbit, mouse, pika. Yeah, thank you, Alton. Pika. Pika is the main one that is found. And when lowering the lake will have a different impact on pika. And existence of pika in this ecosystem is crucial, because the pika indicates the vibrancy of the ecosystem in that area. And so there are other vegetation that are directly connected with the Dudhkosi River Basin. In this case, the Imja fits into the Dudhkosi, and Dudhkosi actually provides the much larger context for the ecosystems in that area. And so when they're lowering the lake will have a direct impact on some of the bird population that actually calls it home. So protecting some of this flora and fauna is a big part of local Sherpa's belief system, and that has impact. Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Shrestha.
Hi.
This is Kaustubh Nepani. Thank you for your listening. As we know that Nepal have a long history of community engagement on natural resource management, particularly like irrigation and the community forestry system. And I was thinking like you the world fear among the people. Is that fear created by the governance system, like people who have been managing the natural system, or is due to the improper language, or the language with the scientists use, is there is some gaps on communicating the language?
Yeah.
And or is it due to the disciplinary biasness based on the epistemology or the scientists who from which disciplines they come from? If that's the case, what do you think, how we can take forward and bring the local knowledge and English community in the disaster governance itself? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kosubiji. For me, things have been better in Solukhumbu in the last 20 years. There has been a lot more effort to have inclusionary and participatory process in, as you know, this is a protected area, right? The Saharmata National Park and Buffer Zone is a big part of this whole operation. And so the whole buffer zone experience, whole national park and buffer zone is a very critical part of this debate. And so it has been more inclusionary and participatory than, let's say, 50 years ago when the national park was established. It was done in a very authoritarian, very coercive manner. So definitely that dynamics is there. And so the local Sherpa do have a suspicion, and rightfully so, about the central government encroachment, quote unquote, the encroachment of their land, and some of the exclusionary practices that was done. But the big part, as you mentioned, is definitely the language barriers, and the more importantly, who is the message and what is the messenger is actually doing. So in this case, the climate change, when we actually, to be very frank, when we got into Kumbu to do research in 2016, one of the things we realized is that we couldn't even spell the word climate change to begin. GLOF, people even don't want to hear the word GLOF because they've been research fatigued. They've been asking, people coming in from Kathmandu and doing all kinds of research every day to ask them question about, hey, is climate change happening? Is that this thing is happening? For them, it's their livelihood is more important. The economy, their tourism is more important than climate change. And when the tourist season was totally sort of hampered by 2015 earthquake, you can imagine that they don't want to see another sort of the risk exaggerated to the extent that it will have direct impact. And so in this case, the risk communication is definitely a big part. The Ishimori study or the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology, the way the lake lowering project was imposed from the central government, there was a reason to be suspicious. There was a reason to be sort of resentful of the idea that all the contractors were from outside. So the people who were working in the project were from outside. And so definitely the local people did not see the benefits of it. And so in the risk communication, there is this really important idea that risk message itself is not as important as who is the messenger. So if the messenger itself, they doubt the messenger, then they doubt the message itself. So it's not that the separate people don't believe in climate change. They do, but they also take with a grain of salt to what extent the GLOF and the climate change will have impact on their local economy is what the main point of contention for me, at least the way I look at it is like, if you frame it with the ethics of care, and then the ethics of care includes taking care of glaciers, taking care of the local economy, then the conversation could be really different. When you come to the Kumbu, there is something wrong with something wrong with your locality. You are doing something wrong. Then people always have a suspicion to believe that the people who are outside, they don't understand what they actually are going through. So this point of governance will have to have a real sense of very comprehensive, rather than just focusing on geoengineering solution, lake lowering. Perhaps the best answer would have been the more of the adaptation and mitigation that could include the local concern and lived experience. That would be my advice or my way. And so, as I said, this has given an enormous learning experience for us. And Nepal is one of the forefront areas where a lot of uncertainty, a lot of new ideas, but we don't fully understand the socioeconomic complexities that are associated with some of these things. Hope I'm not taking too much time. So yeah, actually we're on time. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shrestha. Your expertise and perspective have tremendously added value to our benefits and for our discussion. Now it's time to invite our next speaker to share their insight with us, Dr. Saroj Dipal. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Saroj Dipal, a notable postdoctoral research fellow from the NADA Experimental Range at New Mexico State University. With the wealth of experience and expertise, Dr. Dipal has been an integral part of the Grenada team since July 2021. His proficiency encompasses a wide array of areas including synoptic and visual skills of nature, advanced modeling technique like the weather research and forecasting model, and detailed meteorological analysis, particularly concerning high-impact burst events. Currently, these research individuals are centered around modeling the consequences of climate and land cover changes on burst emission in western Ghats, as well as the implications for water resources in polar erosion. Let's extend the warm round of applause as we open Dr. Saroj Dipal to share his invaluable insight with us today on the topic of modeling burst and snow and influence of regional vegetation change on burst sources across the southwestern US.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Namaste, and I would like to begin
much for giving me the opportunity. Even our latest work, this is kind of similar with related to biological stuff that we will talk about, but focusing on what. So I'm going to present some of our latest work in an effort to modeling the dust snow and influence of regional vegetation change on dust sources at the southwest region. And this is a collaborative project funded by NASA. We have like 5 organizations involved in this project, and we are leading key component of this effort. So I would like to begin with the role of the dust on the life cycle. This slide completely shows from dust emission to the how dust can impact the hydrological cycle. So what happens when you have increasing land coverage change, that's going to increase the amount of the bare ground, which is going to increase the probability of the dust impact. So whole dust is limited and transported downwind and distributed on the snowpack mountainous region. What happens, that's going to change the hydrological part of the snow, changes the snow properties and changes the melting processes and ultimately pass the runoff in the river, and which is great influence on the water supply within downwind of the rivers. So what is the problem in the Southeast Asia? Why this is a more pressing concern? Because especially in the spring season, probably you might have seen yesterday we have a lot of dust hanging around last Christmas season. So especially in the spring season, March to May, what happens is southwest region going to bring a lot of dust from the southwestern dust sources region. And all those dust gets transported into the mountainous region. Mountain. So where they're going to drop into snow, changing the snow properties and ultimately impact the water resources downwind in the downwind of people level river basin. And this region is very pressing in terms of the hydrological cycle because more than 40 million people residing in the southwest is impacted by the water coming from the level river basin. And you can see the black dot in the southern part of the inside. So I'm going to present one example what we know about how the dust impacts hydrological cycle in the different river basin, located in the Colorado River basin. So what happens when you have high amount of the dust deposition in the snow mountain, that's going to change the snow algorithm. So it will decrease the snow algorithm. That means that the snow going to have the most solar energy. That will increase the snowmaking processes and so will the runoff in the river. And multiple studies have been done to understand all these processes. And from the 2018 case, what we know is that these are early snowmelt, especially in the spring season. And this is a big deal for the people living in the downwind region who depend on the water resources for the agriculture and the human use. So now the question comes, can we develop a couple models that can better predict dust and snow and hydrological cycles in this region? If yes, how do we model all these processes? So if we want to make a couple model, there are major 4 components. One is the dust emission and transport, another is the dust source, the next one is the dust deposition, and the last one is the dust. So if a model is fully capable of resolving all these processes, then definitely yes, we can make a couple model to understand dust and emission. In an effort to do that, we have the formula leading 2 components. We are trying to understand how model can better predict dust emission. So definitely emission and transport going to relate with the meteorology, and then we are also trying to understand the different dust sources in the southeast region of the past. So I'd like to begin with the first part here. To understand the dust emission and transport processes, we simulated 3 dust emission events. So we took one case from the polar plateau and the other one is from the northern sea level. So the last case is also one part of the northern sea level. In 2013, the dust was emitted from the southwestern part of the polar plateau and a lot of dust was deposited on the mountains. In the 2017 case, even the dust emission was far south to the Colorado mountainous region, the dust will was circulated back to the Colorado mountain range. The dust will be mountains. We simulated these two cases using the weather research and potential model with the chemistry. This model has a capability to understand the gas emission and traffic processes. This model can actually forecast all these documented traffic processes. So we implemented the new modeling approach by simulating these case studies. I don't want to go to detail on the technical side of this model, but I want to highlight really the new model to parameterize the friction velocity for the one of the processes. The friction velocity is one of the important parameters because that's going to determine how much and when the bus can emit. So we simulated two springs in the bus and even with the water model, we use the Air Force Weather Agency gas emission scheme. There are multiple schemes inside the water model, but for this is one of the highly tested for this application that we use gas emission scheme. So these are the results what we got from the quiz simulation. The right panel shows the total gas emission flux for the corresponding cases. The red color indicates high gas emission flux and bluish color indicates the low gas emission flux. In the case of 2013, what we can see here is the total high gas emission flux is correlated with the past input that we have seen in the satellite image. Likewise, in the 2017 case, we can see the last portion of the gas sources in the south. In the northern Suwa desert is correlated with the vast blue emitting region in the northern Suwa desert. And we try to link this one is with the vegetation change and the vegetation change in those regions. Rather try to another two. They get generated with the dust emission processes. So obviously, when we have less vegetation, we have more exposed land back into the gravity of the dust emission. So in our two cases, what we have seen, the dust emitting region in the Colorado Plateau and with correlated with the low fraction for the annual stagnation and distraction. So we tried to make all these results and we submitted a lot of technical data on one class and both sides. So we blended all these results and we managed to find this processes. Now I'd like to move on to the next step. We try to understand the processes and how we can understand the processes from this learning So why this study is needed for this reason? Because surface use is predicted to shift into the hotter and dry region because of the climate activities. So the understanding of spaces and dust emission dynamics is the primary. So the goal obviously is to understand the different current species and dust emission surface use and identify the related sources of this. We use the same modeling approach based on the models already based approach. I want to highlight how we did the calculation, especially how we did gas emission flux. We calculate the spring season gas emission flux for the 20 years at the 4 kilometers. Previously, we used the online version, that is the work-in online version. We calculate the gas emission flux for this part is offline, that is we can download a data set and collect it and then calculate inside the Google Earth system. So moving into the results, the left panel for the mean total gas emission flux from the spring season, and right panel for the percentage coefficient of variation of the spring season total gas emission flux. So obviously the red color indicates the higher value, the bluish color indicates lower values. What we have seen here is the large gas emitting sources are the sewer desert Colorado Plateau and the two Mexico region. And the variable gas sources are the Saltic region, Northwest, and Midwest region. It's actually the covers the most part of the Nevada. The next one is the New Mexico. So that different way of understanding the gas sources, or what we try to see what happens if we, so let's suppose we have the maximum wind for the particular day. So if we took the maximum wind, that there will be the picture of the gas source. So we took the maximum wind and then we calculate the maximum total spring season dust emission flux. If we consider the maximum range, what we can see here is the large amount of the dust sources are located inside the New Mexico region and some part in the Colorado Plateau, in the Wilderness region. We can also see the red dots in the Mojave Desert, which is the corner of the southern part of the Nevada and uh, southeastern part of the California region. And we can see some red dots in the northwestern part of the Great Western Desert. We also calculate the 20-year trend of the dust emission flux, and then we calculate the decadal change in the dust emission flux. So moving into the 20-year trend mean flux, what we can see here is the dust emission flux is increasing, especially over the Great Western Desert, with the red color in the left panel. However, we can also see the dust emission flux is increasing in the different part of this, which is the southern part of the region. When we look at the decadal percentage of the dust emission flux, what we saw is dust emission flux was increasing in 2011 this decade compared to the earlier decade, which is indicated by the red color in the right panel, especially over the Great Western. However, we also found that the dust emission was increasing in some part of So I like to summarize the second part of our work. So what we have seen from the quantity of data analysis, the large dust emitting sources are located toward the most of the two digit about the region. We saw the variable dust emitting sources, especially over the South Lake, Northwestern, Great Western Desert, New Mexico, and some part of the Now the important question comes, what will be the implication of these results? So the possible implication of these results obviously is we try to understand the dust variables processes of the Colorado processes. So this result we can implement in order to understand more the dust cycle. The next one is we can use these results from the land surface management purposes. And finally, we can use these results to understand the dust sources and dust sources monitoring and then mitigation. With this, I would like to thank our funding agency, NeSA. Most of our dust emission flux calculation was from inside the USDA high performance computing by USDA for providing such a huge resource. And then I would like to thank our range in specific.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vipal. We are truly grateful for your contribution and knowledge you have shared with us. Now, the floor is open for the questions. Please feel free to ask any question.
First of all, thank you so much, Dr. Vipal, for this interesting talk. The question may be very naive, but I'm just wondering how you estimate the uncertainty of dust emission for using a model.
That's a really good question to answer from my side. So, the one of the challenging part for the dust emission flux is we don't have any good way to compare our dust emission flux from the model to the actual observation. We have to rely on the either satellite imagery or some observation of the asset. So this is really challenging part, but what we normally use to do is we pick the dust source region and then we try to get some dust emission flux values and we try to relate with that the emitted dust like PM10 or something like that. But actually from the ground point of view, I don't think we are capable of doing that on physical. I'm not sure how we're gonna do that one in the future, but a lot of effort has been done, but so far there's a lot of
Okay, thank you.
I think this is very important research
particularly New Mexico, continue increasing those, I can see. So if you do continue your research, it's just like not question, but suggestion. Why don't you try to find out mitigation strategy so that we can help people in our life? Thank you so much. Yeah, this is the establishment of the Florida experimental bank and the capability of the new business scientists in the Florida experimental bank is trying to do some of the land restoration stuff. So what they're gonna do is the vegetation stuff. So that's gonna minimize the exposed flow. So that is one of the effort the Florida is leading, and beside the Florida farm, I mean, along with the USCS, working with one of the development partners, how we can actually mitigate the consequences by Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Dika. I'm trying to continue the same conversation like the vegetation would impact having a main cover to reduce the dust and like the different technologies. And I was wondering, have you done any relationship between the precipitation, like you saw the decadal change of the dust emission? Is there any relationship between the change in precipitation in this region and the dust emission itself? Thank you.
That's a great question. I actually should have that on my backup slide, but I can't remember what I have in the slide. So we did the winter time precipitation is highly who's gonna control the spring season, the vegetation pattern. What we did is how the precipitation change occurred in the particular instituted content when you take especially winter time of this from October to February and summer. And we have seen a lot of change in those equal regions. And we try to do the relationship, but in the coming month.
Hello, I'm a virtual assistant. I'm just moderating all the questions from virtual. So Hemanta Dulal asks, what is the typical annual number during the analysis? He asks, what is the typical Reynolds number during the analysis?
Oh, so haven't looked at that, but that I can tell the Reynolds number determined that is the room for factor and how that factor down room for factor. So depending upon the value of the Reynolds, we will have we can understand, okay, the room is sufficiently with high energy because the Reynolds number generally comes into play when we write um,
Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Vital. You and your presence is to be appreciated. And now it's time to invite our next speaker guest to share their insight with us. Dr. Susan Agura. It's my pleasure to introduce her as esteemed guest speaker for today's program. Dr. Dura is a postdoctoral researcher in the Department of Entomology, Plant Pathology, and Weed Science at New Mexico State University. She brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to our event, having earned both of her master's and PhD degree from the Department of Plant and Environmental Sciences at New Mexico State University. During her PhD research, Dr. Gura focused on the management of phytophthora on the chili pepper demonstrating her dedication to find a solution for agricultural challenges. She continues this important work in her postdoctoral program with the aim of assisting chili growers in the Southwest with disease management. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Sridhar Durar to our stage as our guest speaker for today's proceeding on the topic phytophthora. are a devastating beatings of chili peppers. Thank you for introduction. And thank you, NeSA, for providing this opportunity to present my work in the world. The title of my presentation is Packet for a Blind, a devastating disease in chili pepper. It is this is the outline which I'm going to cover in my presentation. First, I'll be talking briefly about what is pathogen and its management, and finally, I will be entering into my research. I know most of you in this room may not be from the pathology background because I keep involved with the pharmacy by the things and also. So before going to my actual research, I would like to give a brief information about what is plant disease and what are the management. So talking about the plant disorder and plant disease, any abnormal growth of the development in the plant is called the plant disorder. And if that abnormal growth of the development is due to infectious microorganism pathogen, then it is called the plant disease. For the plant disease development, three important features are work. They are pathogen. They need to be viral, they need to be aggressive. Most they need to be susceptible most to weak, and the environment for pathogens to affect plant needs to be favored. These three players play a very important role in the disease development. Talking about the carbon agent, there can be two different types of carbon agents for the plant disorder. One is the biotic factor and another is abiotic factor. Biotic factor is anything which is living related to living organism, whereas the abiotic factor is non-living. Some of the biotic factors are fungi, bacteria, insects, nematodes, weeds, insect parasitic plants, and when it is affected by the biotic factor, it can be spread from one plant to another, and they are different. You can see some pathogens using some steps, where in terms of abiotic factors, some of the abiotic factors are temperature, moisture, some carbon nutrient deficiency, pesticide toxicity, and usually they don't spread from plant to plant, as well as they cover in the large area and they are no limited. Now, since we know what is the plant disease and what are the carbon agents, our goal is to protect our plants. There are different methods to manage the disease, and a few of them are physical, chemical, biological, and functional. Talking about the physical management, it is the management strategy when we use different kinds of mechanical devices to manage the disease. Some of the examples are use of the traps and barrier for the insect vector, use of mulch for weed vectors, pruning, cultivating, and soil solarization. Cultural method, the goal of cultural method is to make environment less suitable for pathogen to survive and thrive. So we can do that by selecting cultivar variety or the selecting the proper sites, timely planting, proper watering and fertilization, weed and insect control, and most important sanitization. Either it can be done by sanitizing the tool, hands, or by using for artificial.
The biological method, this is the method which I am recently working for my postdoc. It is the method where we use beneficial microorganisms to control the climate pathogen. So it can be controlled either by the parasitism or the antibiotics or by induced host resistance or through competition for resource and space. There are different biological organisms like beneficial fungi, beneficial bacteria, beneficial nematodes, which we have been using for a long time to control the plant pathogen. And there are few plant extracts too, which helps in induce disease resistance to help in the disease management. So the picture here with the worm-like structure is the nematode, which is controlled by the beneficial fungi. And on the right side, you can see the two plates. One is green in color and one is white. In green, you can see the trichoderma is controlling the pathogen by through the competition for resource and the chemical management. I think most of you have heard about the pesticides. It is the method where we use different kinds of chemicals to control the plant diseases like fungicide, bactericides, nematicides. The main thing which we say to our farmers are read the label, because label is the law. And we also suggest farmer to rotate the chemicals timely so that the pathogen doesn't develop the fungicide resistance. Now, since this conference is about the climate change, I wanted to talk a little bit about what are the effects of climate change on the disease development. We know that due to climate change, there is change in the precipitation temperature, due to which plant is always in distress. And if plant is in stress, that means they are more susceptible to disease as compared to healthy ones. And there is the evidence that the climate change has increased the plant infection through breakdown of the host plant's resistance by emergence of the new pathogen strain, changing the host pathogen interaction and vector physiology. There is also evidence that the climate change can cause the wind shift of pathogen and host, which increases the spread of plant diseases to a newer area. Few of the examples which I took from one of the articles was that higher temperature with a higher precipitation increases the disease severity in the potato blight disease, as well as elevated CO2 level increases the severity of the powdery mildew in cocoa beets, as well as increase in the length and the frequency of the drought has been increasing the disease severity in few of the diseases like onion, white rot, pea, root rot. So then ultimately we can say that climate change has affected the pathogen severity as well as it has affected the yield production. Now entering into my research is about the Phytophthora blight in chili pepper. Like my title mentioned, it is a devastating disease which is caused by soil-borne pathogen Phytophthora capsicum. It has a wide host range, including chili pepper, and it was first identified in Anamycin. It causes the loss of more than $100 million every year. And why this disease is devastating is the picture which is shown there. You can see chili pepper has been affected by this disease in every stage of development, from seedling to harvest. You can see damping of in the seedling, root rot, crown rot, foliar blight in the vegetative and reproductive stage. And even after harvest, you can see the fruit rot and post-harvest fruit rot. Due to this, the Phytophthora blight can cause huge loss in the chili pepper. Even though different strategy, management strategy has been
applied or innovation has been carried out, but it is really challenging to manage this disease. And the reason is fungicide resistance. Pathogen has been keep on developing resistance over different fungicides. As I said, it can affect every part of chili pepper. So there is a multiple disease syndrome, as well as there is more than 45 physiological races. So it's really hard to control disease with all those races. And O spores, which is the sexual spores, can persist in this well for many years. It's not the 1 year thing that you can control within a year, because those things can survive in soil for many years. And for now, we are still lacking the resistance cultivar. There is not any cultivar which is fully resistant to this disease. Another thing is, whenever there is the suitable environment condition, it can produce both asexually and sexually. Due to these things, it is very hard to manage phytotherapy. So what is our role as a researcher? So we work as a bridge between industry and grower. So we are collaborating with a different industry. What they are doing is they are providing the innovation of the product, funding our research, and finally we are evaluating their product to see if they are able to manage the phytotherapy by conducting research in greenhouse and in the field condition. And once we get some result, we are disseminating those information to grower, and the finally grower use those products in the larger scale to manage the phytotherapy and increase the production, finally feeding all the growing population. So we as a researcher are working as a group. So as I said, we recently are collaborating with 5 different companies. The product are listed in the left side, and these are the companies which we are working with. And different treatment or different product has a different active ingredients. Like as I said, we are mostly concerned in using the biological product. Few of them are trichoderma based, few of them are bacteria based. So these are the products we are using. And for that, we conducted the study in the small scale microplot in the land acre. You can see we the chilling the small plot. We started applying the treatment when they were in vegetative stage, and once they were in the fruiting stage, we inoculated with pathogen or with phytotherapy. Finally, the result what we obtained from our study was that none of the product is 100% is able to control by 100%. And when we tried a single versus combination of 1 or 2 products, we found that combination is better than the single. As well as the another finding what we found was that instead of using one time, we need to keep on using it for a multiple time in order to get the better result. Because once we stopped the treatment, we saw the disease development drastically accelerated. Really hard. So the overall, we are trying to provide more eco-friendly, sustainable, and reliable method to manage the phytotherapy life to a farmer rather than suggesting use of chemical, which is expensive as well as hazardous to the environment. So that's the result is showing that treatment worked better than the control. The control is in red, whereas among all the treatment, one treatment is known as the Regalia worked better. You can see it was able to hold the disease till days after inoculation. So there is more pictures showing the Regalia work better than any other treatment, as well as the combination of the treatment like Atri plus and triclosan was better as compared to the single, like this triclosan certainly has been consistent. This was 34 day after inoculation. Finally, talking about future direction, we are trying to carry out this study in the larger scale with a collaboration with different growers from Greening in Arizona, as well as this year we are trying to analyze the cost to see if it is fruitful for farmer to use or not. And we are trying to use these products for other pathogens like Fusarium, Verticillium, and Rhizoctonium. And my major goal is my son. So you can see my friend's son is so chunky. So one of my goals is to make my son also as chunky as his friend. So by that, I would like to end my presentation and use any question I may particularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Buddha. Now, floor is open for questions with two questions. So,
thank you for a very nice presentation. Very enlightening. How about some Hindu therapy, such as neem oil, Azadirachta indica? Have you heard of neem oil? Yeah, so this itself is an antibacterial, antiseptic, everything. So you might want to try among the x-axis neem oil. Suggestion.
Thank you for suggestion. Yeah, obviously we use neem for various stuff in Nepal also, like from allergy to everything. That will be good solution and I can bring over if there is any product which is based on neem.
Thank you, Dr. Bura, for that great presentation. So my question is, how do you isolate the pathogen from the disease plant roots? And you mentioned that Phytophthora has many races. So how do you identify those different races of the pathogen? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So how you isolate the pathogen from the root? What we do is what we simply do is that we get the disease plants from the field or from the greenhouse. We put them in the different media. Like have you heard about pot, which is V8 or the tomato based media with typical agar. So we usually get them, we process, we clean them, we process, and we put it in the media to see if we can grow those pathogen in those media or not. And once we grow, then we can isolate them. And the another question. Those races was identified. Actually, that was not my work. That was work done by Dr. Dressel and the student. I think they use specific marker to identify them if I remember, because half of my memory is gone due to pregnancy for. So, and yeah, usually they use the marker.
Okay. I just have a simple question regarding how do you quantify those disease progression or the treatment of disease and making them
So we use either disease incidence means among, like for example, in one plot we had 20 plants, and then we try to see among 20 plants how many were infected. So that's the disease incidence. If there is 20 out of 20, then disease incidence is 100%. Another is disease severity. Disease severity is usually we have a score from 0 to 6. And then among 20 plants, how many plants scored 0? How many plants scored 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 6 is completely dead. So if you have a 20 plants with a score 6, then your disease severity is 100. So we sum up those score and the number of the plant having that score, and we find the disease severity. So we are using disease incidence and disease severity to measure the severity. It's actually whole plant. We have a rating for whole plant, like Zero means no disease. One means starting of body, the specific symptoms we see, like the started shrinking of the skin, and then once like grade 3 is leaf start dropping, and then grade 5 is if more plant is wilted, but still you can see some leaf on it, and then at the 6 it's all complete stick and ground. So we have a certain score for that. But it is overall plant rather than just a leaf.
Okay, so one question from virtual. NeSA Lingo asks, Namaste, traditionally in Nepal, how long and how living are used as organic scrap to control various plant diseases? Does your research incorporate these traditional methods?
No, because we are completely based on whatever companies provide. Sorry to say, but yeah, we are not using any traditional method. Thank you everyone for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Durak, for this wonderful presentation. Now, let's move our focus from silly paper to microplastic pollution. And we have a wonderful personality and sensitize us about the microplastic pollution. We have Dr. Mahesh Nara. He is a biophysicist and professor in Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry in University of Texas at El Paso. His current research interests include protein misfolding, neurodegenerative answer and mechanisms of intervention therein. In addition, he has interest in chemical application and drug design and development, and is a proponent of back of the envelope calculations for most problems. He enjoys authorship and co-authorship of more than 120 research and review articles, book chapters, and educational work. Let's welcome Dr. Narayan to speak on microplastic and PFAS outcomes from these new environmental challenges. Dr. Narayan, you'll have 18 minutes to deliver your things.
Thank you very much. While we're setting up, I'd like to thank the organizers and particularly Ms. Namita Nepal for inviting me here. I'd like to also thank Dr. Ram Acharya for some very wonderful comments and welcoming remarks. It was very nice to know the growing, vibrant student population over here. I'd like to thank Mr. Kaustup Upane, who is the organizer, and also, of course, Mr. Lalmani Wagle and Mr. Acharya, who are roommates. Hopefully, we're still roommates. And for some of the friendship. And then finally, Dr. Kamal Upane, whom I know for quite some time. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you again. So our work focuses on not necessarily climate change, but maybe changes within the terrestrial layer, where both microplastics and PFAS have thrown a wrench in the works. So all of you might be familiar by now about the microplastics and the damage that it has exacted. And you'll see that oceans, landfills, etc., are full of plastics products. And there are microplastics found in the placenta of unborn babies. There are microplastics found in lungs, red blood cells. Within 2 hours of injection of microplastics in a rodent model, it was already found in the rodent brain. Right? It's all over the news. The exposure to microplastics in humans exacts a toll, as I previously mentioned. It can be found almost everywhere, in tissues, in organs, in women, in lactating mothers, and the brain. It's associated with inflammation, cancer, particle toxicity, translocation, oxidative stress. I don't need to elaborate on this. I think as I drank water, I already imbibed some microplastics, also from that plastic month. As the first speaker said, online from Alabama State. If you're in the third world, this is a first world problem because we are more worried about our livelihood than the quality of life itself. But we're here, and come what may, it's something that we have to confront. Uh, I'll just also introduce you all to PFAS. If you're not aware, PFAS is the most common avatar of PFAS is in the Teflon pan, which you might use to cook your omelette or your pancake, right? And if you look at a Teflon pan, with time it wears off, so the black coating wears off, and all that PFAS is either inside you or somewhere else. PFAS is also because the carbon chlorine bond is very electronegative, oxygen cannot displace it. That's why Teflon doesn't combust, right? So DuPont and Moores, they were able to recognize that PFAS has tremendous utility. And you can see a number of companies now invested in PFAS. You can see the total tonnage across Northern Europe. PFAS is also used as a fire extinguisher in clothing of firefighters, etc. Again, simply because it is fire resistant. You cannot oxidize easily the carbon chlorine bond. It's in lipsticks, it's in vinyl coatings. This is the most common way of application of PFAS. And then along the US, you can see hotspots, right? And a local hotspot, for example, is what's called a firehouse, where firefighters practice extinguishing flames. And your fire retardant, that itself has PFAS, simply because it can douse the oxygen both by asphyxiation as well as it prevents combustion, as I previously alluded to. So back to plastics, the overarching objective in our laboratory is to mitigate plastics-associated damage, not at the clinical level, but upstream, to try to understand how plastics influence proteins, how plastics influence DNA, how plastics influence carbohydrates, etc. And through this influence, how does it onset pathology downstream, right? And then eventually we also want to obtain an atomic and molecular understanding of the interpersonal interactions between nanoparticles, plastic nanoparticles, MPs called nanoplastics on model protein systems as a start. So that will launch the beginning of a global understanding, or at least local, or UTEP, of how plastics is associated with dysbiosis, dystonia, and the lack of photosynthesis. So we have been working with the milk protein beta-lactoglobulin. This is relevant for a couple of reasons. As I told you before, microplastics, nanoplastics is found in lactating mothers. So clearly, plastics association with beta-lactoglobulin is not academic, it's practical. Beta-lactoglobulin is a carrier, the lipocalin. It's invested in carrying vitamin A, retinol. It's invested in carrying fatty acids to the neonatal brain. So both for brain development and vision, retinol and fatty acids are non-negotiable. So again, lots of examples in our Falcon tube system, right? So what we decided to do is look at the signatures, outputs along the y-axis as a function of nanoplastics along the x-axis. And the nanoplastic, the exemplar nanoplastic that we adopted was polystyrene, which is everywhere here. And in fact, as children, especially toddlers, even infants, they are exposed to plastic toys. They put it in their mouth, they start sucking on these toys, and then inadvertently, they ingest microplastics, right? Again, some might dismiss all this as a first world problem, but it's here to stay. Someone once told me that polystyrene has been banned for the last so many years. It doesn't matter. Polystyrene was used in the 50s and 60s, and it's everywhere, right? So it doesn't matter that it's been banned yesterday or it was banned 10 years back. The older the plastic, the more likely the damage associated with it. So here is, and I don't want to be stuck in the data, but just look at the changes in the y-axis as a function of the input. So you see a change in the UV signature of the protein as beta-lactoglobulin is exposed to nanoplastics, polystyrene nanoplastics that we purchase commercially. Here is the tertiary structure of beta-lactoglobulin again, and you'll see a change in the tertiary structure as evidenced by fluorescence spectroscopy as a function of microgram levels of polystyrene nanoplastics. If you look at secondary structure signatures, you'll see that in beta-lactoglobulin, here is a very important alpha helix that protects retinol within the calyx. And you see an elimination of that alpha helix as a function of polystyrene nanoplastic exposure. And there's a conversion, almost near stoichiometric conversion of alpha helical segment into a beta sheet segment. And this is dangerous simply because beyond loss of beta-lactoglobulin structure, this process is also associated with an amyloid forming trajectory, that means with neurodegeneration. We come back to that. So nanoplastics particles promote the loss of alpha helix and they onset the conversion of alpha helix to beta sheet, as can be seen here. So again, here is retinol safely bound within beta-lactoglobulin. Here is a much easily visualized photograph. And as I told you before, beta-lactoglobulin is a carrier for providing nutrients to the infant brain and for vision, retinol and fatty acids. In fact, if you buy infant formula, you'll see docosahexaenoic acid, fortified infant formula. Right? So docosahexaenoic acid, DHA, is listed in brain development. So let's look at how nanoplastic exposure to beta-lactoglobulin affects retinol binding. So we've done both an equilibrium analysis, and these are just the raw data, but we'd like to focus over here. This is the binding curve for retinol binding to beta-lactoglobulin, and you have a very nice micromolar binding constant. But in the presence of nanoplastics, the binding of retinol, as evidenced in the red curve, is disrupted, it's compromised. So you see a shift from 5 micromolar, the lower the number here, the higher the binding constant, 3 times weaker to 15 micromolar at one concentration of nanoplastics. If you increase the concentration of nanoplastics, eventually you get a flat line. That simply means that beta-lactoglobulin in the presence of nanoplastics is no longer able to recruit retinol. Now the consequences for vision, even all of you are able to see this because of retinol. Right? I don't need to belabor the issue. Let's look at the on rate. That means how quickly retinol is uptaken by beta-lactoglobulin. So all you do is you have a test tube of fluid in the fluorimeter, and then you expose beta-lactoglobulin, the milk protein, to the ligand. And you see growth in fluorescence, which is an on rate, kind difference. In the presence of nanoplastics, you'll see that the growth rate is compromised, right? And if you look at the numbers, there's a 9-fold decrease in the ability with which retinol is uptaken by beta-lactoglobulin at one concentration of the nanoplastic. So again, compromised function of beta-lactoglobulin is observed when they are exposed to nanoplastics. And this is again, if you remember Leninger in your school days, this is from the vision cycle. As I told you before, you have a loss in alpha helical segments and the concomitant continuous stoichiometric formation of beta sheet elements. And this conversion is also associated in an amyloid or a neurodegeneration forming trajectory. So here are alpha helical segments, here's a beta sheet, and you'll see in this cartoon that alpha helices are being converted to beta sheets, and then you finally have what's called mature fibrils as these beta sheets aggregate. And that's associated with a number of neurodegenerative disorders, which I'm sure you're aware of. So we use the thioflavin P assay to examine whether a model amyloid forming protein, egg white lysozyme, which is associated with systemic amyloidosis in the kidneys, gastric, GI tract, liver, etc., whether nanoplastics can exacerbate the conversion of soluble egg white lysozyme to mature fibers. So if you have mature fibers, you have a dye called THP, which binds to the fibers, and you have a huge increase in fluorescence. So here is thioflavin T binding to any white lipoprene fibers. So the black curve is the absence of nanoplastics, polystyrene nanoplastics. And when the same procedure was initiated in the presence of polystyrene nanoplastics, you see an increase in the intensity as a dose-dependent, in a dose-dependent manner. The more polystyrene nanoplastics we have, the conversion of NN white lysozyme into mature fibrils is accelerated. So again, if you recall, this loss of alpha helix in the beta sheet seen in a milk protein is the same thing that's also observed using an amyloid forming protein. If you look at the conversion in terms of the percentage of secondary structures, you'll see that NN white lysozyme monomer is predominantly alpha helix and it's stable. There's beta sheet. In a fibril, you see a reduction in the amount of alpha helix and an increase in the amount of beta sheet. And look at the same fibril that was made in the presence of polystyrene nanoplastics, right? You see absolutely no presence of alpha helix, suggesting that the polystyrene nanoplastic PSNPs totally drove the conversion of helix into sheet, right? And that explains why there was not only an acceleration but also an increase in the yield of many white lysozyme fiber. The implications again are quite broad. So here is an alpha lactalbumin, for example. It's another protein in milk that's associated with lactose synthesis. Lactose is the sugar that the baby needs for the milk and for energy. So alpha lactalbumin, I won't show you the data, is also associated with damage by nanoplastics. And here is galactosyl transferase. So if alpha lactalbumin is impacted by nanoplastics, so is galactosyl transferase, impairing milk production, in fact, lactose synthesis. And look at who alpha lactalbumin also talks to. Here's apolipoprotein E, amyloid precursor protein, NAPT, the synuclein gene. So these are all associated with neurodegeneration. So the impact that microplastics or nanoplastics can have on a milk protein is not only associated with lactose synthesis, but also with neurodegeneration. We want to go and translate these studies. So we use the worm model, a nematode model, and we induce Parkinson's by a pesticide called paraquat. We can see that paraquat drives a cascade leading to Parkinson's. So here we work with nematodes. Mr. Jyotish Kumar, for example, in our lab, he works with this. And this is a model for examining locomotor deficits. So you'll see that let's look at the red curve paraquat. In a control work, here is locomotion levels. And when you apply paraquat, 8 millimolar, you have a decrease in locomotion. The same effect is observed with nanoplastics. So it's quite dangerous, right? Nanoplastics induce paralysis in a worm model of locomotion. You will also see using graphs that the ability of the worm to move is severely compromised with plastics at a density of 0.03 mix per mil or 0.05 mix per mil, equivalent to lethal doses of paraquat. So this is how dangerous the nanoplastics are. I won't belabor this because it requires a lot of time to explain, but they found theoretical underpinnings by which we can explain the same experimental results. We have a lot of data with other proteins as well, milk proteins and heme proteins, the myoglobin. What I'd like to shift to is PFAS. So here is PFOA, and you'll see the same outputs that we saw with microplastics. It disrupts protein structure, it corrupts protein function, right? And here are the theoretical models for the same. You'll see a reduction, PFOA, PFAS-dependent reduction in the binding of retinol to the protein, so on. Again, these are the primary people in the group who did the work. Of course, Karim is now at Texas A&M. Jyotish Kumar is in the audience. Umme is celebrating Ramzan. So it's able to exclude someone to food when they're fasting. I would feel guilty as well. Daisy Wilson, another person in the lab. Pratita Nepal sometimes comes over to observe, right? Hopefully she get admitted to the program and enjoy all about it. Jose Delgado, that's over here, joined Yale University, very bright undergrad, pursuing her PhD over there. Collaborator on theoretical front are Dr. Luna Vukovic, Andrew Yadav did the work, the theoretical work, Tony Blandal, they're also collaborating with Science Money on e-science. Here are some other collaborators as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Narayan, for a truly impactful and enlightening presentation. Now it's time for a question and answer session. Can we have the question, please?
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Narayan, for a wonderful talk. And this is completely new topic to me because I have been working on proteins, but this is completely new to me. However, I have few questions. The first one, are there any specific amino acid residues within the protein that are critical for initiating amyloid aggregation?
Yes. So there are clearly discordant helices such as associated with proline and glycine. So the more proline and glycine residue you have, the helix loses its rigidity. So there are amino acid proline and glycine, for example, in Parkinson's that are implicated.
I have one more question. So, as I said, this is completely new topic to me, so I was checking Google and find out techniques like dynamic light scattering or transmission electron microscopy is used for assessing interaction between nanoparticles and protein. So, as I'm working in the field of chemistry, can we use techniques like NMR or infrared spectroscopy for looking into insights into molecular structure of aggregated amyloids?
So the problem with amyloids when they're aggregated is they're solid particles, right? So you need to use solid state NMR, not liquid NMR. IR you can use, but remember it's in a liquid medium and you will have a towering water signature. So we actually use IR, but we use attenuated total reflectance rather than direct IR. But normally you can use microscopy, morphology, you can use dynamic light scattering, which is the poor man's everything.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Can we have other questions, please?
Saurabh Mahatra from the Culture Platform.
Okay.
I have recently read an article that states that on average, a liter of bottled water included about 250,000 tiny pieces of plastic. About 90% of these plastic fragments were nanoplastics. Less than 10% of microplastic. Can you compare micro and nanoplastic in terms of
Yeah. So given the size difference, 1,000 times smaller, the ability of nanoplastics to permeate cells is much more, right? I mean, look at megaplastics, that bottle. There's no way it's going inside my throat even. So once it gets to microplastic, it can get in, and then nanoplastics is even more dangerous.
I have one more question. You mentioned about the theoretical model in your talk. So is that the MD simulation that you are talking?
Talking and MD simulation. Pure molecular dynamics, umbrella sampling, the works.
I don't see anyone raising their hand, so I will use this moment to ask another question. So how does the size of nanoparticles or its concentration of nanoparticles affect the interaction between protein and nanoparticle itself?
So we use nanoparticle sizes that are 25 nanometers in our system. If we use much larger nanoparticles, you then have what's called adsorption, right? Where you form a corona where the protein is sitting on top of the nanoparticle. So that's a limitation in experiment. So the smaller the nanoparticle, the better it is. Secondly, polyethylene, polystyrene, etc. that are found in the ocean is everything like the Gaussian distribution. So you have sizes all over. The smaller the size, the more dangerous it is. But a company cannot make even 25 nanometer size nanoparticles are very expensive. And it's also the dispersion has to be a narrow distribution, so it centers around 25 nanometers. Theoretically, Dr. Vukovic is using what's called a 10-mer segment. So you just Mickey Mouse a 10-mer polystyrene, or you can do a 2-mer polystyrene, which allows you to look at localized interactions with amino acids rather than the protein sitting on the polystyrene.
When like you said, company make those nanoparticles as well, right?
Yeah,
When they do that, do they consider like since large nanoparticles have large surface tension, and because of that, more interaction between a protein and the nanoparticles. Do companies look into that as well when they make these nanoparticles?
Yeah, so I don't know if they look into it, but we do. So there's something called the zeta potential, right? Plastics normally have a very low zeta potential simply because they're not polar. Now you can cap the nanoplastic as is sold commercially, right? And then the electrostatics would completely be different. We are trying to start with neat, uncapped nanoparticles as start. I think she's going to ban more questions. She's in charge.
Okay, all right. That was great. And I know nothing about chemistry and all the science that goes behind. So, but from my perspective, life does depend on plastic. There is like, how many 8 billion people in the world. So plastic would be the part of the life. So what would be the mitigation strategies per se in terms of whatever the hazard plastic is posing? Banning the plastic doesn't seem to be the way going forward, even the rising population. Just your thought. Thank you.
So first of all, I'm glad that you are agnostic to this area because there's no point preaching to the choir, right? It's always good to inform. So ever since I started working with this, I started looking inside people's vehicles, the El Paso Sun, and there was this plastic bottle sitting there. By evening, damage has been done. So this type of bottle is fine as long as it's indoors and it is not being what's called weathered, right? Wind, ocean, and sun. So again, it's a necessary evil. There's no way tomorrow plastics is banned and we stop using plastics. So we can only mitigate ourselves by using a lota made of tin. I think in Nepal and India, we don't use plastic, we use dabba made of tin for many purposes. Oh, this is your charge.
Can I ask you that how can we eliminate those microplastic from our body?
How can you what?
How can we extract or eliminate?
I don't know. Well, it's too early in the morning, but just wait till tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Narayan, for the. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Narayan, for this truly impactful and enlightening presentations and leaving us informed and aware about microplastic. Now it's time to invite our next guest speaker for in this stage, Dr. Krishna Pinsana. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to introduce him as a guest speaker. He is currently a senior scientist and chief at the National Agriculture Policy Research Council Center in Nepal and hold a PhD in Agribusiness Management from the Asian Institute of Technology. While expertise spanning agricultural economics, policy analysis, and international trade, he had led numerous impactful research projects and collaboration with organizations like World Bank and CIMET. He is also an accomplished author with over 40 peer-reviewed publications. He is a recipient of Fulbright Visiting Scholar Program 2023-24, and currently he is here to estimate the impact of free trade agreement on Nepalese trade at Department of Agriculture Economics and Agriculture Business, New Mexico State University. As a mentor to PhD students and active member of professional societies, Dr. Tinisana brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to our discussion. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Krishna Prasad Tinisana on this title, Research and Innovations for Sustainability, Agri, Food Transformations in Nepal.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm second here. Thank you, sincerely. It's my pleasure to be here and delighted to learn this. My experience from the research and innovation for sustainable system transformation in Nepal. And this food system is not a localized issue, it's a global issue. So there are a lot of challenges in the food system globally, and we should have to address those challenges. Maybe with a sustainable development goal. You triple goal of addressing the food and nutrition security, improving the human health, and at the same time we need to address and put it in the environment. Not only in the economic and the environmental aspect is also important. We address the socio-economic aspect also, and how this economy is distributed across the food system is very critical to make the system sustainable. Linking this in the context, there are lots of challenges in the food system to make it sustainable. What I would say is to add in the crisis of the food, fertilizer, and including nutrition. Also, when we are talking about the nutrition security and when we see that malnutrition, if we are talking about the malnutrition, there is a high cost of healthy food, which is nearly 3 times expensive than normal food, and then we see a degradation in the farm, and also loss of biodiversity have been using every year. So we are using everything materials, and our own resources have been declining. So in the last set of presentation, we are talking about the issues of climate change, issues of drought, and increasing risk of disease caused by the climate change, which ultimately impacting the sustainable system in Nepal, and also the important thing, which is not highlighted. We are talking about sustainability, food security, but we are losing huge amount of food loss, which nearly 225 million food is lost every year in countries from Nepal, and also the big issue, the migration of youth from Nepal, and causing the 1/3 area is covered in Nepal. So last but not least, the small holding and sufficient farming is the major challenge in our food system. About 63% of farming houses having given agricultural land. In the last 30 years back, there were around 60 million farm households. Now it's reached to 41 million farm households, but this area is not in this, so this demands the research and innovation in the field of agriculture to make it a sustainable food system. So what I would say, to address this sustainable food system, to maintain this, we should have to address the increasing trend of extreme weather pattern and rising the cost of production, and the important thing regarding district is just exist the farmers from the farming. So we need to also address this without import in the country. So to fill these presence of the new scenarios, we need to transform the agricultural system. At the same time, we need to address that strengthening the agricultural government system in the country to make a sustainable food system. So looking at the food security status in the Nepal, this ranks 69 position out of 125 countries in the global hunger index, and about 42% households are food insecure, and mostly the diet of Nepalese population are focusing on the cereal base. So if we are talking about the food insecurity, and most of the people are based on the cereal based diet, mostly on the rice, our food identity normally focus on the rice based diet. And the interesting thing is there is improvement in the stunting, underweight, and obesity in the country over the year. Looking at these export scenarios of nutrients, commodities, almost more than 50% of the export share is of the agriculture sector, and total export mainly the soybean oil, palm oil, tea, cardamom, vegetable on mainly in the recent years, in the US, there is this trend of it's called broccoli shooting from Nepal to the US. So, looking at this import scenario, the fear of import on the agricultural sector is very low, and mostly import is dominated by the non-agricultural sector. Looking at the self-sufficiency ratio, the average food self-sufficiency ratio is 85%, and the ratio varies from 36% to the 96% at least to commodities and subsectors. And with demand that there is increasing need of the research and innovation, especially in the rice, in the cereal, and apple and orange, in fruit and onion in the vegetable. But interesting, if even there is increase in a high number of the self-sufficiency ratio, we look from the perspective of the input perspective. If you look at the example of the vegetable, even there is the 90% self-sufficiency ratio in the vegetable, but more than 50% of the vegetable is imported from the airport. So, is demand for the research and innovation and for the resolution and the development of the high-yielding vegetable seeds to address these issues. So, the important thing is, it is not a linear thing. If let's say an example of here is 86% of the self-sufficiency ratio of the rice, roughly 40% of the production for the rice is not the solution to address the import issues. So there are lots of drivers to, for the import, like population growth, income growth. In the last 20 years, what I realized that 1 unit increase in the income, the import of rice is increased by the 2.5 units. It means that not only increasing production is the solution to address the import issue. So we need to consider this, the changing pattern. We need to take up from the perspective of the demand side to address this issue also. So looking at this research and innovation perspective, about just 108 position out of 132 quality, it means we have to work more on research and innovation part, and we have done good in case of especially in the market section or the solid and finance section, but we need to work more on the capacity development and the research and innovation, which is a very weak part in the context of Nepal. The main challenges in this context is there is a wide gap between the research process and the policy process. The research and policy making process are in the isolation. So we need to focus and we need to identify the way to identify how can we narrow down the gap between the research process and the policy process. That is the challenge in the context of Nepal. If you look at this ecosystem of the research and innovation, there are lots of components to make a research implementation. So, in Nepal, around 50 to 55 policies and strategies are related to the agriculture sector. But the issue is, those policies and strategies are not working effectively in the field. There is the issue of why these policies are implementing effectively in the field. So, this policy are one imaginative document. So, we need to be effective implementing in the field. There are lots of institutional arrangement, legal documents, regulations are should be at right place to be effective implemented in the field. So at the same time, we need the investment. There is no investment in this in the agricultural sector to make a sustainable food system, and also at the same time, human resource and the capacity development of the community is very critical. After federalization, Nepal, almost 40% of the human resources are packaged in the federal and the local level, which demand the effective recruitment of the human resource public effective for maintaining the sustainable food system in the context of Nepal. So, taking as a case of the NAR, Nepal Agricultural Research Council, where I am working, this is the ethics body for the agricultural research in the country. This majority of the resources allocated for the variety and seed system, but very the resource allocation and the prioritization for the post harvest value addition in marketing and regulated. earlier I have mentioned the main issue is the issues of the marketing and post-harvest loss, but the prioritization of the resource in the country is very low in case of marketing. That is the main challenge with the gap, but we should have to address to maintain the sustainable food system. And also looking at this innovation gaps, so very large scope to maintain, to increase the yield of the cereals and also different type commodities to there is a huge scope to be overcome this innovation to maintain, to narrow down this gap. And also looking at this productivity of different commodities over 20 years, not in that there is a tremendous increase, a significant change in this innovation due to the innovation that is change in the productivity of different crops. But interesting thing is that in case of fruits, this is not significant. It means that we need to work more on this, we have to focus more on the research and innovation in the field of food sector. And it is not with the leading institution, mainly from the research and innovation perspective, it is focusing from the perspective of the enhancing technology, foster research technology and the quality improving technologies to address those are the challenges and different innovation has been created to address those issues. So when we are talking about the research and innovation, but the allocation of the fund in this context level is very low compared to the interrelated countries like Israel, South Korea, and India. So the investment of for the research and innovation is very high. Taking the case of this investment in the agricultural research, in case of Nepal, the return from the investment of the agricultural research is very high in case of Nepal. So it demands investment of more funds for the agricultural research to make a sustainable food system. So what I would say is the different areas need to be strengthened for making sustainable food system like the nutrition enhancement program, the management of natural resources, and those innovation for the climate adaptation and agrobiodiversity conservation and habitat enhancement. Those are kind of technological advancement, but what is lacking in our country is our focus is mainly on the technological advancement, but merely this institutional innovation is lacking in our country. Institutional innovation and data and digital innovation is equally important to reach out after. We have a handful of technologies in our research system, but those technologies are not within our field. Very old technology are in the farmer field. So we need to focus on not only on the technological innovation, we need to focus on the institutional and digital innovation to reach out those technologies to the farmer field is very important. So what is the key message is that we need to focus on the research and innovation, not only targeting on the food and nutrition security due to the frequent blockage of data or forgetting quality. We need to focus mainly from the national security perspective, food and nutritional security perspective, and export perspective. So we need to prioritize and design the program on the research and innovation, target the those area, and also, as I already mentioned, the issues of the food service losses, we should have to make a program for the food service losses, quality enhancement for the export, and also the involvement of private sector is very equally important for the research and innovation, which is not in our full document in the chief vision, which is the major document in Nepal. Is mentioned that 20 varieties should be released by the private sector, but none of the varieties are being released by the private sector. It seems that private sector are not attracting in the income sector. Why? That is a critical issue. So we need to focus on how can we attract this private sector in this research and innovation is very critical. So the development of research and innovation, and also there is a unlike in this context of US like land grant model, research extension, education, innovation from university. But in context of Nepal, those three institutions are working as a separate entity, and there is issues of the coordination and linkage among them. So there should be a strong functional mandatory functional linkage mechanism to make this effective, and also we should have to focus on research approach. Now we are working in the isolation, so we need to focus on what the diversity. We need to focus on the water, the irrigation system. So we should have to adapt the nexus approach to make this exactly the list of system innovation is equally important, not only from the private, public sector, we need to incorporate the private and the community-based organization, and also, I have already mentioned, policy. Only making policy is not the solution. We should have to make a policy, and what components are required to make the effective implementation of the policy is very important. So we should have to make a policy in a package so that we can get a result, and also we should this conference topic is very relevant. Monitoring is very important, and nowadays, not only the technology availability is important, but the networking and the monitoring have a more impact. So we should have to link those expertise from the abroad and link with the local export that can make a solution. Thank you. Hi. Thank you, Dr. Vincent. And now we are for the questions. First, we will take on the person. So, 1, 2, 4. We can go for 4. So,
Thank you for the great presentation. And as the NARC is the main body for the agricultural staff and the farm, do you have any idea on what is the weighted impact of extreme weather on national food production? So the agricultural loss compared with other impact component. For example, out of 100% impact of different components on national food production loss, how much percentage contributed to extreme weather?
no.
Those who are the presentation. We said that this is the policy and the business. Just keep going back to it. How the local community employees are being involved in the research and innovation. Who ensure the relevance of the represented by the system of the good transformation. How the local involved ensure the
Before I now talking about sustainable agriculture, I like to know how we make these food that will put something on the activity like around food. To say that, like we have the trend of distributing rice and rice again in the manners when they already have the buckets and millets and everything. I like really facing the subject of how it is of preferring market and not preferring the local food. It's creating its market and everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kinsman, for your presentation. As I have seen in your presentation, there is a huge gap between the available yield and the current yield of different agricultural commodities in Nepal. And I would like to ask that apart from the both input varieties and technologies, has NAP conducted any research regarding the adoption of the recommended production practices by the farmers for the different communities in Nepal? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for a great question. Due to the time question, I could not explain earlier, so it was time to if you have a yes. The method for there is isolation in the research and in the researcher, and also the policy analysis. But somehow I involved in the process, but what I realized is that this policy process and the research process is in isolation. And what I tried is that how can we link and my one is that whether everything makers are not interested in the high research or research itself, they are not interested to go in the policy making process. So how can we motivate those researchers in the policy making? So it's an ongoing research. So I'm trying to find out this. Now, linking the how the community and stakeholders are involved in that. In the Nepal Education Council, there is one hour this program. After conducting the research with the research station, before going to the farmer field, we are conducting the outreach program, and this technology is very high in the outreach side, and all those local community and stakeholders working at the local level are engaged. So they are engaged in that way before using the technology variety. Coming to the second question, in the remote part of Nepal, the funding to like police, and we are distributing the rights on the local program for the right in this area. So how, why not we can promote these rights? But what is important thing is always we are thinking from the supply side perspective, but as an economist, it is important to look from the human side. So they are not interested to consume their local food. There are lots of reasons, but nowadays this pattern is changing, and those local or only like are getting higher price in supermarket in the city area. So instead of design the technology policy, so how can we promote those technology and can link up or distribution or making those strategic program that can expose those products in the remote area, and how can we use this commodity at the city area and provide a premium price to the local farmers. Could be an important strategy to address the issue, and also in coming to the third, because there is a big gap between epidemiology and the I have already mentioned. Several is of our technology almost more than 20 years for the rice and the maize, and about 15 years is technology are in the field. So if we take a data of adoption of almost 95% adoption of the modern technology in case of wheat, that in case of rice and the maize, almost Indian or effort, right, that dominating in the field, and about 55% adoption of modern varieties in case of rice and around 50% in case of maize. So we should have to adopt different strategies, and what I can say that in the other presentation it is also it's came one point discussion. One what could be the dissemination strategy is not important, but you need to disseminate, and how can we claim this message? Now I have already mentioned even those technology are economically viable and productive. So we should have considered there could be a psychological behavioral sometimes. So we should have to identify what could be the strategy that can trigger those farmers, that could be the way of messaging or training the messaging. Or we should have to identify this kind of insight or factor that can trigger farmers or the end users, so that we could adopt this idea to disseminate our technology for farmers. That would be a good idea. So we have a quality behavior trial in the farmers field to figure out this kind of to provide a solution to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krishna, for this wonderful presentations, and let us know about the now we are almost at the end of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce keynote speaker, Dr. Elton Sbar, who is very renowned Himalaya. It's quite popular and venture for the Hinduism. So let me introduce our keynote speaker. Erkenbach is a mountain geographer, conservationist, mountaineer, specializing in applied research, high altitude ecosystems, climate change, glacier conservation, conservation, and development program. He joined the Mountain Institute in 1990 as an environmental advisor working as co-manager of Matalu National Park in Nepal. Founder and director of Indian programs, director of Appalachian programs, and director of science and exploration. In 2015, he joined the Institute of African and Alpine Research at the University of Colorado in Boulder as faculty and research scientist. Currently working on a range of research writing projects in the Himalayas. In the Himalayas, Andes, Appalachian, and Rocky Mountains. Almost a major mountain range in the world. His work has been recognized by the firm Edmund Hillary Mountain Legacy Museum for Evaluation Mountain Legacy, where we Travel Award for Conservation from the American Alpine Corps, Distinguished Warrior Award from the Association of American Program, Association Stewardship Award from the Paper Conservancy, and Paper Honorary Lifetime Member of the Geographical Society. 2016, received a Fulbright Special Award, Mountain Geographical University, Nepal. He has several research publications multiple subjects. Most recently, since 1950, with the new collection of photographs in Mount Everest, and Sherpa. He has been spent 6 months of the year in Nepal's Himalayas. Photographs will be turning on the right of the almost 6 months per month. For continued botanical and glacier research expedition in collaboration with our botanical gardens. Let's welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Erkenbach.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Lalmani, for that nice introduction. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. Namaskar, Sabjana. And today, in keeping in line with your theme of change, I'd like to talk about some recent geologic and climate change impacts on Nepal's glaciers and people, and also looking at how we can integrate science and traditional knowledge for reduced impact and strengthened adaptive response. And I'd like to thank Dr. Milan Shrestha for his excellent presentation today. I'll be able to springboard from some of his points and discuss in a little more detail some of the glacier changes and hazards that he mentioned. So to begin with, and Lalmani, I'll just ask, is everything okay? Can you hear me fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so to begin with, it is a changing mountain world. We can look at old photographs taken of glaciers in the 1950s in the Everest region, such as this one taken by Erwin Schneider in 1956, when it was a debris-covered glacier. It was stagnating, but it was still ice underneath those rocks and boulders. And look at it today, where it has receded and turned into a large and potentially dangerous glacial lake. Potentially dangerous in the event of a glacial lake outburst flood, which we will speak about in more detail in a couple of minutes. Now, that was an example of repeat photography, and that's simply where you find the photographs of the older climber scientists like Fritz Muller in 1956 up here on the Khumbu Icefall, and find the locations and replicate their photographs. That was Fritz Muller. This is Erwin Schneider back in 1933 off to the far right during an expedition, a cartographic and mountaineering expedition in the Cordillera Blanca in Peru. This is Schneider in later years. His daughter kindly gave me photographs of him in later life when he was making the first map, the Alpenverenskart map of the Khumbu, the Mount Everest area, in the 1950s and the 1960s. And of course, my job through the years has been to go back and replicate these photos and see what the changes may have been. Now, when I first did this in 2007, it caused quite a bit of interest internationally. Magazines and television stations wanted to use the photographs. This is an ICIMAD exhibit in Barcelona in 2008. But since then, of course, a lot of people are now using the method of repeat photography, repeat remote sensing imagery, and it's become quite common. And as mentioned earlier, this is the book we just published recently with my co-author, Lakpa Sonam Sherpa, the famous Sherpa photographer. If you are interested in how things have changed over 60, 70 years in the Mount Everest area of Nepal. Now, one thing I wanted to point out was that glaciers are sort of like the panda bears, the endangered panda bears now. We think of them, we lament the fact that they're disappearing because of warming trends, but that was not always the case. This is a picture drawn in the 1800s in Switzerland during the Little Ice Age, when glaciers were depicted as evil, as dragons that would come down from the mountains, destroying villages and everything in their path. So even though those early climber scientists that I showed you photos of had a really, their greatest fear was the return of a little ice age, the exact opposite happened. But it's important to realize that glaciers have not always been loved. We have not always lamented their loss. They've actually been feared. Likewise, glacial lake outburst floods are not a thing of the recent times, the last 30 or 40 years. This is a painting done in 1601 of a glacier and glacial lake in Switzerland. Now, of course, this is a glacier dammed lake, which is much more common in Iceland these days, or Alaska, than the types of glacial lakes that we see from receding glaciers today. Nevertheless, it did flood on several occasions and destroy villages below. So glacial lakes have been known, and the floods have been known and feared for a long time. Not just Nepal, but of course, this is in the Cordillera Blanca in Peru. This was taken by Erwin Schneider in 1933. And even though I replicated this photograph in 1999 or 2000, you can see the loss of ice in the interim between 33 and 2000. We really didn't pay attention to it back then, even just 20 years ago. The fact that ice, we knew the ice was being lost, but linkages between ice, glacial ice loss, and things such as drinking water supply, we never really thought about until around 2005. Okay, let's look at a couple of the contemporary glacial hazards. One is the glacial lake outburst flood that Milan spoke about as well. And this is the receding, what's left of the Khumbu Glacier. It's all the way, the terminus is all the way back to the far right. You've got the lake, in this case, 90 million cubic meters of water being held in by a unconsolidated and quite fragile terminal moraine. That's the only thing holding in 90 million cubic meters of water. Now, a trigger is most often, in most cases, it's an avalanche, an ice avalanche into the lake, which creates a surge wave, which can then breach that unconsolidated terminal moraine and unleash millions of cubic meters of water downstream. Here in photo A on the top is the Tamapokuri in the Hinku Valley in Makaluburun, which burst in 1998. You can see how much water was lost by the water line in the photograph. B, and to the left, is an actual photograph of a glacial lake outburst flood, the only one I know in existence, taken by a lodge owner. When this happened in 1998. You can see the water spilling over and beginning to incise or cut down that terminal moraine. C is 10 years later, when we happened to go there on another research project. You can see the damage that was done by this outburst flood. And you can imagine the amount of energy, the force that's required to remove that much material, in this case, the terminal moraine, in just a few hours of time. Likewise, this is they have tremendous scouring effects and can do tremendous damage to villages, hydroelectric power plants, agricultural fields, etc. This is the Khumbu Glacier in 1956 by Erwin Schneider. This, of course, is the glacier that Ed Hillary and Tenzing Norgay walked up alongside in 1953 prior to climbing Everest from the base camp up here. Here it is again in 2007, and then Lakpa Sonam took this photograph in 2018. We can see that there is rapid change occurring in this glacier. The ice is melting, being exposed. There is the formation of dozens of superficial meltwater ponds. And this actually, you're looking at a future glacial lake in the Mount Everest area. This will be a glacial lake within 10 or 20 years and could be quite potentially dangerous. One thing I want to mention from Dr. Mahesh's excellent presentation, Dr. Narayan, is that studies are showing an alarming amount of microplastics and PFAS in the region, in the water, in the snow, which is most likely the source is from 50 years, or actually the last 20 years, of plastics from tents and boots and the climbing expeditions, etc. They're also picking up alarming rates of heavy metals in the water. We don't quite know the source yet, but microplastics are, as Dr. Narayan mentioned, everywhere in the world these days. Here's another second source of glacier hazard that Milan referred to, is an end glacial conduit outburst flood. End glacial just means inside the glacier. Conduit refers to the caves or conduits that form underneath, inside the glacier, under certain circumstances, such as this, the Lhotse Glacier. It is a debris-covered glacier, but it happens to have a gradient greater than 2 degrees. That means that the water will never pool and form a lake such as at Imja, which has a low gradient. Rather, it falls off, it continues off, it's lost to downstream sources. However, think of this as a great big piece of Swiss cheese, and it's riddled with caves that form inside the glacier. And these caves happen to be water-filled during the summer months. And during the winter months, they tend to be empty of water, but they can be filled with water. And all it takes, they can also be connected to superficial meltwater ponds. And this is actually the same pond, left and right, where within the matter of a day or so, we lost most of the water in the lake when it escaped through one of these conduits. Now, all it takes is a potential trigger, such as a lake such as this, to drain, which can release the water into one of the conduits, which then feeds into another conduit. This is the top of the glacier. Also has many of these different caves, which then can break the ice lens holding in the water and then create a end glacial conduit flood. That's where the water is coming from, directly from the glacier, bursting through the ice lens and forming an end glacial conduit flood. Now, my informal survey over the years suggests that these floods have been increasing in frequency in the Khumbu. And we were actually walking down, as Milan mentioned, walking along the lateral moraine of the Lhotse Glacier in 2016, and actually witnessed one of these floods. And this is the video that my wife Elizabeth took of the flood. And this is a video that David made. And I'll stop talking so you can watch this. Now, as we were able to then go back and retrace the flood, the path of the flood, and determine the trigger, which was one of these superficial meltwater ponds further up the glacier. So you can see these are relatively well, they're happening more and more and can be quite dangerous. As Milan mentioned, there was one of these floods the year before, right after the earthquake, which caused considerable amount of panic in Namche Bazaar because people thought it was from Imja Lake, glacial lake, as opposed to a much smaller event from this glacier. Okay. Now, one of the things of concern is that these are not just coming from valley glaciers, but they're coming from up high on places like Island Peak, as high as the high base camp, which is about 5,800 meters or so. There was one recorded there that went through high camp back in I think about 2019 or so. So these aren't not just limited to the valleys. Now, I also crevasses are as an indicator of climate change. The ice is melting and numerous crevasses are forming. It's much more difficult to climb Island Peak now than it was 20 years ago. I should know because I met my wife at the summit back in 1980. That's another story I'll share some other time. But tried to climb it again 10 years ago, and it's very different from what it used to be. Another indicator of these floods is if we look at the Imja river channel in 1956, and then again in 2007, we can see how it's widened quite a bit. And let's look at 2018, where it's considerably wider from 30, 40 years ago. And I think this is the result of continual end glacial conduit floods coming from the Khumbu Glacier. Fortunately, Feriche is not in danger of these types of floods, but it is changing the landscape. Let's go to the third case study, which is what I call a permafrost-related landslide-induced glacial lake outburst flood. And this is in the Burun Valley, Makalu Burun National Park. I love this photograph because you can see the third highest mountain in the world, Makalu, off there, the pointed one to the right and Chamlang to the left. And in the foreground is a banana tree. Okay, and yet the distance between where that banana tree lives in the subtropics to the Arctic environments of the Makalu is only about 30 kilometers. And in between are at least 6 or 7 different distinct vegetation zones. So very biodiverse, bioclimatic diverse area. Now, this is the Burun Valley in the Makalu Burun area. And we were actually in the Khumbu when we heard that there had been a flood in the Burun. And no one knew what caused the flood. Was it a gloff? Was it heavy rainfall? No one really knew. So we took a helicopter over the Amphulapsa and over the West Col down to investigate. It was with my friend Dane McKinney and Dr. Dhananjay Regmi, who was until recently the deputy director of the Nepal Tourism Board. And here is a video that we took of that helicopter investigation that shows you that first impressions are not always correct. Listen to what we thought had caused this glacial lake outburst flood. It did come from a lake, and then later on, here we go.
That was burst out.
All right, we're just moving up the valley, and suddenly DJ sees what he thinks is the cause.
There was a lake, so lake was here. This goes water and this burst out. This one is burst out, yeah. Oh yeah, this.
And
oh.
There it is, the old glacial lake.
The lake which was burst out.
And the
Perfect.
terminal moraine that has
And
been
after bursting
cut.
out from here, it just flew down. Very great, very. So there must be a big lake before.
But why is there all that debris in there if it's a classic glacial lake outburst flood? Why is it filled with sediment?
Can we make the coordinates? Give the coordinates. Coordinate, longitude, longitude, latitude.
All right, now we're looking down,
Yes.
and you can see how the lake has broken the lateral,
I need
terminal
the longitude
moraine.
and latitude of this area. So this is the glacier lake, and you can see just in the front, it is just brushed out, this brushed out, and that mixed up with the second one, and then all things just swept away. So this is how it started. And do we have a glacier back there from the avalanche? Okay. Okay, the avalanche. Okay. So the avalanche triggered. It's triggered by the avalanche up there. Avalanche came, that brushed the glacier lake, and it goes down. You think avalanche? Yeah. That's the avalanche path. You can see a number of avalanche deposit.
So DJ is saying that there's an avalanche, a snow avalanche that fell into the lake and created the glacial lake flood. But why is there all this dust and debris here?
Some there. That must be.
And keep an eye on this feature, Saldim
yeah.
Peak.
You can see that avalanche path. But these are the deposit all the way from the avalanche, you know? Right. It seems so, I don't know.
Okay, so I'll stop here. So in short, I took a helicopter back in with 2 research assistants a week later, and we spent the next 3 weeks trying to figure out what had caused this flood. As DJ said, we thought it was a classic snow avalanche into the lake, which then caused the surge wave that breached the terminal moraine. But when we got closer to the lake, I started looking around. I couldn't figure out, why is there all this dust? Everything is covered with fine dust everywhere I go. Monty Stone's houses, the rhododendron, the shrub rhododendron that we saw there. Likewise, here's the Monty walls covered in dust. We saw huge icebergs that had been dislodged. Huge, massive rocks were dislodged by the flood. That's a person standing next to this rock, and massive amounts of sediment. And as it turned out, local people then informed us it wasn't an ice avalanche. It was that a third of Saldim Peak, which was solid rock, okay, which we would, solid rock, broke off, fell down, hit the ice field. That caused a massive explosion, which resulted in not only the dust that covered everything for many square kilometers, but also the friction of this massive event melted the ice on the way down and also contributed to the flood water released from the glacial lake. Now, we think this is linked to changes in permafrost. So even at the higher altitudes, even up at 7,000 meters, we're getting changes in the permafrost as a result of melting, of global warming. Okay, so what did this look like? There was a group of climbers, German climbers down valley when this happened, and they caught on film what the actual flood looked like. And we'll play this. At first there was peace, he says. And then suddenly, I'm sure it was heavy winds and dust. And here's the lake, the flood itself.
In the river? Yeah.
Whoop. And the next day, they pick through the debris to scavenge what food they have, they could find. You can see that this was called a hyper-concentrated slurry flood. The sediment content was so thick it was like concrete coming down. So very interesting. We think that the Kosi flood of 2012 near Pokhara had very similar origins. Dr. Dhananjay Regmi and Jeff Cargill, we were able to fund them through the US aid grant we had at the time to do a detailed study of that event. And they just determined that, yes, it was a rockfall induced or landslide induced flood. The rock fell down again, hit the glacial area, caused a tremendous explosion that resulted in the dust. The yellow is the dust cover that they identified as well. And that turned into a flood down valley, which unfortunately killed some 70 people. Likewise, the Chamole flood of 7th of February 2021 probably had its origins in a landslide. In this case, it killed several hundred people and destroyed a hydropower plant downstream. So here's a new source of glacier hazard or glacier-related hazard that seems to be becoming more and more frequent, like the Lonak flood of just several months ago in Sikkim. Okay, let's look at the fourth one, which is impacts of the 2015 earthquake on glacial lake stability. After the earthquake in May of 2015, USAID sent us down, and something that I think many of you have experienced, so you know how traumatic that was. USAID sent us back to do a survey of 3 glacial lakes in the region to see what the impacts of the earthquake were upon the glacial lake stability. It was Imja Lake, Shoropa Glacial Lake, and Tulagi Glacial Lake, 3 within the list of highly dangerous glacial lakes in Nepal. And it was quite an experience just getting to these lakes because, as you know, roads were destroyed, the traditional paths were destroyed, and it was quite difficult just getting to each of these lakes. But we did. And the studies that had been done while we were on our way to the lakes included a satellite image analysis by Jeff Cargill and colleagues. Every day they would look at the newest imagery to see if there were features of concern that the government should be alerted to. For example, a landslide damming a river which could form a lake which might burst. They determined that, in fact, there were no glacial lake outburst floods related to the earthquake. The second was a helicopter reconnaissance by the Department of Meteorology and Hydrology. They visited a number of dangerous lakes and determined that there was no imminent danger of a flood and that no floods had occurred as a result of the earthquake. Now, there was quite a bit of, as you know, landslide damage. This is in the Khumbu region where older landslides were once again reactivated, but again, no glacial lake outburst floods reported. Our approach was a little different. We were the rapid reconnaissance field-based investigation in collaboration with local people. So in each of the areas that we visited, we made a point of interviewing local people to see what their concerns were, etc. As you can see from this photograph, people were quite traumatized by the earthquake, but also, as Milan mentioned, by the fact that they were also worried about the stability of glacial lakes that they lived beneath. Now, in fact, what we found was there were GLOFs, glacial lake outburst floods. There was, of course, the Langmole flood was of 1985. The GLOF happened again the day of the earthquake. The earthquake was able to trigger an ice deposit on the Langmoshe Glacier that fell into the lake and caused, again, a surge wave. Not as big as back in 1985, but enough to destroy bridges and lead people to start developing their own systems of climate change adaptation or catastrophic event adaptation. In this case, you'll see gabions were built by the side of the river. There really weren't that many gabions in rural Nepal 25 years ago. And now everywhere you go along the riverside, you see these are being constructed to divert potential floodwater away from villages and agricultural cropland. Another indicator of people adapting is that bridges are becoming higher. People are building higher bridges so that they're not washed away every year, which was becoming more and more common. Into the Tulagi Glacial Lake, again, we relied on local informants. This young man was a yak herder who had been coming up to the Tulagi region with his yaks for many, many years and knew every feature in the region. So unlike a satellite image or even a helicopter trip, he knew what had changed as a result of the earthquake, such as this, which turned out to be a fault line within the terminal moraine of the Tulagi Glacial Lake. He could also point out where massive boulders had moved or changes in landslides, other changes in the region. So the information from local people was of critical importance to our study in trying to figure out, well, what were the results? What were the impacts of the earthquake on glacial lakes? So quickly, a review. We've got the Langwashe Glacier and Glacial Lake outburst flood of 2015, which resulted from the earthquake. There were others reported from the Hongu Valley that we were never able to substantiate. B is the permafrost-related rock fall from Saldim Peak that caused a massive glacial lake outburst flood. And C shows the Lhotse Glacier, the source of the end glacial conduit floods, one in 2015, 2016, and many others throughout the region, and then Imjo Lake, which remains a potentially dangerous glacial lake, which Milan mentioned was lowered in 2016 through engineering. Now, my final one today, is talking about how do you reconstruct the history of glacial lake outburst floods in remote areas, and in this case, using an interdisciplinary approach. And this is Nangama Lake in the Kanchenjunga Conservation Area. And in Nepal, we know that in 2005, we had about 1,466 glacial lakes with an area of about 65 square kilometers. And that 10 years later, these had increased to 3,600 glacial lakes in an area of nearly 200 square kilometers. So we're aware of the problem. They've been mapped, they've been categorized, they've been put into lists. But I was intrigued back in around 2018 or so when I saw this list of glacial lake outburst floods compiled by ICIMAD. Yes?
We have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Okay, 5 minutes, which showed only one from the Kanchenjunga region, as opposed to many from the Kosi, the Dud Kosi region. So I thought, why was there only one in a region that is so dynamic geologically and dynamic in a cryospheric way? So we went up there, but along the way started talking to local people, and they gave us a different story. In fact, their story was that not just one, but 8 glacial lake outburst floods had occurred in the region that they could remember, and even some that had occurred in the 1920s that were so powerful that they were still remembered today. We were able to verify these through remote sensing. Dr. Mohan Chand was able to find each of these features and verify that it had been a glacial lake outburst flood. And then we actually visited them last year when we lived in the Kanchenjunga region on a Fulbright grant. So in addition to the glacial lakes that are recorded, we were able to provide 8 more that have since appeared in ICIMAD's record. So to end, the problem is that high mountain regions have entered an era of accelerated glacier and high mountain hazards. Most are poorly understood. How do we reduce the risks to communities? And one perspective approach is that I've developed over the years is to combine interdisciplinary research with participatory approaches and local knowledge will probably give us a better idea of what the best risk reduction option is. So in addition to the science, the field science, that means sharing the results with local people and local communities, so that we're reaching scientists to people, scientists to scientists, and also making data accessible for policymakers. Even though we can make it available to them and they don't always do something with it, it is available so that people are in a better position to make informed decisions. The second I mentioned is that we need to recognize that people are already adapting and developing their own technologies, such as higher bridges and gabions, or building out of floodplains and to avoid the risk, as you saw, of that hotel floating away. Promotion of international collaboration and exchange. This was when we took the Peruvians to Imja Lake in 2011. In fact, there was one Peruvian that stayed on and helped the UNDP design the Imja Lake Risk Reduction Project that Milan mentioned. And then we took the Nepalese and Chinese and Bhutanese back to Peru in 2013 to see firsthand how the Peruvians had dealt with over 35 different potentially dangerous glacial lakes through the years. That had the added advantage of, when you go to the field, of interacting with local people. This is a very one area of concern, as how do we adapt this hazards into large engineering project design, like this Arun 3, many of which have huge and potentially dangerous glacial lakes above them. We've seen already what happened at Chamoli, what happened at the Lonak Glacier. These plants are being destroyed. So we need to, by glacial lake outburst floods. So we need to develop ways to incorporate them into the analysis. Likewise, roads are producing a series of hazards, including landslides and other risks. And finally, promotion of education and research. This is my class in 2016 in Tribhuvan University, when I was a Fulbright professor there teaching mountain geography. This is our textbook, and here's the photo that Milan showed earlier of our work involving Nepali students in the Khumbu. So with that, here are some of the publications. Please feel free to contact me anytime if you would like more discussion about these or access to any of these papers. And with that, I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bats. We have now the floor is open for the persons. Okay, 2 persons.
Yes, I just wanted to compliment you on a very nice expose on some of the factors that influence the Everest, and also congratulate you on the good work that you're doing and disseminating the findings that you've gathered so far. I do hope that the organizers are able to capture this and put it on YouTube for user. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I think the question is, how do you trace the trajectory of the flood that some of the flood you did, for example, the one in Chukung? How do you go back and then look at the trajectory of the flood? If I'm hearing correctly, I'm also not hearing it very well, but I think that's what I got.
I'm sorry, trajectory of the flood or path of the flood? Path of the flood.
Yeah. How do you trace it? How do you trace it?
Oh,
You can check the persons in chat box.
how do you trace the flood? Yeah, in terms of an end glacial conduit flood, that was really quite easy. All we had to do was get onto the top of the glacier and trace the flood path up to what we thought was the potential flood trigger. In this case, it was a superficial meltwater pond. It was very clear to see the path of the flood and the origin and the trigger or the source of the flood on this particular feature.
There is a second part. How do you get the news that the flood is coming?
Oh, that's a wonderful question. Thank you. How do you get the news? You don't. We don't know when these floods are going to occur. There's really no way to predict. The best thing we can do is be prepared in terms of early warning systems. And actually what we found, as in the case of the Kosi flood in 2012, one of the best early warning systems are cell phones. Okay, it's not a very expensive multi-million-dollar radio transmitter or something, but it's people with cell phones who call down river. In fact, we think many hundreds of lives were saved as a result of cell phones during that flood that would have been lost if they hadn't called downstream.
Thank you, Dr. Years. That provoked me into thinking. Just like in the Pacific Ocean, they have these tsunami warning buoys and all that. Do those mechanisms exist in the Everest ranges? Predict, let's say, some kind of seismic shift or warn of a flood.
Milan, did you?
Yeah, is there like a early warning system in the Everest region?
Yeah, actually there is. I mean, last I checked, that part of the 2016 lowering was the development of a fairly sophisticated siren-based early warning system for Imja Lake. How well it works, what it sounds like, does it work? We don't know. But yes, that was part of the design. But again, like I say, what we're finding is that it's the simple early warning systems that seem to be the most effective. And I see a question here. What are the learnings from Peru regarding mitigation strategies? Again, that's a very good question, and I think we've already learned a lot from the Peru experience, and in that the Peruvians themselves designed the different strategies to lower the glacial lakes. There's not one, as Milan said earlier, there's not one way to lower a glacial lake. Every glacial lake is different. Everyone takes a different engineering solution. And that's one of the key things that we learned, so that that Imja might have one method, but another glacial lake is going to have a totally different method. So we need to look at each glacial lake as a separate individual phenomenon, and then reduce its danger, whatever that means, through the most appropriate strategies to that glacial lake.
Thank you, Dr. Bias. I have one question.
Okay.
Like you and also Dr. Milan mentioned about the lowering the Imja glaciers. And it was part of the project identified by the NAPA, which deals the immediate requirement, immediate need for the climate actions. So we have already had the case of lowering the glacier lakes in the name of Imja. And we have some kind of knowledge and a kind of experience about it. And I'm looking from you, like, what do you recommend? As Nepal enters into the NAP process, it's like implementing a phase of the NAP which deals with the medium and long-term adaptation need for the country. So is it this right to like copy, or like use the same kind of approach to deal with the glacier growth in case of Nepal, or you recommend something else?
Milan?
Yeah. I think, I don't know. Do you want me to answer the question, or you want me to repeat?
Just repeat first.
Oh, okay. The major takeaway point I got from Lalmani's question is that these lake lowering projects are part of the National Plan of Action, the NAPA. And so idea of this lake lowering, do you think that some of these, I mean, why should we pursue further and do it the similar way for other lakes? Or if there are some constraints and barrier, why should we not, sort of pursue the same for every lakes in the Nepal Himalaya or the larger Himalayan region? So what are some of the potentials and opportunities, as well as some constraint you can think of?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Laumani, because Milan mentioned earlier that Imja Lake was, in theory, lowered by 3 meters. Where did the 3 meters come from? Well, it came from Digjo. okay, because they lowered Dig Show. Now, the other part of the story of Dig Show is that they knew, Reynolds and others knew they had to lower Dig Show by 20 meters, but they ran out of money when they got to 3 meters. So they only lowered it by 3 meters. So fast forward 20 years to IMJA, when they decided to lower IMJA Lake, they said, well, 3 meters was good enough for Dig Show. We'll lower IMJA by 3 meters. In fact, IMJA needed to be lowered by 20 meters. So if you take this 3 meter form and apply a broad brush to every glacial lake and even lower 6 glacial lakes by 3 meters, you're really not accomplishing much, okay? Because each lake is different and each lake should be lowered by a specific depth that has been determined by bathymetric and other surveys and other research. So if you have a broad brushstroke, I'd say it's a waste of time, okay? You have to look at each lake specifically. And there are other points of view where people are saying, why bother, okay? Why not send the army up and just blow up the terminal moraine, release the water, let everybody downstream know so they get out of the way, and then you have no problem. So, you know, it's a complex social problem as well as engineering problem. But in terms of engineering, I would say lower the lake by what it needs to be lowered, not by what somebody did in a previous lake lowering exercise.
Thank you, Dr. Byers. Okay. Now we are at the end of the sessions. We'd like to appreciate the skills and the knowledge shared by Dr. Byers. It was excellent and engaging presentations. Thank you, Byers, for this excellent knowledge sharing. We appreciate your time, effort, and knowledge for us. So with this, I'd like to thank you all for being with us.
All right, everyone, it's the time to wrap up for this session. I hope it's been a very productive discussion. We still have a lot of exciting session in further, but it's the time for well-deserved lunch break. So we'll reconnect soon, and please enjoy your meal. And then we will have our poster presentation. For poster presentation announcement, I would like to call Mr. Nagendra Karki in the stage. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sinjan. I am honored to be a part of this conference in NeSA. As an executive member of this association, I want to thank all of you for your valuable presence by accepting our invitations in spite of your busy time. Now, I want to introduce judges for the judgment of upcoming presentation session, both poster and oral. We have Dr. Kamal Neupane, we have Dr. Nirajan Podel, and Dr. Philip Luzan from the judge panel. Dr. Neupane is a faculty from the Department of Math and Computer Science, WNMU. Dr. Podel is a faculty from the Department of Physics, NMSU. Dr. Luzan is a faculty from the Department of Extension Plant Science, NMSU. We have poster presentation session begin at 12:30 p.m. at the lobby, followed by the lunch. There are 8 posters from multidisciplines. After that, we will have oral presentation sessions. Once again, thank you all for your presence. Let's enjoy the pizza lunch. Thank you all.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cecil Khatri, a graduate student at Department of Agricultural Economics and Agricultural Business at New Mexico State University. And I'll be the moderator for this presentation session. And it's my immense pleasure to welcome you all in the NeSA's 15th International Conference, Connection and Innovation in Changing World. In this session, you will have opportunity opportunity to hear about different scholar work from the researcher from diverse background. And I would like to welcome Mrs. Ankita Khatiwala to join me to moderate this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ankita Khatiwala, a master's student in the Department of Agriculture, Economics, and Agribusiness at NMSU. I feel very glad to welcome you all to NeSA's 15th International Conference. Now, without further ado, I'd like to start the oral presentation session. We have 8 oral presentations. There will be a 10-minute break after 4 presentations. Each speaker has 12 minutes to complete their presentation. A warning placard will be displayed at 10 minutes. We'll take questions at the end of each presentation, and we are fully confident that our audience will grab this opportunity to clarify their confusions and expand their knowledge. Now, I'd like to call our first presenter of this session, Parikrama Sapkota, a PhD student at the University of Texas, El Paso. Parikrama will be presenting on development of dryland plant rhizosphere microbiome over the growing season. I'd like to hand over the stage to Parikrama Sapkota.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Parikrama Sapkota. I'm a fourth-year PhD candidate at University of Texas at El Paso. My advisor is Dr. Kelly Ramirez, and I'm also Hornada LTR Fellow and Hornada LTR Student Rep. So today here, I'll be presenting you some of the results that I have for my first chapter on the title, Development of Dryland Plant Rhizosphere Microbiome Over the Growing Season. So I'm going to start with background. So my research is focused on drylands. So what are drylands? So the drylands, they cover over 40% of the Earth's surface, and it is estimated that over the next decade, that number is going to increase. It is home to more than 1 billion population. One of the another interesting features of dryland is that it is very vulnerable to any climatic change or any global pressure change. One can see a desertification in this ecosystem, meaning that the grasslands slowly convert to shrubby land, making a dune states, which then result in soil erosion. The most interesting features and that really benefits to my study is that it is very understudied in terms of soil microbial community and plant microbe interaction. And that's like what my major focus is gonna be. So talking about soil, sorry, the picture just got changed. I don't know why, but I'll be talking about rhizosphere soil. So rhizosphere soil are those soil that are in close contact with plant, and any soil that are not in closely in association with plant are called bulk soil. So from the studies, what has been known is that there is a higher abundance of soil microbial communities, both bacteria, fungi, and other in rhizosphere soil than bulk soil. Not only that, this rhizosphere soil communities help plant adapt to any environment fluctuation that it experiences. And microbial diversity in the rhizosphere or rhizosphere soil is very essential for functional continuity. What does that mean? Is that it helps the plant from their seeds till they die. So this rhizosphere plays very important part. Here on the figure on your right, you can see rhizosphere soil attached to a plant. So whenever I harvest my plant, this soil that is attached to the plant, I take them back in the lab, do my DNA extractions and sequencing, and then study about any microbial communities that live in them. More on rhizosphere soil is that the microbial community diversity has potential for more positive feedback to the plant, acting as resistance or resilience. Not only that, the plants select for specific microbes for different growth stages. And research have shown that depending on different plant functional type, the soil microbial communities are also different. But no consistent pattern have been observed between plant species and the rhizosphere communities. And that's where I would have my questions that I'm trying to address as first chapter of my PhD. The first is to see if there is any consistent change in the rhizosphere of different plant species that I chose, which are subjected to global change pressures like drought and nutrient addition or nitrogen addition for my case. And over the growing season, how do drought and nutrient addition influences the assembly of the rhizosphere microbiome? So for my research, I took 4 plants, the yucca, Indian blanket, which is a flower, blue grama, which is a grass, and cactus. So this is like the overall figure for my first chapter. So I did this greenhouse experiment during fall of 2020. It was during middle of pandemic, so we were not allowed to go outside. So instead, we utilized greenhouse to do this experiment. Among these 4 plants, I bought cactus from Walmart, but the rest of the other plants were grown from seeds. So from those that were bought from Walmart, we cleaned all the soil that was attached to roots. We completely cleaned them, dried them, and then transplanted to our soils that we got from Hornada LGR, from the intervening spaces, meaning that it was just a bulk soil. I had 2 treatments, my drought and my nitrogen addition, and my time period, I had 3 months. So what I would do is, or what I did is at the end of each plant, I destructively harvested my plants and collected soil to do sequencing, unit extraction sequencing, and also to do pH. I also did above ground and below ground biomass on this sample. I had 4 replicates per plant. So today I'll be talking about 3 of the results that I'm currently analyzing for this first chapter. I may have some for bacterial communities and just 1 for fungal community. Starting with this slide here, the prediction here is that the plant species would respond similarly to treatment. On your right, you see the fungal alpha diversity, and on the left would be the bacterial one. Just by looking at it, we can say that this plant species, they have similar diversity. There is not much of a significant difference between time point. Also, I don't have a data here, but while I was doing the pH treatment for this soil or samples, there was no significant difference between my soil from my first time period to third. Then I started doing analysis using PCOA to see the dissimilarity matrix here. And just by looking at it, one can say that, my time period T1, T2, T3 might have some strong influences in some, whereas treatment and others, but it is really hard to tell because this is honestly really overwhelming figures. So what me and my professor, we decided that we would look at them one by one. And here is an example of yucca. So here at the yucca for time period 1, 2, 3. What you can see here at the time, at time point 1, the drought and nitrogen addition are in the opposite direction. But with time, on the time period third, you can see most of them appear to be converging towards the same direction. So what this could mean is that, yes, the treatment does have effect on soil microbial communities, but over time, it looks like they all follow the similar trend. However, I have to warn you that the result, this is only the result for yucca, but for our black grama, I saw the different trend, meaning instead of all being converging to one direction in the grass, I saw they were exhibiting the opposite direction of their high blood pressure treatment. So as I said earlier, that I do a lot of sequencing, and with that sequencing, it comes up with a lot of microbial data, both fungal and bacterial, and this is the bacterial data. Here, the prediction is that the rhizosphere that experience global change pressure will be more variable throughout the plant's growing season relative to the control one. So as you can see, the control for the first and second month, it looks fairly stable to me, but by the third month, basically, the top 10 bacterial communities, there is slightly decrease in abundance, whereas the opposite is true for microbes and nitrogen addition. So what I will do further is to figure out which among these top 10 bacterial communities are significantly different on all of these treatments or in all of my time period. Furthermore, I want to add that the abundance right now I'm starting is 50% here. And that's because I just chose top 10 microbial communities or bacterial communities. So my second step would be like choosing top 20, top 30, because honestly, because there are thousands of bacterial communities in the soil, I can't analyze all of them. So I'm just like going with top 10, top 20, top 30. And I'm also looking at many research and how they analyze their own sequencing data. So this is another way of looking at it. And this is just showing you the treatment one. This is for yucca. And this is also for my top 10. I use the relative abundance here. And you can see for the drought, the Firmicutes is like slightly lower in abundance for some in drought. And also the bacteria data, the yellow one is somewhat inconsistent there. So that like is very a striking pattern for me to dive deeper into what those bacteria mean, if there's significant difference, how with time, if they're changing or not, and what are the function of those bacteria doing there. There are two databases that I've found so far. The one is PDB, which gives a database of all the bacteria that are plant beneficial, and another is bacterial trait. I haven't yet done the analysis on them, but once I do, I'll be happy to present more on them. And this is the final slide. This talks about the trophic mode label. So I found this Python-based tool that has a database of 13,000 fungal taxa. They are in there. And what I did with my sample is I just overlapped my fungal data with the database to see what match I can get. And I have around 1 to 7 match. And you can see the relative abundance there. It looks like the sacrifice for most case is very much changing with all of my treatment and time. And if there is a reduction in sacrifice, then the saprotropes, symbiotrops are in higher abundance, which is very interesting. And I haven't like done research on what those saprotropes, like which fungal species or taxa are contributing to them. And that would be my next step. And the saprotropes, they are an organism that feed on a direct nutrition, or that provide that provides food from decaying organic matter, basically. And with that, I would like to thank my lab member, my undergrad, all the funding agencies, the Jornada Basin, Navy Plant Society of New Mexico, and UTEC for providing the startup grant to my advisor, Dr. Sullivan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Parijana, for your wonderful presentation. Being from agricultural background, I got to know a lot about rhizosphere microbiomes. Thank you for this information. Now I will open up the floor for audience. If you have any queries, you can ask Mrs. Baker. Okay.
This was a great talk, Parikrama. By the way, can the people in the Zoom room hear me? Zoom room. My question is this: you might want to apply reductionism, where the matrix being soil is extremely confounding, right? And it's a variable in itself. It's an uncontrolled variable. So you might want to move to a hydroponic model, which is actually reductionism, and then test the impact of these bacteria in a hydroponic medium, just to reduce the number of confounding, including matrix variables. It's just a suggestion.
Thank you, Parikrama, for the presentation. My question is, do you do the cluster analysis for the genotype of that sample? And another one is, as you mentioned, you did DNA extraction and sequencing. Do you develop SNPs for that population, for those pairs? Thank you. Let me do first. The cluster analysis in your research.
So what I'm right now doing is two types of clustering. One is 97%, one the OTUs, the another is exact sequence variant. So we are trying to, because this is my first time ever doing any analysis, me and my professor are trying to like look at it from every angle possible. So, but at the end, it is up to her to decide which result we will publish. But yes, it is like OTUs 97% and exact sequence variant.
The second question is, do you develop the SNPs for that population, for those pairs?
No, we normally rely on databases to just like map our sequencing data with the database. Or the other part is like for our sequencing part, we just like buy the, let's say 300 to 400 primers and just like use them.
Only the phenotyping part.
Yes. Yeah, not the gene. Yeah, maybe that's why we want to do more on the topic model label or trait model to see the function. But I have another chapter which looks at the function, which is like the metagenomic part, and that is use data itself. But I've only done, I'm doing for my second chapter, not for this chapter.
Thank you.
Hello. I have one more question. Nitrogen, especially nitrates, is very mobile in the soil. And does this soil microbiome help in the nitrogen holding, especially nitrate holding capacity in the soil?
Really good question. We can definitely look at the nitrifying function. I think there is one that I've seen in my second chapter, which is more on nitrospharia that I've seen in Hornada soil, but not on this. But for the trait one and PBB one, I'm definitely gonna look at it. More to that, I'm definitely not looking at the functional label right now because I'm just like doing the basic 101 for this, the dry land soil right now.
Okay.
Okay, now if you have got more question, we will addressing it at the end of the session since we need to stick to our schedule.
Thank you, audience, for your wonderful questions. And now I would like to move forward, and I would like to invite our guest speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Melina Matos, from Florida Atlantic University. Our research interests include developing and deploying strategies to create innovative, sustainable, and resilient communities. Dr. Matos will be presenting on topic innovation drivers in the climate adaptation. Dr. Matos, the floor is yours.
So thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Melina Matos, and I am assistant professor at Florida Atlantic University. And I will talk about what factors influence cities to be an innovator in climate adaptation. So what are innovators in climate adaptation? So we need first to define what is that. So make sure that I don't go over time. So in my work, I define innovators in climate adaptation, cities that they initiated and they advanced in climate adaptation. And I analyzed that through the lenses of innovation theory. So what are the gaps that we have right now in adaptation? So when we talk about climate adaptation, we have a lot of research on the barriers. So like we know that cities, they do not advance in climate adaptation because of there is the difficulty in communication, there is a lack of leadership, there is a lack of funding. But one of the big issues is that if we just analyze things for what is missing, that doesn't mean if we have all those things, we really can advance. So we need to look from a different approach. What stimulates? Because like, even in our life, if we think about a barrier free, so that means that if I don't have those barriers, we really can advance. Not really. So we need to look at that in a different perspective. So one of my first research questions was like, what influence adaptation positively? And what influence cities to advance in climate adaptation? Because when we are talking about the cities promoting adaptation, it is not only something that the city said, oh, I will start doing everything and get it done. No. In urban planning, we have cities first. They start thinking and discussing to put that as a priority to be addressed. And then we have a lot of things that happen that we can implement and advance in that field. And we don't know exactly like what influence cities to start and advance in this field. So what did I do? I analyzed climate adaptation, innovation decision in the policy process. These theories. Why? Because climate adaptation is a public policy, and it's important that we study according to the steps of the policy process. And then we have two steps. One, that is when things are initiating, and when we have the implementation. So usually we say that we have two main steps. When we are discussing that we want to have something done, and that is the process where we organize and prioritize action. And then we have another step that is when we are acting on something. So when we are talking about the policy process, we have like three stages. One that we call agenda setting, that is when we are discussing. Then we have a policy formulation. Then we have a policy implementation. These three steps, it kind of matches with the innovation decision process. It's just called a different name, but basically it's the same thing. The knowledge persuasion, the decision, and the implementation. So then I translated those in terms of climate adaptation. So when cities, they are discussing climate adaptation to become a priority, that is one stage. Then they advance into the policy formulation, which is also the decision of innovation. That is when the cities, they materialize those informations and they have a plan addressing adaptation. And after that, it is that they really implement those actions. And how did I get here in the US? So climate adaptation in the US is very interesting because it is a bottom-up movement. It's not something that came from the federal government that said, cities, you need to address climate adaptation. No, cities, they started themselves to say, this is a problem. So there is a mayor conference that happened since 1932. That is when cities, they get together to analyze what is a local priority and how they can influence the federal government to address policies. So in 98 was the first time that climate change became something that should be addressed in that conference. Then they started talking about climate mitigation, sustainable development, Kyoto Protocol, and climate adaptation specifically. That what climate adaptation means, because I know that here we have a lot of people from other majors. Climate mitigation or sustainable development is that when we talk about decreasing greenhouse gases. Climate adaptation is that cities, they are already facing the challenges of climate change. So we need to do something to resist and move forward from those impacts. So in 2008 was the first time that this conference was saying, well, cities need to start being prepared for those impacts from climate adaptation. But in 2021, one of the things that I found out is that less than 200 cities in the whole US really have a plan addressing adaptation. Then in 2011, I worked from MIT with ICLEI, that is a global organization related to sustainable development. They made a survey to identify why cities they were engaging in climate adaptation, which usually it was a second stage. So first, cities, they were thinking about decreasing greenhouse gases, and then they engaged in climate adaptation. So it was made a survey, which the target population was cities that they were engaged in sustainable development, and that was a convenient sample. And then at that time, we had 230 cities in the US that answered those surveys. And from those, 55% of the cities in 2011, they were putting that as a priority in the city. So I got the results of this survey and I say, well, if 10 years ago that was a priority, that means that after 10 years, they did something in relation to adaptation. So I went there, I revisited this whole sample, and I identified why cities, how many cities they have advanced in climate adaptation. And then I realized that from the 230 cities, just 69, they move forward to the next stage. So why is that? And we don't have research that really explain why cities move from one stage to another. So that is when I said, okay, what are the factors influencing cities to initiate and advance in climate adaptation? And are those the same? Because when we see in our literature, they always treat those two stages in the same way. So what did I do? I had two models. One that is cities initiating adaptation, that is the model one, that we also call agenda study. And the second one that I talk about policy formulation. So I worked with logistic regression, and my research approach, it was like operationalize it, the independent variables, the concepts of innovation. So I found that in the research, we have 4 factors that influence innovation: need, motivation, learning networks, and resources. So I have the same set of independent variables and cities in the first model, cities that started the process versus those that did not, and the cities that advanced in the second model versus those that did not. And how did I operationalize those independent variables? So need, I have 3 variables that I measure: public official perception of need, citizen perception of need, the city vulnerability to disaster. Motivation, I saw the level of commitment of elected officials, the commitment of local departments, previously involvement in mitigation, in adaptation, if they received funding, if they were hosting events, learning networks, and then resources. So then I did my logistic regression in the first one, and then I found that public official, it is statistically significant. Previous experience with adaptation is statistically significant. Attending adaptation events is also statistically significant. And I will talk about that, about those results in a minute. And also population. And then in my second model, I found different variables that were statistically significant. So citizen perception of need, external influences, and if the city had some organization capacity that here I was measuring as climate branch, and the income per capita. So my first question was, are factors influencing cities to initiate in the advance in climate adaptation the same? So the short answer is no, they are not the same. So what makes cities to start adaptation is completely different with what makes them to advance. So when we think about initiation, we see that, well, public officials, they need to perceive this need and bring this as a priority. However, for the city to advance, we need that the citizens have the same perception of need. Otherwise, and that is something that we see in public administration, that we have a lot of competing priorities, and in the end, the citizens, they need to push that for the government to really move forward. One of the things that is very interesting, it is related to motivation. Why? Because to start, cities, they need, of course, cities that they had some previously involvement in adaptation, they were more likely to make that as a priority and start. And if they receive funding also, that was something that it is important for them to start. However, I did not have any statistically significant motivation factor for them to advance. In terms of learning networks, we saw that attending adaptation events was something that motivated cities to start thinking about that. But to advance, there were two things: external influences and being member and remain a member of network. So one of the things is that in our literature, they say that, oh, if you're a member of an external influence, that is important for you to advance. But not being part of external influence. You need to remain under that influence. Because if you are just at one point involved in an external influence, that doesn't make an impact. You need to remain to really learn with others. And another finding is that in terms of resources, we saw that cities, that bigger cities, they are more likely to engage in adaptation, but cities that invest in administrative capacity, they are the ones that they advance in the field. And also cities that they have more income, they also more likely to that. So what are the implications for practices? So first, we see that there are different factors that influence cities to initiate and advance in climate adaptation. Perception of need is extremely important because without a need, we do not advance. And that is something also for innovation. If you don't have a need, what do you advance in anything? So motivation is something extremely important to start the process, but we need more than that to advance. Cities, of course, they must have funding to start. However, funding is always very, very like, all the things you say, oh, we need to have funding, we need to have funding. But the point is that if we have funding as an ad, that is something. But if we have funding as our solely motivation, once the funding is over, our motivation and the capacity to continue, it's also. How cities learn, it is something that should be better studied. And that is something that which is very blurry right now in urban planning, because we don't know how cities are learning. We know that like cities sometimes they are trying to do their best to replicate what other cities are doing, but we have a lot of innovator cities that we need to understand better how they learn and teach other cities how to learn instead of just copy and paste what other cities are doing. And of course, investing in administrative capacity, it's essential. But again, resources is an add. It's not exactly like the main motivation to make everything happen. So, Calvin, thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Matters. With ongoing talks about climate adaptation for presentation March. And now I request our audience to ask questions.
Profa Matos, this was a great expose into a very multifactorial problem. You have a great statistical sample of 230 cities. I wonder if you try to itemize against one more variable, Democrat versus Republican city.
And one of the things that is very interesting is that I needed to take that out because when we are talking about politics at the federal level, it's extremely different from how we talk that in the local level. Because at the local level, when we are talking first, in fact, they don't choose if you are a Republican or if you are a Democrat. If you have a problem, like with whatever kind of natural hazard that will impact your city. And then if you are a Republican or Democrat, you will need to do something for your community. But like when we think about the local level, many of those cities, they do not have a political party. So then I could not go back. But one of the things that I'm adding right now, it is to see about the county, if they voted for Republican or Democrat, if they are like a swing county that sometimes they are Republican, sometimes are Democrat, or if they are really like blue counties or red counties. And that is something that I'm adding to see if this makes a difference. But like the short answer is no. I don't think that will make a difference again, but I'm trying and I'm collecting the data to revise it.
Thank you, Dr. Medina Matos, for your nice talk. I don't have experience of working on US cities, but I do have 2 years of experience working on urban water education. And based on that, my experience, what I'm trying to say is that how do you take the leadership motivation? Because the local leadership keeps on changing certain period of time. How those changing leadership would help in the motivation itself? Based on my experience, like some of the leaderships, they are very motivated and they go and they take something forward. But as you have like certain trauma and that social collapse, how have you observed any, do you have any experience based on your observation? Thank you.
So one of the things that we see is that is interesting because like we have like the local governments that is changing all the time. And that's why if you have not only about what the government want to do, but what is important for the citizens, it is what make them to make a continuation. Because sometimes you can have a government that will last for 4 years, or in some cities it's 5 years or less. That's not enough to get things done. So that's why if that is something that is important and a priority for the citizens, it is what impact. So like we cannot think about the government without thinking about what is important for the citizens, because the citizen pressure on government, it's what really makes things happen.
Thank you, Professor Matos, for joining us and for this very interesting presentations. My questions might be like beyond the scope of the presentation, but I'd like to hear your response and perspective. So basically, I want to draw your attention for those cities from the least developed countries which are rapidly urbanizing, and they are in the situation of the resource constraint. And for those cities, global climate finance is key to implement, to plan the climate change adaptation. So how do you see the role of climate finance to address the climate change adaptation needs in those cities? Especially, as you know, there is a huge gap in the global climate finance, and even the available finance is major chunk of the available finance is directed towards mitigation. There are so many projects and interest to direct towards mitigation. And now, for the last couple of conference of parties, unity policy process, there is another huge agenda, loss and damage. And we have like same basket of the climate finance. So how do you see those global climate process impacting those cities in the development?
I think that is a very interesting question. And in my experience, and of things that I have been working in Brazil, and like some of the results of my work, again, we are thinking so much about like financing, but we are not thinking about implementation. So sometimes we are thinking, oh my gosh, these cities, they are facing the challenges, and maybe like more poor cities. Yes, that's true. They need money to implement. Yeah, that's true. But my biggest concern is that who will implement that? Who will develop the projects? Who will make the implementation there of those things? And that is something that I'm not seeing the discussion. I see a lot about the climate funding, that we need to get funding. We need to get funding. And one of the big issues that we have in these countries, mine included, it's corruption. And that is horrible. And one of the things is that, okay, we are not talking about who will implement. Will those cities have administrative capacity to do that? If they will not, who will do that? And I think that that is the big gap. And apparently, again, and that is something that happens there, and we are talking about this climate, the climate fund and everything. But here in the US, it's the same thing. They are all the time saying, oh, we need money, but who will implement? We need money to do specifically what? Who will develop those projects? And I think that that is something that we need to start thinking about. We need to do specifically what to adapt those cities. Because like, it's not sharing money with people. We need to build infrastructure. Who will build that? How much will cost this project? We'll make sure that we've implemented. Because like, if you send money to Brazil sometimes, like, this money will be like gone. So we need to really think about beyond money and funds. And we need to think about this structure of what will be implemented, who will manage, and how we really make the life of those people that are cruelly impacted much better.
Thank you everyone for your thoughtful questions, and thank you Dr. Matheus for your insightful response. Now I'd like to move forward to our next presentation by Sanjeev Nirola. Sanjeev is currently a PhD student at the University of Texas, El Paso. He will be presenting on traditional pedagogy to digital pedagogy, reconnection and innovation in post-COVID era. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanjeev Nirola, PhD student from the University of Texas at El Paso, UTEP. I'm a PhD student in rhetoric and composition studies, and in this 15th International Conference 2024 organized by NeSA, I'm going to make a presentations on pandemic pedagogy, entitled From Traditional Pedagogy to Digital Pedagogy, Reconnection and Innovation in Post-COVID Era. I also like to clarify that this very presentation is set in the context of Nepal, when I had worked as a teacher during the pandemic. So we know very well that this COVID, or what we call coronavirus, it was first identified in Wuhan in 2019 December, and soon it took the form of epidemic. It is spread across China. China was infected, and thereafter it took the form of pandemic. And from China, it is spread across the world. It is spread across different countries, and then there was intensive increment in the number of COVID cases as well as deaths. It would not be an exaggeration to say that because of COVID, human activities came to a halt. And in this very context, when we go to Nepal, then in Nepal, first case of COVID was identified in January 2020, and thereafter, very soon, government mandated a lockdown. All the educational institutions were shut down. In fact, those were the happy days initially, because I did not have to go to job. I could stay at home for a few days. But because of the closure of educational institutions across the country, it prompted the search for alternative ways to continue teaching and learning process. Because for 10 days, it was fine. We had thought very soon the school, the colleges would reopen, but it did not happen. Along with the passing of time, the cases turned out to be worse and worse. The number increased day by day. So it prompted the search for alternative ways of teaching and learning. And then, in this very context, this is my research questions.
how has COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the adoption of digital pedagogy in educational system, particularly in Nepal? And what are the implications for student, teacher, institutional dynamics in the context of educational reconnections? So in order to answer these very questions, I have used the research methodology that is of autoethnography. When I say autoethnography, then obviously I'm going to present my stories. Whatever I'm presenting here, these are my stories. These are my experiences. These are my insights. The story experiences are based on my teaching experience from +2 to master's level during pandemic back in Nepal. So here I have written about my experience. I have reflected on them. In fact, I've written even from my memory, and I've tried to connect my personal experience with pandemic pedagogy. So the first thing in this very autoethnographic reflection, how I moved to digital pedagogy. One thing I would like to acknowledge here that initially in the context of Nepal, when lockdown was imposed, when educational institutions were shut down, there were some dark sides. I mean, there was a digital divide. There was not stable internet throughout the country. There was the lack of internet infrastructure. There was digital divide as well, as I say. However, I'm not into that. As an instructor, as a teacher, how did COVID-19 push me from traditional pedagogy to digital pedagogy? That is where I'm focused. And this was the first thing, this was the first change in this very digital journey. From classroom, we had to move to Zoom room. And I must say it was an experience of anxiety initially, because it was the first time I had heard Zoom. When they said, now it's time to move to Zoom, what is Zoom? You need to log in. How to log in? Then students will join you. You need to let them in. Let them in. Is there a door that I can let them in? But however, fast forward, I think with the course of time, it went better because initially we had classroom that had connected students, teachers, administration of the educational institutions, but pandemic brought us separations. The students were in one part of the geography, teachers were in another part, administration, school administration. Because of the very separation of teachers, students, administration caused by pandemic, finally there was to be a different move. And from physical space, we had to move to virtual space. So it was a journey from physical space to virtual space, and it began with Zoom. Yeah, later on we moved to Microsoft Teams as well, but since most of the time we use Zoom, so I had just taken Zoom. And it was again Zoom that made that reconnections among student, teacher, and administration possible. Everything was taught on Zoom. We were on Zoom, students were on Zoom. There were some hurdles initially, but however it went, it was in Zoom that we were there. Everybody was there, teaching was there. I have used some of the screenshots, though I could not get many of them because I've come to United States from Nepal, but at least I tried to find some of them. It is from the Army College where I was teaching. Many of them are from the Army College because they have saved these things in their archive. So teaching and learning took place on the format of Zoom. Not only teaching and learning, apart from teaching and learning, also extracurricular activities, like for instance, this is the quiz contest. Picture related to quiz contest also took place on Zoom. Also the dance competition, which you can see there are 2 images. And also the orientation program of grade 11 of Army College, it also took place on Zoom. So whether you call it like academic activities as well as extracurricular activities, all this, like Zoom was the platform through which it was possible. And while teaching through Zoom, I think there are some experience which I would like to highlight here. Like NeSA experience. I was like, I had to be very, very conscious of how I was looking at on the camera because I could see myself. So I was wearing shirt and then tie because that is formal dress expected from the teacher. Yeah, like sometimes as we see in Bollywood movies projection, I could wear half pants or short, that did not matter. But as far as within the interface of the camera, I had to look very smart. And I realized that especially facial expression, eye contact, those were important. And when you are teaching in the classroom, in the physical classroom, generally teachers have the habit of moving their hands or like moving here and there. But no, in Zoom, you have to stay in one place. Physical movement was not allowed, otherwise you would be out of the focus of the camera. So as well as those proxemics, space and interpersonal distance, I think this is a big experience. For instance, in the classroom, we can see who is there and doing what. But in Zoom, no, you could not. And moreover, once the class starts, once I was teaching the content, even I could not see all the students. So I could not know what they were doing at that time. And moreover, I think another problem was like, even some of the students were there sitting with their cameras off. I think that can be another research. After all, why are the students reluctant to turn their cameras on during the Zoom presentation, Zoom classrooms? And I had to be very careful about language. I think I would use a word called self-monitoring. Teacher, during the digital pedagogy, they have to monitor themselves, self-monitoring, because we know that it is not only the students who are listening to us, it is also their parents. Because I have one son who was starting in grade 1 at that time. And I used to take class in the morning, and in the daytime, nearby him, I used to sit because I wanted to know how his teachers were teaching. So exactly, I also knew that though I'm teaching these kids, their parents must be listening to me. So I had to be very aware about my tone, my pitch, my dialect, my punctuation, and those language things. The silence was a big deal. Like, hello, can you hear me? Am I audible? I think I had to repeat 10 or 15 times. And they would not respond sometimes. And after some time, yes, sir, we can hear you. So all these things were the new experience while moving from classroom to Zoom room during the, what you call pandemic pedagogy. Likewise, what to teach? I mean, on Zoom, can we teach the book, physical book? I remember one of my teachers, science teacher, he would tell his students, can you see it here, my note? And that was not going to work. So from physical book, I had to move to ebook, like PDF books or e-version, as well as slides. And apart from like in the classroom, when we are in the classroom in the traditional pedagogy, most of the time we depend on the textbook while teaching. But in digital pedagogy, not just the book, we have to find out some materials, some additional materials. So from textbook, we move to ebook, we made slides, or let's say we have to go for digital multimodal compositions because we cannot simply hold the attention, the concentration of the students simply through lecture method. That was not working. That was not very effective. And it was the first time I heard PowerPoint. PowerPoint, what is this? And I think one of the strengths of teacher is adaptability. It's all about the adjustment. It's all about the flexibility. It's all about how you adjust yourself in response to the changing situation. And thereafter, after a few days, it was me, yeah, creating those slides for the students. Yeah, these are some of the slides. Okay, and it went well. Likewise, in digital pedagogy, assignment was a big thing. For instance, initially, students, they used to come with a notebook and then just could check it. But later on, for assignment, we moved from notebook to Google Classroom. And I must highlight one point here too. When I came to UTEP, now I teach undergraduate course there as the assistant instructor and the PhD student. And they said, we are using Blackboard here. Okay. I did not have to read that very answers because I already had that experience of uploading the materials, checking the notebooks. So we have a different system. We do everything here online. Okay, so what's the big deal? We have already done that in Nepal too. That's not a big thing. That's not a completely different story. So this very experience of checking the assignment, uploading the materials, also have helped me in my adjustment as an assistant instructor working at UTEP.
likewise, I started like, because of this digital pedagogy, even in autoethnography, I must admit another thing, that there was a change in my identity. Initially, I was just a teacher going in the classroom, teaching the student. But with the course of time, what I felt was, while teaching in the classroom, students had to be given some extra resources. For instance, if I'm teaching a story, if visual can be presented to them, that helps in the enhancement of the understanding. But the problem was, there were so many sources on the internet, but some were very vague, some were high standard, some were not that very good. So I thought, well, I have the slides, I will learn a little bit of video editing. And what about if I make my own videos and show them to the students? So thus, in the course of time, from teacher, I also became a digital content creator. I created a website for the students, as well as I started a YouTube channel. In fact, this is the story that I'm sharing here. It is the story of many of the teachers who have taught back in Nepal. So I must say, it must resonate with your stories too. So this is my website, which I created for the students, where there is the material from 10+2 up to master's degree, as well as I created, YouTube for them. And yeah, it looks as if they have liked it, not too much, but it's okay. It looks good. It is not that bad. Even now, I have come to the United States, but still, I'm making videos for them. I upload reading materials for them. And I think this is how I have reconnected with my students back in my country. So I must say, because of COVID, had there not been COVID-19, I would have been the same teacher, going into the classroom, everyone, open your chairs, let's read it, give me your notebook. But I think this digital COVID-19 forced us, I would not say encouraged, inspired, I would say forced. We had no choice. Forced us to move into digital pedagogy, traditional pedagogy. And in today's world, I think there is still a need, a requirement to have a balance between traditional pedagogy and digital pedagogy. Initially, we had overhead projector, but nobody used it. But nowadays, it is being used. Nowadays, teachers are using textbook, but they're also using overhead projector. I think this brings me to the end of my presentations. Do you have any questions, concerns, and comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mudola, for your presentation. It felt like I'm back in my college days during the pandemic year. And I still remember that my undergrad degree extended to 5.5 years instead of usual 4. And I really appreciate my teachers did a fantastic job, and they tried really well to do what I did in the reason. Okay, I'll open up the floor for any questions. If audience they have any questions, they can ask to Mr. Mudola.
It was a very engaging and organic presentation. So my question is basic. I want to do some similar things of some students back in India, and I can relate to your story at some point. But how did you keep this going after after you started? Because it's very easy to start something like that, like platform to teach students or to interact with them. But how did you keep the motivation to keep going? Initially, you don't get likes or you are not appreciated. So that's my question. How did you get going? How did you get the motivation?
Thank you. Well, I just have one word answer to your question. That's passion. I'm very passionate about what I do. I avoid work as much as possible. I don't like doing any work at all. But once I do it with passion. And I think it was a new experience, a new terrain. Like creating digital content was a new experience. And as you said, initially when I would upload my video, hardly I would get, let's say, 50, 60, 70 views.
That also upon the recommendation to the student. Hey, I have uploaded the video. Watch it. If you have not, again, watch it. So, but I don't know, like, I had the passion, I must say. So I think it was passion that was driving me ahead. Or else I remember, like, when exam was there, during the examination time, I had my class. I think you know it's my story, your story. We are similar. You would go to teach in the morning and you would return in the evening time, either in Nepal or India. But despite that, I would work till midnight to make videos and to create the contents for website. So I think that was my passion, I guess, that kept me pushing forward.
So what an incredible journey, Sanjiva. Really insightful stuff. So you mentioned that you have taught UK as well, you have taught in Nepal. So what is the big difference that you found teaching in Nepal, exactly the pandemic and teaching here, like using Zoom?
Frankly speaking, honestly speaking, let me give honest reply. Maybe I taught Nepal for nearly more than 10 years. That might be one reason. Especially I found engagement of the students, investment of the students back in Nepal. I knew all the students as if they were like my little brother and sisters. It is just my second semester of teaching at UTEP, and I find that connection is missing. I find it a bit more mechanical here. I think that's the big difference that I found. It's more mechanical. They are listening. Did you understand my point? Yeah, I did. Okay. And you never know, like looking at their body language, you can never guess whether they really heard you, understood you or not. Maybe it is because of the cultural differences. Sometimes I make a joke. I can try to come up with a sense of humor. And they are dry. Perhaps sometimes they say something, others laugh, but it does not make me feel like laughing. So I think because of some cultural differences too, I think sometimes I feel something is missing. Connection is missing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mirola. And now I would like to move forward and I'd like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Prakash Timsina. Prakash Timsina is a PhD scholar at the Department of Physics. He will be presenting on topic entropy induced two-dimensionality magnetic monopole gas.
Thank you so much, Sushil. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to present my research on entropy-induced two-dimensionality magnetic monopole gas. Let me start with the bar magnet. As we all know, bar magnet has two poles, north and south poles. So it has a dipolar type characteristics. And let's try to split the poles of the bar magnet into the segment with the cord. So what do you expect? Are we able to get the unipolar segment of this bipolar dipole magnet? The answer is no, because in a splitted segment, again, we're going to have north and south pole together. So this is a very big challenge in physics, and physicists have been searching for a magnetic monopole for centuries. And so in today's research, today's talk, I'm going to discuss about recently discovered quasi-like particle, which is treated as the magnetic monopole in an exotic material called spin-ice. Although this does not deserve a real like magnetic monopole that I discussed previously. Let's talk about a spin-ice exotic material. Spin-ice has a similar structure like a water ice. In water, we have a bonding between hydrogen and oxygen. Two of the hydrogens are near, and then two are kicked away because of the strong Coulomb interaction between hydrogen and oxygen. So in a tetrahedra, we have two hydrogen in and then two hydrogen out. So they follow two in and two out flow. That's called ice flow. Similar to the water ice, in spin ice, in place of the hydrogen in the tetrahedral site, in the edge of the tetrahedra, we have rare earth elements like dysprosium and holmium. Since rare earth elements itself has the magnetic moment, it has a spin, and they interact ferromagnetically, adapting two in spin and then two out spin in a tetrahedra like a water ice. So it also follows two in and two out rule, and that's called spin ice rule in spin ice material. Since there are many different ways to adopt that two in and two out rule, like a water ice, also in spin ice, and that's why spin ice is massively degenerated in its ground state. What about the excited state? For excited state, we just need to flip the spin in the edge of the tetrahedra. But while doing that, we're going to create two different defects, which is three in, one out, and one in, three out defect in the tetrahedra. And we can separate these defects very far away. For that, we simply need to flip the chains of spins in an array. While doing that, we need to address the very important both two in and two out rule spin ice rule. And we can separate the defects very far away. And in 2007, Pastor Noble realized that if we replace the spin representation with the defect representation, then the interactions between these defects is very, very simple, like 1 over r Coulomb like potential. And since it has a magnetic-like behavior and their interaction dynamics is somehow related to the magnetic monopole, and they call it as behaving like a magnetic monopole, and it is already the quasi-particle. So the behavior is like similar to what happens in a water molecule. We pay some amount of energy to have the interactions between the molecules, but while doing that, we always create equal number of positive ions and negative ions. So in a bulk state, overall, the spin ice is insulator, right? So the question is, do we have metallic nature from any way? And the answer is yes. But for that, we need to have different kind of spin configurations. So if you observe the very first panel in the top figure, we need to replace either 3 in 1 out with 2 in 2 out, or 1 in 3 out with 2 in 2 out in the spin configurations, and that creates a metallic-like behavior. That is pretty much similar to what happens when you add some acid or base in the water solution. And that kind of creates the positive and negative ions, which are already unequal. Now, the challenge is what material contains this kind of spin configuration. If you sandwich spin ice with two different antiferromagnetic material, then the spin ice exists with some depleted states, which is represented by this green tetrahedra, and it behaves like a magnetic monopole. And this has been demonstrated in 2020 by sandwiching spin ice with two different antiferromagnetic irradiate layers. And since we can see there are plenty of free space to hover around those free monopoles, that's why it acts also like a gas. So we have a monopole and it is a gas. Let's see the transport properties. If you see this plot, the conductivity of this monopole structure increases exponentially with the decrease of temperature, which is purely the metallic origin of two-dimensional magnetic monopole gas. So we have monopole and it is a gas and it also is like a metal. These figures illustrate that the monopole gas we have so far, it is also two-dimensionally confined. If you see the very right bottom plot, the thickness of the spin ice layer is very, very thin. So obviously the monopole has to concentrate on the interface. But if we increase the thickness of the spin ice, surprisingly, all times the monopoles are confined at the interface. And so the monopole gas we have so far is two-dimensionally confined at the interface. And since we already know monopole hopping does not cost energy, just like same amount of energy in the Ising model, this is just the schematic representation. When you flip the spin in the edge of the tetrahedra, then we can simply replace monopole from one side to another side. So since we don't need to pay energy for hopping the monopoles, now the question is then why monopole is confined two-dimensionally? That's a very big question, and this has been illustrated with these two spin configurations. The energy of both of these spin configurations are equivalent, although the entropy is different. If you see the figure A, in between the green layer and the interface between spin ice and the immediate layer, there exists the polarized state. Since we have a polarized state, the entropy of that state is 0. And so overall, comparing the entropy between figure A and figure B, the entropy of figure B is greater than figure A, and figure B is naturally confined two-dimensional magnetic monopole gas state. So in this research, we argue entropy is the key ingredient for two-dimensional confinement. For that, we maximize the entropy, considering both monopole gas entropy and spin ice entropy with the constraint. So if you just consider the monopole entropy, then the monopole gas tries to distribute throughout all the layers uniformly. But if we consider only the spin ice entropy, the distribution of the monopole gas is only in the first layer and almost nothing in the other layers. But if we consider both of the entropies, then the distribution is very, very dense in the first layer and then decreases exponentially in the upper layers. So this is our result. The right histogram is our monopole model result, which I discussed previously. And the left one is the spin model, which is from standard Monte Carlo simulation, which search for most probable state for spin configurations. And you can see here, both of these results are consistent to each other. So we confirm with this that the two-dimensional confinement of monopole gas is due to entropy, not due to energy. We also employ the magnetic field and temperature in the systems to see the behavior of these two-dimensional magnetic monopole gas in an external perturbation. And while employing the positive magnetic field, means magnetic field in positive z direction, the monopoles promotes more closer towards the interface. And that is because with the positive magnetic field, there would be gain in entropy, which promotes monopole more closer to the interface. So, and if you employ the magnetic field in negative z direction, the monopoles, the application of the magnetic field in the systems crossed entropy in the system. So monopole has to move fly away from the interface to the bulk side. So you see in this histogram that with and without magnetic field, the comparison shows with magnetic field, the density of the monopoles decreases in the layers and flies over towards the bulk side. So these two figures shows that monopole gas structure can also be controlled by applying the magnetic field and temperature in the system. We also mapped out the two-dimensional magnetic monopole gas by applying the range of magnetic field and temperature. So in upper panel, we have a plot of two-dimensional seed density versus magnetic field for particular temperature of 0.3 Kelvin. And in a negative magnetic field region, the seed density decreases. But in positive side, the seed density increases, although not so significantly. In the lower panel, the plot is the two-dimensional plot of seed density as a function of magnetic field and temperature. The plot shows clearly three distinct phases: phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, namely phase 1 without magnetic monopole gas, phase 2 with partial magnetic monopole gas, and phase 3 with without monopole gas. Especially in the low temperature regime, in the bottom part, the transition is very, very sensitive. And that clearly suggests in a low temperature regime, the system, the two-dimensional magnetic monopole gas can be utilized for magnetic sensing devices. So this is, again, the plot of thickness as a function of magnetic field and temperature. In upper panel, the thickness increases in the negative magnetic field side and it decreases in the positive magnetic field side. And in lower panel, again, we can clearly see consistently three distinct phases of two-dimensional magnetic monopole gas. And consistently, like in seed density, at low temperature, the dependency is very, very sensitive. So that clearly shows it has a possible application in magnetic sensing devices. So in conclusion, we extensively studied two-dimensional magnetic monopole gas, and it is very well described by the spin isentropy and monopole entropy contributions. And the origin of two-dimensional confinement of two-dimensional magnetic monopole gas is due to entropy, not due to energy. The distribution of two-dimensional magnetic monopole gas can be controlled by applying the magnetic field, as like the field effect transistor in electronic system. And also entropy is directly linked to the transport of monopole gas. So that might be possible now to detect the interfacial magnetic monopole in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prakash, for your insightful presentation. Now the floor is open if our participants, if our audience have any questions.
Sir, we have demonstrated the highest level of physics, and it is surprising that entropy was the culprit. Now, what happens if you bring one DC current and DC current in the vicinity? Because electricity and Maxwell equation, they are related. So, did you try to perturb the monopole by bringing the presence of a current?
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a very interesting question. So if we include the DC current, what happens is it always try to move the monopoles in one direction. And so if we do that and then put the, our system in the fluid, like the structure, then the monopole gas accelerates infinitely, right? And that will gonna destroy our conservation of energy. So that's why our monopole structure does not sustain the DC current, and it only sustain the AC current. And the perturbation we applied is also AC.
A very nice presentation, Vikas. So I also do the zero Kelvin calculations a lot. So I know your system is very sensitive to the temperature. So have you tried the temperature more than 0.3 Kelvin system, or is that the optimum temperature that you have applied?
Thank you. That's another very good question. So what happened is our system only like kind of applicable nearly below 1 Kelvin temperature. So if we go beyond 1 Kelvin temperature, the spins of the rare earth element is not like following 2 in and 2 out ice rule. So if we break ice rule, we're not going to have a monopole in this structure. So that's why we just employ the range of temperature up to 1, and we just in those reasons we just want to stick over 0.3 Kelvin.
Hello? Yeah. So, do you guys have done any studies, or are there any studies in literature that how the monopole interacts with external magnetic fields?
I saw that in the slide, right? We employ the external magnetic field in the systems, and the magnetic field depends what's the direction of the external magnetic field. If we apply the magnetic field in one direction, then the monopoles promotes more closer to the interface. But if we apply the magnetic field in other direction, then monopoles go towards the bulk side. So that's so that the monopole can be controlled by the external magnetic field and temperature. So it is like kind of sister material of two-dimensional electron gas in the oxide heterostructure.
Thank you, Prakash. We are very glad to have all our presenters here. And we are very thankful to our audience for their enthusiastic participation. We had a 10-minute break scheduled in our program, but we are running late, so we would like to know if you need a break or we can continue. Do we need a break or can we continue? Okay, then we'll have a short 5-minute break. I hope to meet you all after the refreshment and we'll be continuing our oral presentation session. Thank you.
With a graduate student of cotton breeding and genetics from the Department of Plant and Environmental Science at New Mexico State University.
And I'm Manish Sakarya, and I'm doing Masters in Water Science and Management at New Mexico State University.
Now I welcome Anjali Karki, PhD student from NMSU, to give her presentation on bloodless blood, developing an artificial blood meal replacement for Anopheles mosquito culture.
Everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Anjali Bharti. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. So the topic of my talk today is bloodless blood development, the artificial blood of mosquito and evolution. So what is mosquito? So mosquitoes are the small flying insects that are found in almost all parts of the world. They are ubiquitous 2 kilograms and they belong to the family Animalia and phylum Arthropoda, and they belong to the family Culiaceae. So around the world, there are around 3,700 species of mosquitoes worldwide. And of the 3,700 species, 200 species are found in Taiwan. And of those 200 species, and one of the most common mosquitoes that are found in the USA are the Culex, Aedes, and Anopheles mosquitoes. So Culex mosquitoes are found in all parts of the US, but these Anopheles mosquitoes are found in the western and then the midwestern region of the US. And Aedes mosquitoes are found in the coastal area, southern and the northern area. So the big question is, why do we care about this small mosquito? The thing is, they have a significant impact on the human health and economics. They have a significant role as a disease vector, and they have a significant impact as an ecological being. So whether you believe or not, the research studies have found that these mosquito larvae are the major sources of the food for the different species, which is great, right? And I'm quite sure all of us here present here have been bitten by the mosquito at one point in our life. And we might not have considered it a bigger thing, but trust me, the small bite of these mosquitoes have the biggest threat to the end. Why? Because their small bite can result in the transmission of the viruses that impact our health. So around the world, by transmitting the diseases like dengue and malaria, we reach the population of millions of people every year within the various countries of the world. So there are different species of mosquitoes, and mainly there are 3 species of mosquitoes that are prohibited. There are Culex, Anopheles, and Aedes. So these Aedes mosquitoes transmit the diseases like dengue, chikungunya, Zika, and then yellow fever, and then Ross fever virus. Whereas these Anopheles mosquitoes are transmitted diseases like malaria. And these diseases are, found in the socioeconomically poor countries, and then the countries like Africa and then Asia are more vulnerable to this mosquito-borne diseases. This graph right here is highlighting the point like why should we have to be concerned about this mosquito-borne diseases? Because if already a poor country are, they are weak, and then when they just mosquito-borne diseases impact them, they will be severely affected by this disease. So the researchers all around the world are tirelessly working on the finding the solution for the control prevention, as well as the way to eradicate this disease from the face of the earth. And being the researcher myself, I have come to America to study the deadliest animal in the world. But the question is, how do we study the deadliest animal in the world? So first, we start by mass prediction every week. So around the world, there are different mosquito reasons. Okay? And all of these research institutes have one common thing, mosquito insect free. So all of these mosquito insect free have a one common problem. The need for the continuous supply of the fresh cultivated blood. Why, you may ask? Because blood is a very important thing that is required for the mosquito. Blood milk is necessary for the female mosquitoes for their reproduction. They need this blood milk to produce eggs. That is why the continuous supply of the fresh blood is actually the bottleneck for the mass raising of the mosquito. So at present, these mosquito insectaries are using two way of blood sources. Okay, one is isolated vertebrate blood, and another is live animal blood sources. And what is the problem with this? The problem is the reliance on the blood limits the mass rate of mosquitoes, and blood is expensive, has short shelf life, has requires the person that is trained for the blood handling, and use of the live animal the insecurity is also expensive. And we also requires the ethical approval to have the incentive. Hence, there is a demand for blood. So how to find a solution? So, in order to find a solution, our research lab here at University has formulated an artificial blood dye called pseudocide. So our lab, from Hansen Lab, has formulated this artificial dye. This artificial dye is, alternative for this blood milk. It can be used as an alternative for this cultivated blood. And how can why is it used as an alternative for the cultivated blood? Because it is easy to use, has long shelf life, it do not require any storage, and it do not require any kind of special handling. And it is all well chemically defined. Okay, and then the one of the most important advantages for the no cold storage is it extends the implementation of the different types of control intervention in different developing countries like India and Africa. So control intervention are those like sterile insect technique, development of the transient mosquitoes to fight the disease, and then many more. So it extends the research activities in the resource limited area. And this is the work done by my previous colleague in the lab. And what we have found is that this diet was originally created for the Aedes albopicus and Aedes aegypti. Here you can see the composition of this diet. So bovine serum albumin is used as a source of the amino acid, and bovine hemoglobin is used as a source of iron, and chicken milk is used as a source of cholesterol, and glucose here is used as a source of sugar. And adenosine triphosphate here is used as a phagostimulant, something that stimulates these mosquitoes to take this diet. And then different iron salts have been used, which is used to mimic the blood pH that is found in the mammalian blood. And then right here you can see the way it is being prepared. So it is always in a powder form, and we rehydrate it in the distilled water and then feed it to the mosquitoes. And once they are fed, that is how they look like. They are fully eaten. And this is again the previous work done by one of the colleagues called Christina Bengali. And what she has found is that this diet can effectively support the laboratory culture of the Aedes mosquito, especially the Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopicus. And what they have found is that there is no significant difference based on the diet from the engorgement rate, weight number, heart rate, and then their life expectancy, like their wing length and their body weight is no different. But the serious thing happening when they found them, and they're bringing the disease that none of them is supposed to be not likely to go through this diet. And that's where my research comes in. I have been working on the optimization of this diet for the Anopheles mosquitoes. And my research was in can these modified species types support the egg development in egg viability of Anopheles mosquitoes. And for this, I have been looking at the engorgement rate, the egg number, and then hatch rate. So this is the overview of my study. So I have divided my study into three different things. First thing is, I want to entice these Anopheles mosquitoes to feed on this diet. For this, I did several feeding assays. This is the experimental design of the feeding assay that I have been using. For the feeding assay, I used two groups of mosquitoes, control group and then a treatment group. So this control group would be fed on the blood. The treatment group would be fed on the modified mosquito snack. So modified mosquito snack is prepared by either by adding the new component or by removing the existing component. So by doing that, I have created several versions of the modified mosquito snack. And for each diet, I do the feeding assay. And after feeding assay, what do I look at it? I look at their enforcement rate. I look at their enforcement rate, egg number, and hatch rate, and their development into the next generation of progeny, because this is what we want. We want to know whether or not it has supposed the progeny generation from this diet. So this is my feeding assay setup. And I use the gas membrane feeder to feed this diet to the 25 female mosquitoes after 1 week. And after feeding assay, I look at the engorgement rate, like how much diet did they actually take. And then their egg deposition. This is the egg chamber that I use for the egg deposition. And then their hatch rate. So after doing the feeding assay, right here you can see that these female Anopheles mosquitoes do actually like to engorge on this diet. So the blue mosquitoes represents the modified feeding on the modified snack diet. And then those red ones, those are the engorged female Anopheles on the blood diet. And then, but there has to be a way to separate the engorged female from the unengorged female, right? So for my study, I only use the fully engorged female. So for this, what I do is I separate, after feeding assay, I separate the partially engorged female and unengorged female by group. And I only use the fully engorged female and look study for their egg number and hatch. So right here in this figure also, you can see the x-axis is the different diet group and y-axis is actually the variable that I'm studying engorgement rate. So we have found that that just by removing the hemoglobin from the original mosquito snack recipe, we were able to significantly improve the engorgement rate on this diet, which is similar to that of the blood group diet, meaning that control group and then the treatment group have a similar engorgement rate. So right here in this figure also, you can see a fully engorged female mosquitoes on the blood diet, and then this modified mosquito snack diet. So even though the engorgement rate was significantly improved, what we found is that the egg number and then hatch rate was significantly different in the control group, between the control and then treatment group, which is not good. So the next thing that we look at is how to improve on their egg number and then hatch rate. So the conclusion from my first study is that so the reason these Anopheles mosquitoes were not taking this diet was the hemoglobin. This hemoglobin, even though it is the source of the iron, has been acting as a fabric suppressant for them. So this is the conclusion for my first part. So my second part is the optimization of the suitable iron source on this diet so that their egg number and then hatch rate can be actually improved. So for this also, I did the several feeding assay. And for this feeding assay, what I did is I introduced a new component, iron source. And for this research, I used the non-hem iron, okay? And for this, I used 4 different iron sources. One is iron ferric nitrate, ferric chloride, ferrous fumarate, and ferrous gluconate. And what I found is that the ferrous fumarate, when used in the modified mosquito snack diet, they produce the egg number similar to that of the blood fed group. So this is an interesting finding to us because up until now nothing was working and all of a sudden it started working. So for my further study, I selected this modified mosquito snack version to use. And this is the composition of the diet that I'm currently using. So what I did is I removed the hemoglobin and I introduced a new iron source. And I have been using this for my further studies. And again, I did the reproductive performance feeding assay to study the reproductive performance. And for this, I studied 3 things: engorgement rate, egg number, and hatch rate. Right here in this figure, the x-axis represents the different diet groups. Okay, blood fed group, mosquito snack with hemoglobin, mosquito snack with iron source, and then the y-axis represents the different parameters that I'm studying: engorgement rate, egg number, and hatch rate. And what I found is that there is no significant difference based on the diet. So as a form of a confirmatory assay, I use this diet on the Anopheles Aedes mosquitoes because this diet was originally created for the Aedes mosquitoes. So what I found is that this diet can effectively support the engorgement, egg number, and hatch rate in Aedes mosquitoes also. There is no significant difference based on the diet. But we figured out that this diet is okay to go with the mosquito culture, anopheles culture in the laboratory. But what about the long-term effect? Does this diet have any long-term effect whenever they are used to rear the mosquitoes? And to answer that question, I did the generousness study. So for this generousness study also, I did the feeding assay. And again, I looked for the engorgement, egg number, and hatch rate. And what did I found? I found that there is no significant difference based on the diet, on the long-term effect based on the diet when they are grown, when they are raised on this different diet. So x-axis is the different diet group, y-axis is engorgement, egg number, and hatch rate. And no significant difference. And again, we did the flight count, the mosquito where the mosquito able to fly freely. And what I found is that here the x-axis is the different time points and y-axis is their flight activity. So when we look at the flight activity, what we found is that modified mosquito snack raised mosquitoes were more active in the nighttime. This is their flight activity over the period of the 24 hours. And we found that they have difference in activity and there is something else to be done. And then my overall conclusion is yes, this modified mosquito snack diet can be used to raise the anopheles mosquitoes in captivity. And the bigger picture is development of the chemically well-defined diet for rearing anopheles mosquitoes have the global. Why? Because it addresses the issue associated with the ethical, economic, and safety concerns associated with the live animal sourcing. Either way, the blood are sourced from either the live animals, or the humans, or chickens, or sheep, or cow, which is not a sustainable way of doing the research. So as a human being, we are able to create this artificial diet, which can effectively support the anopheles culture in captivity. This is the moment. So I'd like to thank all the mosquitoes that have given their life for this study. And I'd like to thank my PI, Dr. Imo Hansen, for continually supporting me and helping me doing this research. And I'd like to thank NIS for funding this research and my lab mates who have directly and indirectly helped me throughout this study. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Anjali, for your very interesting presentation. Now the floor is open for discussion, and we have very little time, so we'll take just 2 questions only.
Thank you for the talk, Anjali. You talked about the feeding assays. What are the limitations of the feeding assays that you are doing? Is it like species specific? Can this assay be used with some other species?
Thank you for the question, Bipen. Yes, this feeding assay thing, method of doing the feeding assay can be used for other species also. Actually, to answer that question, it is being actually used for the bed bugs and then kissing bugs, which is done by Dr. Romero in entomology lab in Agriculture Faculty. Yes, it can be used for other species also, not limited to the mosquito.
Thank you, madam. This is a very nice talk. One of the main barriers to diet is patient compliance. Here, the patient is a mosquito. So the metric that you measure for compliance is engorgement rate. So we call what is the units of that? How do you measure engorgement rate? And then the second thing is why not use a cheaper protein like casein rather than BSA?
Thank you for that question, sir. So your question is why didn't I use casein instead in place of the bovine serum albumin, right? Oh, and then the first question was, like, I'm not able to get any complaints from the mosquitoes, so how do I know this that is actually working? Oh, the engorgement rate, thank you for that question. So the thing is, I had the same question, like, how do I know that these mosquitoes are actually engorging on this diet? And then, first thing when I say this, I have hit my head in the wall several times to find the question answers. So I did a literature review, and then it told me how to figure out they are actually engorged on this diet. So this, but I have the answer for that. So right here. So I have the similar question, like what is the unit of this engorgement? How do I know actually they are taking this diet? So mosquitoes are the arthropods. They have different segments, right? So right here in this figure, you can see there are different segments, right? So how do I know that the inverse female from the partial inverse female? So it is based on the, so I look at them individually one by one and then figure out whether or not they are inverse or not. So right here, based on their segment bulging of their abdomen, I determine whether or not they are inverse. So if there's less bulging in their stomach, they are not inverse. And if there is a parameter, there is a whole parameter, inverse metric scale, like 1 scale, 2 scale, 3 scale, 4 scale, or 5 scale. So only the 4 to 5 scales are considered to be inverse, which is right here. This is 4 to 5 scales, they are inverse. This is third scale. This is 1 to 3rd scale, so they are not inverse. Right, with the not inverse at all. And then the second, the Bowen theorem algorithm is because it was based on the literature review, and we have found that when we use the other protein sources, there are different essential amino acids. Those and lactose, essential amino acids, but Bowen theorem algorithm actually is completely universal and is able to supply all the things that is required for this mosquito. So it is based on the different experiment that has been done on this research.
Okay, thank you, Anjali, for your sharing your work and this wonderful presentation. Now, without wasting time, I would like to welcome Purna Chandra Bhusal. He is a PhD student at University of Texas at El Paso, and his title for today's presentation is Pandemic Pedagogy in Nepal, Stories of Arjuna and Counter Stories of Eklavya.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody. I'm Purnachandra Bhusal, and I'm currently doing my PhD in rhetoric and writing studies at the University of Texas at El Paso. Okay, without delay, I would like to just throw light on the topic, pandemic pedagogy in Nepal, stories of Arjunas and the counter stories of Ekalavyas. And one of the presenters, he had just thrown light how the online instruction happened in Nepal. Yes, one of the presenters just highlighted it. And this is why I like the conference. I go counter to that very presence, because the world is not only digital. There are other stories. There are hidden stories. And being the students of liberal arts and social science, then my focus is on those hidden stories of the students. And they are termed as the stories of Eklavya. Eklavya means self-motivation. Is motivating oneself for the achievement. Okay, this is the overview of my presentation: context, problem statement, literature review, methodology, theory, discussion 1, 2, conclusion, and implication. So the pandemic, global context. I think all of us are familiar with what pandemic means. Therefore, I try to make it really short. It lasted almost for 3 years and affected 1.6 billion students across the globe. It was terrible, okay? And 99% of low and lower middle income countries, yes, the students from those low and lower middle income countries, they were negatively affected. That is the story of Ekalavyas. And 4 out of 5 students suffered this, and the UNESCO goal, SDG Sustainable Development Goal, it was put at a halt. It was also affected negatively. This was the global scenario. Let's go back to Nepal. In January 2020, yes, it was detected, and a countrywide lockdown came into effect in 24th March 2020, and vaccination in Nepal started on 27 January 2021, and nearly 9 million students were negatively affected. And so what is the research question? My research question is, how can we assess, how can we just evaluate, examine, investigate the pandemic pedagogy in the context of Nepal? And there are two objectives: to reveal the pandemic-led digital divide in Nepal and to investigate the innovative strategies adopted by students who had no access to the internet or virtual class. Yes. So this is the literature review, and there has already been done so many research work on this topic, and some people argue that there is the lack of infrastructure in the context of Nepal. And some people think that, oh, Nepal is in the process of being digitized. Yes. And some people think even people means even these instructors, I mean teachers and professors, they need to be technologically empowered. And some people also say there are inequality in access, but that I depart from somewhere that's gaps between advantaged and disadvantaged children. And what was the gap? What was the gap? The gap was the technological divide. Up to now, the stories of high elite people have been highlighted. The stories of the people who were at the margin, who were disadvantaged, they have not been highlighted. And I would like to vocalize their voice through this presentation. Okay, and the part of my this research, it's not very big research, it's not empirical research, it's something like qualitative research. This is very popular in our discipline. What we do is we browse into the internet and we collect the ideas, images, okay, narratives, and we try to create a type of conclusion out of them. And the data is e-data, okay, and the modality of my presentation is multimodality. Therefore, I will be just writing less, I will be presenting less, but I'll be showing more. Means a combination of orality, written narratives, as well as the images. That is modality is the methodology. And the theory is the counter story. If we are not familiar with this theory of counter story means the hidden story, which goes counter to the dominant narratives. For example, the high elite ruling people, they have one story, one version of story, but there are stories hidden behind the scene. They are counter stories. They are known as counter stories in our discipline. Therefore, counter story is the theory that I will be using, and stories of Arjuna versus counter stories of Ekalavya. Therefore, I would like to throw light on what Arjuna means and what Ekalavya means. If we are from South Asia, most probably we are familiar with these people. So let's listen.
The story of Eklavya. Nearly 5,000 years ago, in a kingdom called Hastinapura, lived Eklavya, the son of a tribal chief. Eklavya hoped to become a disciple of the great Dronacharya and reached Drona's Gurukul.
Dronacharya, I am Ekalavya, son of a tribal chief,
said Eklavya.
Please accept me as your disciple and teach me the wonderful art of archery.
Drona refused to teach him. Arjuna, Drona's disciple, snapped at him.
Dronacharya is a royal teacher appointed to train us, the princes of the kingdom. Leave.
Eklavya was stunned at Arjuna's behavior and Drona's silence. He left with a broken heart, but determined to learn archery. Eklavya took some mud from a river and made a statue of Drona. He then placed it in a clearing in the forest. Every morning, he would take his bow and arrow, worship the statue of Drona, and practice. He soon became an extraordinary archer, superior even to Arjuna, Drona's best pupil. One day, while Eklavya was practicing, the continuous barking distracted him. He fired arrows into the dog's mouth, but without injuring it, the dog fled. In the very same area of the forest, Drona was training the Pandava princes. When he noticed the dog, he exclaimed,
Such excellent aim can come only from a mighty archer.
They began searching the forest for the archer and found him. Drona praised Eklavya and asked,
From whom did you learn archery?
You are my guru.
Eklavya replied, bowing his head.
How can I be your guru?
Drona exclaimed in surprise.
I made a statue of you and worship it every day. I practice before your image. Thanks to it, I have become a good archer.
Okay, my point is the way this Ekalapa has been denied, and many people in the context of Nepal, even across the globe, they have been denied in online class due to their poverty, yes, due to their inaccessibility because of geographical locations. Therefore, this Drona's denial of Ekalapa is similar to the digital denial of the people in the context of Nepal and even across the globe. Therefore, all people have no access, no online access. Yes? Therefore, around 6 million students, they had no access. Therefore, online class, this Zoom class, or whatever we say, just Blackboard, they were just the stories of high elite, yes, people. So yeah, so now focusing on the stories of Ekalapya, I focus there exists digital divide. Okay, even in the context, even in educational context, and digital classes versus no classes. Actually, there used to be physical class before pandemic, but after pandemic or with pandemic, no class. Digital class versus no class. No class is the voice of Ekalapya, and privileged versus underprivileged, rural schools versus urban schools. One of the friends presented because he was teaching in army school. Therefore, students were they were privileged. But what about the students in remote locations, in the farthest corner of the world, in the country? Their voice, their desire, their aim of passing examination, it disappeared. Okay, rich students versus poor students, private run schools versus community schools. Okay, and these are Arjuna, because the way Drona got an opportunity, the way Mr. Arjuna got opportunity to learn, you see this online opportunity to learn. Look, Drona is these students belongs to Arjuna, something like represents Arjuna, and that is also you see the teacher teaching digitally. Yes, quite empowered. They have access. Yes, they have access, digital access. And these are also the stories. You see, this is the way that the teachers in private run schools and in urban areas were just trained, yes, to be digitally literate. These are three stories. And there are stories of Ekalapa we can see. Yes, no access. Yes, you see, even in the pandemic, it happened in some of the just remote locations, not only in Nepal, even across the globe. Okay, and you see, some people go to Zoom class, but one of the students go to sell something, is to earn the living. Yes, and it was highlighted by Human Rights Watch. Okay, and you see the school was empty and no one was there. And therefore, digital or Zoom classes were happening to certain number of people, only few number of people, only to the cream layer, only the high layers. Yes, and the story doesn't end here. What happens is in our lives, there is also the digital damage happening to us every day. Okay, digital damage. When we are more inclined to digital world, online world, virtual world, means we are detached from family, community, yes, and our belongingness, our culture. That is the problem. But those Ecolopians are very, very, very rich in those things. Okay, this is the thing we need to learn from Ecolopians. Okay, you see Ecolopia, you see, this is the people who were isolated. Okay, they were depressed, but we can see the community. They can share their feelings, emotions, fears, all other things in a community. Their communal feeling. In the virtual world, nothing like this happens. They are alone. They are isolated. They are alienated. But in physical world, we can see. We can learn something from them. Okay. And we can see, you can see, ma afai garna sakcha means I can do myself. The child we can see with grandparents. But these days, grandparents and grandchildren, they don't know each other sometimes. They only know words only. But we can see the intimacy of the Ethiopians. And there were also certain libraries, communal libraries, where students could go and they could read on their own. And you can see the even common spaces we call Chautari in Nepali. Yes, we could see them. And we can see, you see, brothers and sisters reading together. This is the family bonding. This used to happen. Yes, this is the family bonding. And this is the ecological literacy. And due to this, they excelled, they passed, they did, they learned something. Yes, and life is not only about going to school and learning textbook. Life is learning about family. Life is learning about community. Life is learning about culture. And all this was possible only in ecological stories. Yes, but with these Arjunas, they were isolated, depressed. Yes, they were only in a virtual world, but they were distanced from actual world. Okay, therefore, Arjuna literacy is digital acceptance, teacher-centered and top-down, but ecological literacy is the digital denial. But self-determination, motivation, community literacy, family literacy, oral tradition, culture, communal feelings. Okay, therefore, what is lacking in this world, in this virtual world, is the sense of community, sense of family, okay, sense of being, sense of belongingness in certain culture. Therefore, the implication out of my presentation is that virtual innovation is okay, that's good. But at the same time, a cultural modernity, communal modernity is to be integrated. Therefore, online, virtual, and actual communities are to be pretty much combined. Okay, they should be combined, and this is the challenge of the 21st century. Therefore, for our children, for our coming generations, do not make them super saturated with the online world. Sometimes create the space in the family and the community so that we have better communication and better understanding of each other. And this is the finding and implication of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Purna, for such a great and insightful presentation. Now the floor is open for questions. As we are running out of time, so we'll first collect the question and then he will answer those.
Thank you for giving me to ask this question. I like the story. Now, I was wondering, I mean, I also want to take a look at story. For me, ecology stands out for the second concept one time, I think, that the opportunity is good, right? But in your story, I kind of that is why did you use the most very part of this story? I know it's going to shock. Why did you miss that? But you can read them sign up. For me, ecology stands out for his step.
Is there any more question?
Yes. Thank you very much for your questions. I'm really working with two versions of the collaborative story, and this is one article I'm writing on it, and there is one more article. Even if the children from the disadvantaged people, they excel, but when they go for competition, they have been denied again. Yes, and there is the other part of my article that I'm working with, but I'm not presenting, if it makes sense. Yeah, the way just Ecolopet donors, and he has been made unable to practice his archery, the way, in the same way, those people who excel in examination, who pass, who learn so many things, but at last there is IELTS and TOEFL test to come to the US. And that's something like asking for a thumb. And I'm also writing, I'm also working on that part too, but not in this presentation and in this part. donating the thumb, yeah, sacrifice. Yeah, you are right. You are right. And I'm just in integrating that story in other art, next article. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Purna, again for the presentation. Now it's time to invite our another presenter, Kavita Adhikari, master student from NMSU, and her presentation is on biological parameters of the kissing bug reared in an artificial feeding system.
Thank you, Savita, for a lovely introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kavita Adhikari, and today I'll be talking about my master's research on kissing birds. Before moving forward to my presentation, I just want to give a little heads up that this is ongoing progressive research and has not been completed yet. So I'll be presenting the findings that I have generated until now. So this is not completed yet. That's the one thing. All right, moving forward. All right, moving to our presentation for what are kissing bugs. Some of you might already have known this bug, but most of you might be unknown about kissing bugs. So let me introduce. These are blood feeders belonging to the hemiptera. And there is a picture of kissing bugs on the right-hand side of the slide. These have the ability to transmit the parasite Trypanosoma cruzi via their feces, not through the saliva, through the feces. And this is the causal agent of the disease Chagas, which is very deadly if it going to the chronic stage. And this is also one of the main reasons why we are concerned about these kissing bugs. There is a picture of the parasite Trypanosoma cruzi. And this disease is most common throughout North America, Central America, and South America. And in Latin America, more than 30 millions of people are infected with the Chagas, with 200,000 new cases every year. Now let's talk about the significance of the kissing bugs in the United States. In the US, more than 300,000 of cases are reported, but there are only 76 cases of locally acquired Chagas. So what is locally acquired Chagas? By locally acquired means the people are infected with the Chagas with the species found inside the United States, and also they were bitten by the species here in the United States. We have a lot of cases for the Chagas, but we have very fewer cases of locally acquired Chagas. That is because for some reason, the species found inside the US are not competent enough to transfer the parasite through their feces. And only in Texas, there are 34 cases of locally acquired Chagas out of total of 76. Only in the year 2013 to 2019, and these bugs are not affecting the health of human only. They are also affecting the health of domestic animals. We can see the significant prevalence of Trypanosoma cruzi in feral dogs and cats in Texas and New Mexico, and they can act as a bridge between domestic and sylvatic cycle because those are the animals which live in close association with the human habitat. In the US, the health impact of kissing bugs is mostly associated with the biting activities, which can cause allergic reaction in the susceptible people rather than the Chagas. And most of the people refer the biting activity of the kissing bug as a kiss you don't want. And this is the allergic reaction caused by the biting activity of the kissing bug. Now let's talk about the species of the kissing bugs found inside the United States. There are 11 different species of kissing bugs in the United States. And in the map, you can see those states which are highlighted with the purple are the states where these species of kissing bugs have been reported so far. This is a picture of 11 different species of the kissing bugs found in the United States. So among all these 11 different species, we have three most common species here in the southwestern state. Those are Tritoma protacta, Tritoma rubida, and Tritoma lecticularia. Tritoma gestaferi is rare, but found only in Texas and New Mexico. Here are some pictures of kissing bugs that I had collected during the summer last year. This is Tritoma protacta, Tritoma gestaferi, Tritoma referva, and Tritoma rubida. Among all those common species, Tritoma rubida have been reported as the most abundant species of the southwestern United States, and there are literature out there claiming there more than 80% of their collection to be Tritoma rubida, making it the most abundant species here in the southwestern states. And more than 50% of the Tritoma rubida were infected with the parasite Trypanosoma cruzi. In Arizona, 41.4% of their collected samples were infected with the Trypanosoma cruzi, and here in New Mexico, 66% of the collected samples were found to be infected with the Trypanosoma cruzi. I already mentioned the fact that for some reason, species in the United States are not competent enough to transmit the pathogen Trypanosoma cruzi, but Tritoma rubida have been considered as the most potential species that can be competent enough to transmit the vector. So, and also these species are mostly prevalent here in the southwestern United States. So we are the people who should be more careful than others. By now, I hope you all are familiar with what are fishing box and what significance it holds in the United States. So let me get into my actual research. The hypothesis for my research is fishing box reared with artificial feeding system exhibit distinct biological parameters compared to the typical biological parameters documented for the species. And why I'm doing this research? Because there is very limited information on the biology of the prior to mine bogs, which are found inside the United States. We can find a number of literature out there for the kissing bogs, which are found on other South American countries, but not for the species which are found in the US. And to generate this information, I'll be using in vitro rearing method, which is a unique part of my research because all of the published paper out there were generated on the basis of the in vivo rearing methods. So I have two objectives of my studies. One is to standardize the membrane-based feeding system to rear fishing bog in the lab. And another is to determine biological and life-table parameters of the common tritomine bogs were under laboratory conditions. So to achieve those objectives, I followed a specific research strategies, which are insect collection and identification, laboratory rearing, estimation of biological parameters. Insect collection was done in summer 2023 during May and July. Why May and July? Because summer is the peak time the fishing bogs usually disperse out of their habitat. So we went for the collection during the summer only. And when the winter starts, they will go back to their previous habitat. And for the collection, we use the blacklight trap. And the trap is made by incorporating the different attractants and cues that fishing bogs itself use to find the host. So they can misunderstand. Us for the host and fall into the trap. So blacklight and carbon dioxide are the usual attractants for the fishing box. For the carbon dioxide, we use dry ice as the source. And after dry ice as the source, and for collection was done entirely inside the New Mexico. We had three different sites here in the Las Cruces, and one site was located in the Rodeo. Here is the map of the collection site. And after collecting them, they were brought into the laboratory and identified because there are a lot of, like more than 25 species of the fishing bogs, so we need to identify which species is which. So for that identification, we use identification key, revision of the tritomine, and the significance as a vector of the disease. This is the species composition of my collection. I was able to collect 4 different types of species during my collection. But as you can see, most of my collection was comprised of Tritoma rubida. This is in accordance with the literature out there, mentioning Tritoma rubida is the most abundant species found in the southwestern United States. Since 89% of my collection was comprised of Tritoma rubida, I began my research with Tritoma rubida. So to begin the research, I need to develop. So to begin the research, I need to keep them alive. So to keep them alive, I use artificial membrane-based feeding system for their feeding. So in this, we have the glass feeders, just like Anjali Karti showed previously in her presentation. Glass figure has two different inlets, one for the warm water bath and another for the blood inlet. And warm water bath is circulated to keep the blood warm so that the blood is in the same temperature as of the host temperature. And membrane can act as a skin-like texture so that the kissing rope can pierce the proboscis through the membrane and suck up the blood. Here I'll be showing you the life cycle of the trichoma with their feeding design. Here is the adult of the kissing box. They were brought into the lab, identified fate, and we were able to collect eggs from the box. And after hatching, we have the first instar. So the kissing box have 5 different clinical instars before turning into an adult. And the thing is, to move from one developmental instar to another developmental instar, they need to have at least one blood meal. If they are not provided with any blood meal, they will stay onto that developmental stage and they will not move forward. So I fed every instar multiple times, and when they molted, likewise the life cycle was completed. First instar, fade, molted to second, fade, molted to third, again fade, molted to fourth, and I'm feeding them again, and molted to fifth, and then adult. And you can see the part from fifth instar to adult is highlighted with the blue. That means I have reached only until the fourth instar, and fifth and adult stage is yet to be accomplished. All the eggs, nymphs, and adults are kept under a incubator with a temperature of 24 degrees Celsius and relative humidity of 70%. Also, they are maintained in the day and light and dark and light cycle of 12 hours and 12 hours. So, so here's the graph mentioning about the weekly blood ingestion and the egg production. In the x-axis, we have the weeks, and the primary y-axis represent the average amount of the blood ingestion, while the secondary y-axis represent the average egg production. So you can see here, the peak egg production was seen on third and the fifth week, which suggests that they will require at least 2 weeks of period to digest the blood and to reproduce. And also you can see, for all the 8 weeks, they were able to ingest significant amount of the blood. So in this way, we can conclude that artificial feeding system is working efficiently. So we don't need to try the in vivo method, meaning we don't need to use any live animals to feed them and to rear them in the laboratory condition. Here is the biological parameters of the Tritoma rubida. You can see a significantly higher percentage of the feeding rate among the females, and we were able to collect 920 eggs over the period of 8 weeks, and we were able to collect 72% of the hatching rate was observed. And here's the nymphal development for the Tritoma rubida. In nature, generally with the hemisphere box, which have more than one nymphal instar to go before adult, what they do is they will go for feeding after few days of their molting. Like they will wait for 1 or 2 days, then they will take the feeding. But in our conditions, since we were using the artificial feeding system, the waiting period to go for the first feeding was significantly larger, with the minimum of 15 days and maximum of the 35 days. So this leads to the extension of the life cycle to more than an year. In nature, generally the life cycle is completed within 6 to 7 months, but it's been more than 8 months of period that I have been running them in the lab, but the life cycle is not completed yet. So this was because of the higher number of the feeding gap after the molting. So to wrap up my research, field collected adults fed readily on the artificial feeding system. So the feeding system is kind of working efficiently, and the oviposition extended until 8 weeks of period. And the only nymphal stages, first, second, and third, we were able to observe them on 42, 52, and 62 days, where the fourth instar development have not been observed yet due to the prolonged time between molting and feeding. And here is a picture of the first instar happening from the eggshell. You can see the eggshell right beside the first instar. These are the exhibits from the molds of the second instars. Although they are taking so long time to get developed into the adult, I'll be continuing to feed them until I have I have completed the life cycle, and by the completion of my research, I hope to provide valuable insight into the biological parameter of the cytokine box, which are reared in the laboratory conditions used by artificial breeding systems. Thank you. At last, I'd like to acknowledge my advisor, committee members, my lab mates, and my lab manager, and also animation for providing me continuous support throughout my research career. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Kavita, for your interesting presentation. Now we'd like to have some questions, or Kavita might be seeking for some suggestions. The floor is open for discussion, and we'll take only one or two.
So, thank you, Kavita. Does temperature really affect the survival of fishing box? Because in one of the map you showed that fishing box are, like they're very abundant in southern part of the states, and they're very rare in northern part. Is that the reason of temperature or anything?
Temperature is the most essential factor for the life cycle. They usually hibernate or overwinter during the winter period, so they could not survive in those areas which have the lower temperature, and their life cycle is made to be continued in the other area. Is there any more questions?
Just one. Okay.
Yeah. So there is one question from Sarad Mohata in online. So he's asking, what safety and precaution did you follow while collecting these pouch?
While collecting fishing box,
Yes.
I used to wear just normal gloves and purses, and so since the fishing box in the United States are not that prominent to transfer the trypanosome we should be careful, but we are not that scared to collect them. And also, I mentioned that the trypanosome does not transmit through the saliva; it transmits through the feces. So even if they bite me, I need to have their feces in my skin so that it goes inside through the vital pores and get me infected. But even only if it is biting, and if I don't have any feces in my skin, then I won't be getting any parasite injury. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavita, for your wonderful presentation. Now I would like to welcome Bimal Casey. He is PhD student at University of Texas at El Paso, and today we will be presenting first principle investigation of magnetic, elastic, and thermodynamic properties of ordered DO3FE3V.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bimal Casey, a PhD candidate at University of Texas El Paso. And today I'm going to present first principle investigation of magnetic, elastic, and thermodynamic order DO3. This was a part of my summer work at University of California, Berkeley. So I went there during my summer, and the main objective of this work is to learn fast calculation and to model the atomistic iron vanadium duo. So before starting my talk, I want to thank Dr. Mark Austin. So we try to model the atomistic structure of iron vanadium to study the magnetic properties. So let me talk some background about iron and vanadium. So iron is the magnetic material, but vanadium is slightly magnetic. So when we model iron through vanadium, then it must show some magnetic character. So if we talk about the magnetic properties, then we do the calculation of spin polarization, in which we consider the spin magnetic spin on, and we also consider non-spin polarization, in which case we don't consider any spin. So we have two different calculations in our work. So let me talk about some background. What is DO3 structure? So DO3 structure is generally a BCT structure in which there are generally three sides, alpha, beta, and gamma. So in the outer structure, you can see the black dot. They are the alpha side, and the white and black dot inside the cube, small cube, they are beta and gamma sides. So when we are constructing iron 3 vanadium, then we place iron on the outer shell where it are shown in the black dot, and the vanadium in the inner shell, and in the opposite diagonal as shown in the figure. So since we are modeling iron 3 vanadium, there will be like 75% iron and 25% vanadium. So we use a VNI simulation back in the past because the aim of our study during the summer is just to learn the VAS. So this package is the DFT package which solves the Schrodinger equation, and it creates electron interaction during the DFT calculation. DFT density functional theory, and it solves the Schrodinger equation, assuming the plane wave function and expand the plane wave function, and that gives all the information about it. And we use the Faraday boundary. So the figure on the left is the Faraday boundary condition in which we define some boundary and atom are allowed to move inside. So if we look at this animation, then we have to let all of this snake in. So the snake is going from one end and coming from another end. So Faraday boundary condition is the atom are allowed to move inside. When they leave from one end, then they will come from another end with the same property. So that's what Faraday boundary. And we also use the pseudo potential. So if you look at the figure on the right, then the blue line is the effective potential, and the red line is the pseudo potential. So it simplifies the effective potential and make the calculation easy and make the calculation easy. So during our work, we create the DO3 structure with 2x2x2 supercell and total 16 number of atoms. So since iron is 75%, so there will be 2 iron atom and 4 vanadium atom. And we set up all the parameters that will be required for the DFT calculation. And these are the files that is needed for the DFT calculation. First one is in-car that consists of all the parameters that we require. Here on the right, there is the parameter from the in-car file. In-car means input car. And another is post-car that contains position. And another is post-car that contains potential. And the so when we have this 4 points, then we can do the DFT calculation. So the first thing before running DFT calculation, we need to find the equilibrium lattice parameters. So we done a lot of things. So we plot energy versus lattice for each simulation, and we get the minimum energy and the lattice which has the minimum energy. We further use that minimum lattice parameter. And here we see the lattice parameter we calculate are 2.86 for the anti-ferro and 2.861 for ferromagnetic. That is around 99% accurate. And again, here we calculate the minimum lattice parameter for non-spin polarized. And we found it is 2.819, which is within 1%. 99% accurate. And also, if you want to like calculate what is the equilibrium lattice parameter, if you want to do mathematical calculation, it is shown in the equation on the left, which is also similar to our calculation. So after we calculate all those lattice parameter and what is energy, then we do equation of fitting, line fitting, and we calculate different parameters. Here we see that we found the lattice parameter, the bulk modulus and bulk modulus prime, and put all of these values within 1 to 5% accurate with the experimental data. And we also calculate the magnetic moment. Generally, magnetic moments is calculate how we spin the vector. We see that the magnetic moment so striking non-linear behavior after 5.7, that is currently 5.7 Armstrong. And we try to see what is causing the striking non-linear behavior. Then we analyze, since we have 16 atoms in my very first slide, I mentioned that there are atoms on the outer cell and inner cell. So we find out atom type 1, inner cell is atom type 2, and vanadium is type 3. So we see here the type 2, which is the elder decreasing helium, it is most responsible for the kind of stuff. And we also calculate the elastic constant. Generally, when we talk about the elastic constant, we define how the method is our aim that we are applying from the outside. So in basic material crystal, we have 21 elastic constant, but PCT body center symmetry, we just have 4 elastic constant. And from there we calculate shear modulus and bulk modulus. So if we talk about the shear modulus, then it's something like we have a paper and we are cutting that paper and knife. We are applying pressure outside parallel perpendicular to that. That is shear modulus. And bulk modulus is like, let's say, send some submarine under the water. They need that type of pressure is defined by the bulk. So we calculate for this property. And to calculate this elastic constant, we use this algorithm. I think this is very complex extent here, but what we do is we have single crystal structure, supercell, then we create the deformed structure, which is called water product. Quite a different structure from the single crystal, and we calculate the elastic constant of each. And then we see whether it converges or not, then finally calculate. So here we calculate the elastic constant. The red dots are our calculations, and the blue triangle and the pink triangle, they are for the reference. So we see that elastic constant C1, 2, and C4, they are very close, and C11 is far away from the tensor. And we also try to see the last parameter from to see if there is any instability. Because elastic constant is also another kind of stability. So we see any instability. And we also calculate the density of stress from our calculations. Generally, this density is the histogram of the energy from action. Histogram of those units. The one thing I learned with the graph is that using graph, you can calculate the density of stress, not only for iron and vanadium, but also the contribution from SE to the what is the plot we have, we can calculate the contribution from both. So here are the discussion, rather I will say this than the result, because we are still working on it and having results funding. So we find the parameter in the shooting and the elastic constant are calculated deformed structure, and we see there is instability in not spin polarized, but there is no instability in spin polarized, and we see that type 1 and 2 are high.
Thank you, Bimal, for such a great presentation. Now floor is open for question and discussion.
Thank you so much, Bengal Rai, for this very interesting talk. Um, I have two questions. First, about method. How did you ensure that you are not sticking into the local minima while doing optimization?
Vast simulations. Since this is a general talk, and I thought that there are a lot of attendees who are outside, who are outside here, so I didn't mention that. So to run before running any DFT calculation, we do like the energy convergence, scalar convergence, we do all of that convergence test, and after then only we run the simulation. That's the we make sure that we don't waste any computational time or the research work like that.
Yeah, so the other question I have is like regarding the symmetricity in your elastic constant. So you mentioned that like in BC, since your structure is BCC, so you said that you have four different elastic constants, right? And so we all know that like in real life, like we don't have a perfect crystal. So did you also like trying to expand your calculation for like incorporating the defects or vacancies in your system?
In this calculation, like I mentioned, this calculation is just run the bar and do the atomistic model. So here in this case, we are not dealing with any defects. So we are just running with the calculation geometry structure that is already modeled by my square by the minute. So they're using a lot of calculation in iron and iron vanadium others. So we make sure that there is no any like already he model this structure and somebody published. So yeah, I think we don't deal with any defect or but yeah, the word we can also see if there is any defect. That is the thank you.
Thank you. There is also another question in online, question from Sarad Mahotara again. So he's asking, did you actually model ferrimagnetic calculation in your model too? If so, how many magnetic configurations did you model?
In my calculation, I'm not dealing with any ferromagnet. So we are doing a calculation for spin polarized when spin is on and non-spin polarized when spin is off. But when spin is on, then we are dealing with only ferromagnet. Like we set up all the spin to off and see the calculation how it's going on. So in this calculation, as a part of learning past, I did just the ferromagnetic turning on all the spin off. Yeah, just the ferromagnet.
Okay, thank you for the nice presentation. So my question is, in one of the slide, while you choose the lattice parameter, it looks like you are working with the different lattice parameter. So in this case, why don't you just try the BC relax to find the optimized structure?
Yeah, that is also the best way to find. Like generally, what we do is make the lattice parameter almost 3 times bigger and do the BC relax and find the lattice parameter. But our main aim is to do the equation of fitting. Here we do the equation of fitting. So if we do the equation of fitting, then we can find the parameters, not only the lattice parameter, but also the bulk model different bulk. So we can find elastic properties. With this one, that's why we have to use like instead of doing single simulation, we do that for this equation.
Okay. The next one is like you mentioned in one of the diagram you have chosen like 20 different deform structure. So how do you deform those? Just changing the lattice parameter or relocating the atom, or how you specify like this 20 deform structure?
Thank you for the question. Yeah. This is the algorithm developed by Dr. Hong and his team. So generally, I create the supercell, and this is like Bonafide or pre-program that is already online access. We have online access to that, and it's something kind of Python program. So when I supply the supercell, then it will inform that supercell by the system information. So it's like already a design algorithm. We automatically need to do the calculation.
Thank you, Bimal, again for the presentation. With this presentation, this session has ended. Thank you, attendees and presenter for sharing such a insightful information. Now, I like to invite Bipin Khanal to moderate next session. Thank you.
Thank you all. We're running late, so I'm gonna go straight to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, welcome to the closing session of 15th International Conference organized by NeSA. This is Bipin Khanal, a graduate student in Department of Chemistry and Biochemistry at New Mexico State University. As we come to the end of this wonderful event, it's time to reflect on the knowledge shared, connections made, and achievements celebrated throughout this conference. We have had an incredible line of speakers and sessions so far. Now we have the distinct honor of inviting our guest speaker to share his insights and experience of this conference with us. Without any further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Mahesh Narayan on the stage to share his experience and remarks on conference held by NeSA. Since we're running late, I have to let Dr. Narayan know that we're concerned on time.
I'd like to again thank the organizers for a very wonderful event. I think not to undermine them, but they've outdone themselves. And it's such a pleasant surprise to note that there is such a vibrant student community that is running the show. That's the way it should be. I believe I was also the advisor for the Indian Student Association, just like Professor Acharya. But I also believe that it will always be run by the students, like a democracy, for the students, of the students. And I think Dr. Acharya will agree with me that they've done a wonderful job conducting this conference. So thank you very much.
So it is now my honor to introduce a distinguished individual whose guidance has been invaluable to our association. I'd like to invite Dr. Madhav Regni to share his thoughts and insights on the proceedings of the conference. Madhav sir has been one of the driving forces behind our efforts to conduct not only this conference, but various programs organized by NeSA. So let's welcome Dr. Madhav Regni on the stage to give the remarks on conference. And I'd like to say again, Madhav sir has been one of the driving forces behind our efforts to conduct not only this conference, but various programs organized by NeSA. So, stage is yours.
Thank you, Bipin. Sorry, I was outside trying to judge poster and paper and things like that. So we were having some fun discussions. All right. So we're here almost at the end of the conference. At this stage, there are so many things that is going on my mind. Not only who on the poster and the paper, the award or things like that, but about the whole process. This conference. First, I must thank or say, I must commend all the hard work of Kastubji and the team, the organizers. Thank you so much. This was great. This was wonderful as always. I always feel grateful to be part of this. and you guys mesmerized me again one more time. So thank you so much. So let's give a big round of applause for the team who, basically made this happen. Also, I must say thank you to all the guest speaker and also our keynote speaker, Dr. Boyers. The keynote speech was amazing. All the guest speakers' speech were wonderful. And special thanks to Dr. Narayan here, who has been here from since this morning, and he has been asking a lot of interesting questions and yeah, and making this conference more fun. So thank you so much for that. Uh, Dr. Acharya in the morning, he mentioned something about how proud he is about this conference. This is our 15th international conference. We are in 15th year. And I was thinking about that, sitting in that chair, and I was, why, the conference has sustained over those 15 years. And I was thinking again, you can have million reasons, right? Why it could be we are here celebrating or, organizing this 15th international conference. And I came to this realization in some sense. All of us, most of us actually came from the band of seekers, right? We were always curious about stuff. If you look at the science that our ancestors did in that part of the world, it was amazing. They were always curious about this stuff. They were always seeking, try to learn stuff and try to share things with each other. All of that. And so this is a different time, different era, but in some sense, we are doing the same exercise. So my prophecy here is even into the future, it will be many, many more years, as long as we'll have enough students to come to an MSU from the top. I think we will keep doing this stuff because this is in our culture, in our blood, or whatever you want to call it, right? So this is something that we enjoy. This is something that we always, take pride on, and also, curiosity is something that we have, historically taken from our ancestor to this generation, and it will be into the future also. So, because we came from that culture, that could be one of the reasons why. I don't know exactly what could be the reasons, but that is something that came to my mind. So with that, I would just want to say one more time, thank you so much for organizing this event. Also, thank you so much to all the moderators. You guys were amazing. Did a fantastic job. All the poster presenter, oral presenters, you guys did an amazing job. So I know we are short on time, but this conference was great as always. NeSA at NMSU is one of the best student organization in the university. Obviously, one of the best, the student organization in the country here in the US. I have no doubt of that because we could have, as Dr. Acharya said in the morning, we could have done any other things in this spring break, but here we are, celebrating the knowledge that we created through our research, and we are, presenting to each other, and in some sense, we are giving respect to the knowledge that we generated, and we are celebrating the knowledge that we generated. So this is amazing. As always, I feel grateful to be the part of this report, and thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuvami. When he was saying NSI is one of the best universities and best student organization in the university, I was hoping he would say in the universe, but never mind. So again, I was ready to give rest of the evening to Dr. Narayan, but again, him being a wonderful person, he said he would take only 30 seconds of our time. So let's give that 30 seconds to him, and we'll be going into certificates and awards.
I've started imposing myself, even though I'm a guest here, and that's the worst thing to do. But as I was coming out of the bathroom, I heard my name being called. So it kind of perturbed me, unnerved me, and I was not prepared. So I've asked for 30 seconds. Muhammad Ali once said that helping others is the rent for a spot on this earth, and he's right. I don't want to be a drona extracting an anguli, the thumb of Ekalavya. So I'd like to make a small contribution with Dr. Acharya's permission to the Nepali Student Association, and I Mr. Kaustubh Rupane, kindly accept it.
I need a receipt. No, this is a tax season and IRS requires a receipt for a donation. So
Thank you, Dr. Narayan, for your valuable time and contribution. Thank you, Dr. Narayan. So, the moment of the day. So now we'll be distributing the certificates. And before that, we have a quiz. And the best part of it is prize. So we have a prize for the quiz, and I hope everyone has a phone with them. So you will see a QR code on the screen. Please use your phone, and you'll have 5 to 6 questions. And the one who would answer it with in this time will be declared as the winner at the end of this quiz session. Alternatively, you also can type menti.com and use the code. Either you can scan the QR code or you can use the menti.com and the code 49507242. You can either scan the QR code. Yes, then you have a code over there. If everybody's done, this quiz is just for fun. Can I join it as well? On this quiz, Bipin and I won't be joining. Only 2% won't be joining in this quiz. All other person are eligible to join. Even our advisors they're eligible to join. They are encouraged to join and encouraged to join. It is more about NeSA and to know more about NeSA. It's about like NeSA history and what we have been discussing from morning. Some of the questions might be coming on those. It's just for fun. If somebody doesn't want to participate as a competitor, they can write an anonymous name. If somebody thinks that they want to participate and win prizes, you need to write your name. If somebody thinks that you can even use the anonymous name so that we don't know who is the person. So that if you win, you can give me the prize. You won't be, I guess. Yeah, that's the point because I haven't played. Has everybody on this page? Okay. Thirty more seconds. 30 more seconds. If everybody join, I'm just waiting. Like I can see 30 people, 30 thumbs. Okay. Shall I move? Ready. Points. Look at your device. One of NeSA NMS established. One of NeSA NMS established.
has three different answers. One of them, it doesn't matter which one you pick. If it's the right answer, you get a point. Probably more than three. Wow, who was ready? Your mother did. I'm at least not disappointed with last side is just winning. Come on, guys, you gotta do it. Someone gets wrong answer, move on. And if someone would answer loudly. Whoa. That shows how good he has been.
Last person, guys. Come on. Da-da-da-da-da. And the winner is Love Side. Love Side. Congratulations, Love Side. Or see, please come up on the stage. Who just won a prize? Wow, it's none other our academic director, Lamani before that, I just need a small help. I request Salvat Kaki and Vishnu Doshi to help me win the awards that are in the back of this room. Could you please help us to bring those in the stage? Alright, we do have the proof. We do have a minute. Do you want to tell why you have an outside nickname or something? I don't know why it's one of them million dollars. I think everyone loves it. Alright, that was fun. That was fun. Something is going to come up from that box. And I request our president, also Nirvana, to hand the gift to the winner, Mr. Raman Wale, Aka left side. That's the left side. So getting into the main moment of the day. So now it is time to express our appreciation to our esteemed guest speakers and presenters who have shared their knowledge and expertise with us. We will now proceed with the distribution of certificates to honor their contribution to this event today. Please join me in congratulating and thanking our guest speakers for their invaluable contribution to the conference. Your insights and expertise have enriched our discussion and inspired us all. I'd like to request advisors, Dr. Madhav Regmi and Dr. Ram Acharya, and our president, Kaustubh Nirpane, to come up on stage and hand over the certificates to the guest speakers and keynote speaker. So first, we do have a certificate for keynote speaker, but unfortunately, he is not available at the moment. So we'll start the certificates, and I'd like to request Dr. Mohesh Narayan to come up on stage, and I'd like to request our advisors to hand over the certificates to Dr. Narayan. Thank you, Dr. Narayan, for accepting our invitations and we also have a token of appreciation for the guest speakers. So I'd like to request Kaustubh Nirpane to provide the token of appreciation to Dr. Mohesh Narayan. Again, thank you so much, Dr. Narayan, for accepting our invitations and providing us your talks. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Dr. Saroj Vital. I would like to request him to come up on stage. And I'd also like to thank him for accepting our invitations and providing us with the talk today. It was fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Vital.
Next up, we have Dr. Krishna Timsina. I would like to request him to come up on stage. And I would like to request our advisors and president of NeSA to hand over the certificates and token of appreciation to him. I'd like to also welcome Dr. Timsina to Las Cruces. And we do have a certificate for Dr. Melina Matos, but unfortunately she's not here. All right, I'll request Dr. Mahesh Narayan to receive the certificate for her. Now I'd like to request Dr. Srijana Dura to come up on stage. I'd like to thank her for accepting our invitations and providing us with the presentation today. During this conference, we have been privileged to witness presentations of exceptional quality, each contributing to our collective knowledge and understanding. And before that, I'd like to thank the judges for accepting our invitation and helping us to judge the posters and oral presentations. I'd like to request all the judges to come up on stage, and I would like to request our advisors and academic director, Lalmani Wagle, to come up on stage and provide the certificates and token of appreciation to our judges. So I would like to request Dr. Philip Luan to come up on stage for accepting the certificate of appreciation for helping us judging the posters and oral presentations. Now I would like to request Dr. Kamal Neupane to come up on stage and receive the certificate of appreciation from our advisors, academic director, and our president, Dr. Neupane. Now I'd like to request Dr. Niranjan Powell to come up on stage and accept the certificate of appreciation. I'd like to thank him for helping us judging the posters and oral presentations. All right, thank you so much, all the judges. So this conference will be nothing with all those presenters, whether it be poster or oral. I'd like to thank all the presenters, and for that, I would like to request all the presenters to come up on stage, and I would like to request our advisors and president, and I would like to also request Dr. Mahesh Narayan to come up on stage and join the advisors and president to present the certificates to all the presenters. So all the presenters, please come up on stage and accept the certificates from our advisors and speakers. All right, I'm going to
announce the name for everyone. Isa Buddha Magar, Namita Nepal, Bipin Khanal, that's me. Sinjan Bohra, Susil Khatri, Ankita Khatiwala, Shobha Kuikhel, Prakash Timsina, Anjali Karki, Parikrama Sapkota, Sanjeev Nirawala, Purna Chandra Bhusal, Kavita Adhikari, Bimal Kesi. Thank you so much. If somebody would take a picture, I would get in the building and stand there. All right, thank you so much, all the presenters, and thank you so much, advisors. Uh, Now, I would like to request all the judges to come up on the stage and announce all the winners in different categories. And the categories were poster award and the oral award. So we have three winners, first, second, third on first, second, third on in poster presentation, and we have I heard there is a tie. So we have four winners in oral presentation. So I would like to request the judges to come up front and announce the winner and provide the certificates and awards to the respective winners. Also, we do have a wooden flag for all the guest speakers, judges, and the winners. We're running late. We got to know that it will be delivered to us next week. So if you are in El Paso, we'll be sending it to you. And if you are in Las Cruces, we'll see you soon. I'm handing out this mic to one of the judges, Dr. Niaz and Corel.
Thank you. And actually, we were in a great dilemma, and actually, this is a huge responsibility to figure out, the top from the excellence of the excellence. And we believe all the presenter did perform their excellence, and among those we have very hard time to figure out, and we haven't decided any first, second, third, but we have decided like the best representation. Even for the oral presentation, we couldn't figure out like who are the top three or top two, so we just decided to uh, uh, announce the name of the top four. I mean the best four oral presentation and the best three poster presentation. So let's go ahead, and then I will start from the oral presentation. Maybe Dr. Pramod, you want to announce the name?
Best oral presentation, Anjali Karki. Please join us. And next, best oral presentation, Parikrama Sapkota. We have another best oral presentation, Prakash Tinsina. We have one more best oral presentation, Bimal Kesi.
Right, so now we will announce the winners of the poster presentation. The best poster presenter is Isha Mag. Next one is Namita Nepal. Finally, we have Ethan Kamau.
Are you taking the picture? Thank you, and we wish all the bright future for all the participants. And thank you. Thank you, all the judges. So now, this program would have been nothing without the help of all those moderators who have helped us throughout the program. Not only the program, before the program started. So this is the time to appreciate all those moderators who have helped us to run this program or the conference smoothly. So I'd like to request our academic director, Mr. Lalmani Wagle, to come up on stage. And we have our president right next to me. Now I'd like to request all the moderators to come up on stage. First, starting with Sinchan Bohra, Nagendra Karki, Sabyata Karel, Sushil Khatri, Lal, oh no, not this one. I was about to say Lalmani Wagle. Manish Acharya, and lastly, Vipin Kanal.
I would like to request Ankita Khatiwala also to come up on stage and accept this certificate of appreciation. Who's taking the picture? Thank you so much, all the moderators. So we are almost at the end of our conference. So before we conclude our conference, we have one more exciting event to announce, our raffle draw. I hope everyone has the ticket. We do have exciting prizes. So we want everyone to get something and go home. Yeah, we'll be trying that. I mean, half of us already have got something, right? So that's the point. So we'd like to express our gratitude to all our attendees, and for that we are doing this raffle draw. And for that, I would like to request our president, Mr. Kaustul Nirpane, to come up on the stage and help me with the raffle draw. So we do have all the tickets here. And I'm going to put all the tickets in this mug, which I just got. I don't have anything in the bag. Just proof. So I will hand out this cup to Dr. No, soon to be Dr. Kaustul Nirpane, and he will be doing the raffle draw. And we do have exciting gifts. We do have cups, we do have copies, pen drive, flash drive, and some other exciting gifts. So we'll have 9 winners. First 5 will get the cups. And after that, we'll be moving to the copies, notebooks, and then we'll move to the pen. And then finally, we have 2 flash drive for 2 different people. So are you ready? I'm not ready. Just let me take out the tickets that I have got. You don't need one. No. Probably he didn't register. Okay. So please check out your ticket. And the first one to be picked out is 5836 5836 2 4. Just inverse that. 6 5836 246. If we don't have that number, I might be the closest one to that one, so I should get the prize. What do you say? So the number is 5836246. Now, all right, the next one. We don't have much time, so the next number is 5836266. 5836266. Anyone? Anyone? I might be the closest one again. Never mind. Next one. 5836284. 5836284. Looks like we have our first winner. Just in case, if you want to trade it with something else, I might be the winner on next one. So 5836284. Yeah, she's the winner. Five eight three 627 5836272. Five eight three 6272. Yep. Yep. Congratulations, Isa. The next one, 5836265836264. 5836264. All right, we do have a winner, our guest speaker, Dr. Saurav Vital. Congratulations to him. 5836264. Yeah. Congratulations, Dr. Vital. 5836285836287. 5836287. Uh, 5836287. Yeah. Five eight three 6266. What do you need, guys? Come on. You got it. 5836268. Five eight three 62. You do have 66. Oh yeah, okay. 68. Congratulations. We do have big bundle of notebooks, so that might be handy. So our next winner is 5836268. And I haven't heard the digit yet. Now somebody said 8. 5836288. Congratulations once again. All the way from UK. 5836288. Yep. Yep. Now we're moving to some 10. 58362 5836267. Oh, sorry, it was 5. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. 5836267. Yep. Congratulations, Dr. Powell. Now we're moving into flash drive. And the first one, good news, guys. We just added 2 more flash drives. So there will be 4 more winners. The first one to get the flash drive is 58362 Anyone? 9. 5836239. Anyone? 2. All the way from Nepal to get a flash drive, guys. Come on. Congratulations, Dr. Tumsina. 58362 58362 Now. 6. 5836286. पत्रिकामा छापेको चाहिन्छ है गाइज हरायो भने 5836286. Anyone? Now we're moving to next one. 58362 I haven't heard the digit yet. No. Try all the digits. It's still, I haven't heard the. It's 5. 5836255. Five eight three six two five five. Well, congratulations, Sapyata. We do have 2 more. 58362 58362 5 minus 5. 5836240. And the last one, who's the lucky one? And our last winner is, oh, it's just me. It's me. Right? No. All right. So it's 58362 58362 Raise your hand if you have all the numbers so far. It's 1. All right, we do have the winner. Please, just raise your hand. Five eight three six two four one. 5836241. All right, cool. Thank you. So before I leave the stage, we do have one more certificate and award. I'd like to request Dr. Krishna Timisina to come up on stage and hand out this final certificate. And I'd also like to request our advisor, Madhav Regmi, Dr. Madhav Regmi, to come up on stage and hand out this certificate and thank our academic coordinator. Without him, this program wouldn't be here. So let's welcome Lalmani Wakli to the stage and thank him for all the hard work he's done to bring this conference aboard. Thank you so much, Dr. Madhav. So thank you. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, as we approach the conclusion of this enlightening conference, I'd like to welcome Mr. Lalmani Wagle to the stage and deliver the vote of thanks and officially and close the conference. And again, to remind you, we have a dinner at Oriental Hall at 6:30. So I would like to, I hope I would see everyone over there. And I'm handing out this microphone to Mr. Lalmani Wagle. And probably I'll see you next conference. Have a good rest of the evening, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bipin. All right. Little bit turnout. Yeah, I know. So I promise I'm not gonna take long time. So before closing the conference, let's appreciate those who were behind the success of this conference. Let's appreciate ourselves. First of all, big thanks to our financial supporter, research, creativity, and economic development at NMSU, AS NMSU, Graduate Student Council, Bastika Health, and all-time tax and financial services. Your generous contribution have been instrumental in bringing our vision to life. We are extremely grateful to our esteemed advisors, Dr. Ramacharya, Dr. Madhav Regmi, and Dr. Deepak Suwedi for the invaluable support and guidance from the beginning of the planning of this conference. Let's not forget our judge, Dr. Philip Luhan, Dr. Nirajan Paudel, and Dr. Kamal Neupane for their expertise and feedbacks on student presentation. Our one appreciation also goes to our distinguished guests, speakers, and presenters for their sharing expertise, insights, and passions with us. And most importantly, their motivations and inspiring words for our participants. Special mention is due to our vibrant Nepalese student community at UK, El Paso, and active NeSA members whose enthusiasm and dedication made our conference dynamic. Behind the scene, our dedicated organizing team, academic committee, let's applaud them, executive committee, and their vibrant leadership and active NeSA members who have worked fearlessly to ensure the execution of every aspect of the conference. Their hard work and commitment have been backbone of this event. Let's applaud for them. Last but not least, we extend our thanks to each and every attendee for their active participation and engagement, contributing to the vibrancy and richness of our discussion. Actually, we had great discussion during the presentation. Thank you all attendees for being with us. Also, I can't forget to appreciate those technical guys behind the window who helped us to organize and successfully
deliver our conference. Thank you. Thank you once again. Also, I'd like to appreciate and acknowledge Nepalese community last pushes to support and encouragement have been invaluable throughout this journey. Special mention to Kiran Sira, who facilitated for the funding support, which is instrumental to organize this conference. Thank you once again. And also, I would like to request all to join our dinner at Paganel Hall from 6:30. Cheers to all. Together, we have made a difference. Thank you. Thank you once again.